Chapter 1628. He entered the vast sea in this region after leaving the U mansion to begin his survey. In fact, he had done such a task a long time ago since he couldn't just find a random place to build heaven suppression. He understood after the agreement with the girl that he had missed a few things back then. Some little crevices and clues still eluded him. That's why he became even more meticulous this time around with all the minute details in this region. It became much easier with greater productivity due to his prior experience. The little details found this time made him find out that there were indeed some special matters going on in the Grand Sea for the treasure hunt, this time with the girl in the yellow cloth. Boom, boom, boom. A loud blast occurred while he was exploring this oceanic region. A giant dragon suddenly flew to the sky with lightning speed. Ordinary eyes couldn't see it clearly at all. This was a golden dragon. However, its body wasn't covered with a radiating glow, only a faint one. Nevertheless, it could still be considered a golden dragon. Another distinguishing factor was that it had 4 claws instead of 5. Nevertheless, it still emitted a terrible draconic aura just like a typhoon. This could instantly destroy someone with its palpable presence. The dragon had wounds everywhere with many broken scales. There was a young man with dragon horns on his head lying on the dragon's back. He was also grievously injured with wounds so deep that the bones were visible. He gripped the golden dragon's horns tightly while drenched in blood. The dragon ran away with him using all of its might. Xueqi was surprised to see the youth as well since he met him earlier back at the 12 Scales. On that day, Hai Lin was aggressive and fierce, a complete opposite of his current state with only one breath remaining. Boom! The sky shook and another youth came over. A supreme grand path was paved beneath his feet. His presence was incredible and instantly suppressed the location. Even the myriad Dao screamed in response with futility. Long Ao Tian. Xueqi chuckled at the newcomer. Even though he had never seen the youth before, the guy's aura made it too obvious. That's right, Long Ao Tian was chasing Hai Lin, who only made it out due to the golden dragon's effort. Hai Lin, I will slay you even if you run to the end of the world. I will kill all of you sea demons and erase your race from the Grand Sea. No one will be able to protect you. Ao Tian's voice echoed across the region. Hai Lin didn't respond and ordered the dragon to run in hope of losing Ao Tian. So it turned out that with the old guides from Heaven Suppression, Ao Tian and the other members from his sect were able to sweep through the demon survivors hiding in the depth of the sea outside of Hai Lin. Ao Tian was a guest at Mujwa's demonic city and wanted to discuss the Tao with others. However, in just 2 days, he got news about Hai Lin, so he immediately gave chase. He was very unhappy about not being able to kill Hai Lin despite defeating him several times. In his eyes, anyone who opposed him must die without exception. Roar! The golden dragon crazily roared. The golden glow on its body exploded and gave it an explosive burst. Its speed reached the limit in order to escape. It was burning its own longevity blood in order to take Hai Lin away. Hai Lin was still no match for Ao Tian this time around. A senior in the form of this golden dragon had to save his life, but this still wasn't enough to fight against Ao Tian. The dragon was still injured and had to run away with Hai Lin. It needed to take Hai Lin to a safe place regardless of the price. Hai Lin was still young, so he played a pivotal position for the sea monsters. If he could survive, their race could still pass down. However, if he were to die, they would only linger on for a while longer before total annihilation. The other scenario was being lowered down to being an insignificant race. Keep on running, you're not escaping from my grasp. Ao Tian wasn't surprised at this speed at all. An immortal light exuded from his body as if he was ascending with an extraordinary aura. A remnant ray and many shadows were left on his path. He looked quite slow to the point of stagnating, but his speed was actually peerless. He made time slow down by half a beat. In terms of speed, a grand completion soaring immortal physique was virtually matchless. It wasn't hard for him to catch up to this 4-clawed dragon. Alas, he took his time with this pursuit because he wanted to find their lair in order to kill all the sea demons. Xueqi, who was on his own mission, chuckled and casually gave chase. Ao Tian's eyes suddenly turned cold and slightly moved towards Xueqi's direction after spotting him. However, he didn't say anything and continued to chase after Hai Lin with great confidence. He was still as confident as ever even with Xueqi after him. There was no sign of caution or preparing for the enemy. This showed his confidence and fearlessness even against a foe as powerful as fiercest. Thus, the golden dragon was running for its life while carrying Hai Lin with Long Ao Tian right behind them with the right distance. Li Qie was also following along to observe. In fact, when they crossed through this sea region, one would see that there was another army behind them. The majority consisted of demons from the Muzhua's demonic city. The leader was the Golden Dragon Prince. So it turned out that this sect was also helping out Yen to kill the sea monsters. Even though they were demons, closely related to sea monsters, the prince was still sworn brother without Yen. The prince chose to ignore the ties, so he didn't mind helping out Yen. The chase created quite a spectacle and they crossed through several regions. This attracted the attention of the nearby inhabitants. In a short time, many experts from the sect followed along, including many big shots from the great powers. "It's Hai Lin again," some people said with admiration. "The boy is an unkillable cockroach, escaping time and time again. What a miracle." Hai Lin has a lot of potential on top of having a good cultivation already. His bloodline is also prestigious. That's why he's so important to the sea monsters. Many powerful existences were willing to be his Dao protectors. That's why he managed to escape from Out Yen so many times. A demon monarch commented. He ended up becoming gloomy. Out Yen almost killed all the sea monsters and demons in this place. Only Hai Lin's group still dared to oppose him. The other demon powers have already started running for their lives. Chapter 1629. Chapter 1629. Four-clawed dragon. No comments were given about the chase and no one wanted to help Hai Lin, not even the other demons present. Soaring Immortal was in complete control at the moment and Out Yen was considered invincible. Who would dare to fight against Soaring Immortal and Out Yen for Hai Lin's sake? That's a golden dragon. Does the world really have such an immortal beast? A few juniors stared in awe at the escaping beast carrying Hai Lin. Some daydreamed about having one as well. People have always talked about dragons and phoenixes, but they also knew that these creatures didn't exist. At the very least, no one has seen them before. The ones with these names currently living in this world only had a very thin bloodline from these creatures. They were flood dragons and luans, not actual immortal beasts. The sight of this particular golden dragon at this moment made many people think that the real immortal beasts could be in this world. Hai Lin is something else, to even have a golden dragon like this. No wonder why he can escape from Out Yen's grasp. With such powerful creatures protecting him, he could have become emperor if it wasn't for Out Yen. Another expert said with envy. This golden dragon is his senior with a prestigious position and a noble bloodline. A demon ancestor said with emotions. This golden dragon can definitely assail an emperor, yet it is still not enough to face Out Yen. While people were in awe of the dragon, Li Qie was amused at their opinion. The world had many speculations and explanations regarding dragons, but they were mainly misinformed. The dragon race was both a vast yet narrow topic. When people talked about dragons, even flood dragons were considered ordinary dragons. Some with shallow knowledge even considered Dao serpents to be dragons. But in the eyes of real dragons, only those with the real ancient bloodline of the divine beast were considered dragons. This bloodline must be pure as well, not the thin one coursing through the veins of the many bastards. Because of this, real dragons looked down on the serpents and flood dragons that claimed to be part of their race. They considered them to be mere insects. Alas, true dragons were exceedingly rare even above the 9 heavens. The ones with fully matured bloodline could be counted with one's fingers. Putting that aside, dragons still had a very wide definition. Normally, one could be a dragon with enough inherited blood of a true dragon. Of course, derision and scorn would come from creatures with thin bloodline claiming to be dragons. As for this golden dragon ahead, it had 1/3 of a true dragon bloodline. This was the reason why its body was so resplendent and its draconic aura powerful. A matured golden dragon can indeed assail an emperor. However, it still wasn't a true dragon, only a side branch. Its blood was still tainted by the flood dragon race. Because of this, its bloodline and power were no match for a true dragon. This dragon's bloodline wasn't completely pure and it hasn't fully matured just yet. This was the reason why its scales weren't golden, only the shade. It was also why it only had 4 claws instead of 5. If the situation was different, that this dragon had 5 claws and golden scales, then it would be beating Long Out Yen to death right now. Look, it's fiercest. The spectators watching the chase finally noticed Li Qie in the distant sky. What is going on? Is fiercest aiming for Long Out Yen? One speculated. That's possible. 2 days ago, Out Yen challenged fiercest, so given his unbridled personality, It would be strange if he wasn't aiming for Outyen. One person answered. Outyen clearly knows that he's being watched by Fiercest, but he is still as unperturbed as ever while Fiercest is publicly following him. These two are really too aggressive and not afraid of anyone. Even a big shot from the last generation had to comment. Many experts were watching with bated breath. They simply wanted to see whether these two would start fighting or not. No one cared whether Hai Lin could get away or not any longer. Some found Outyen's ferocity to be admirable. That's an imperial prince for you, the successor of soaring immortal. Only him among the young generation would dare to provoke Fiercest. Even those who hated him had to admit. The fleeing dragon became tired after dashing through several regions and began to slow down. Outyen still took his time following right behind him. Hai Lin, you won't get away. Just surrender and submit and I shall benevolently spare you. Outyen calmly spoke with complete confidence. Hai Lin didn't bother answer. He didn't groan at all despite his grievous injuries and bit his teeth to withstand the pain. People became more involved. What would be Hai Lin's ultimate fate? Would he surrender or be unyielding till death? Rawr! The dragon roared and suddenly went full steam ahead. At this time, mountain ranges emerged on the ocean. They were majestic and shielded with clouds and mists. A pure aura emanated from this mountain range, letting others know just how sacred it was. Mount Qingqing. Someone shouted after seeing the majestic mountain. Another expert stated, "Does Hai Lin want to ask Ding Yuanhou for help?" In a short time, people glanced at each other. One demon monarch wondered with anxiety, "Will Mount Qingqing protect Hai Lin and oppose Soaring Immortal?" As members of the demon race, they wanted to see the sect protect Hai Lin. There was an aspiration for solidarity in order to oppose Soaring Immortal and Long Outyen. Otherwise, the demons here in the Grand Sea could be slaughtered. Despite the common sentiment, not many lineages were willing to take the initiative to save Hai Lin. After all, being the first mean taking a more precarious situation, risking a higher chance of being destroyed. One demon felt guilty and said, "I wonder if Yuanhou is strong enough to stop Outyen. Maybe, Yuanhou is a peerless god king, an unparalleled genius from the last generation. He's on the same level as Yi Jiuzhou of Heaven Suppression." One demon monarch yearned for such a moment. Ding Yuanhou was a demon with amazing achievements. He had left his shadow on the 10th step of the 12 scales, on the same level as Yi Jiuzhou. Later on, he rarely showed his face or asked about worldly matters. Nevertheless, he was still the strongest demon monarch in the mind of his race. Meanwhile, Mount Qingqing itself was mighty. Thus, no sects or experts dared to take them lightly. Rawr! The dragon roared and jumped into the city. Next, an alarm resounded across Mount Qingqing. The entire sect became vigilant while the disciples rushed to their post and adorned their armors and weapons. Is Mount Qingqing actually protecting Hai Lin? The alarms made someone have this thought. Whoosh! Scintillating defensive barriers in the form of heavenly Dao waterfalls protected the city. At this time, the experts there quickly took Hai Lin down from the dragon and began to cure him. The other disciples were ready for a battle. Outyen was also outside and stared at the erecting barriers with a smirk. Mount Qingqing really wants to fight Outyen? Is Hai Lin really worth it? Someone skeptically said. I heard Mount Qingqing has a great relationship with the sea monsters. Maybe they will do save Hai Lin. An older demon monarch said. The old man was right about the sect having strong ties with Hai Lin. However, he wouldn't have come here for help unless there was no other way because this would bring the fire of war here. Alas, there was no other choice for him. Their hideout had been found by Soaring Immortal so they had to come here for help. The spectators were watching intensely. They wondered if the sect would break all pretense without Yen for Hai Lin's sake. Chapter 1630. Chapter 1630. Mount Qingqing Long Outyen stood outside of Qingqing with an oppressive aura capable of crushing the sect completely. It was as if nothing could hinder his steps. Sect Master of Qingqing, what is your decision? Outyen spoke calmly in the air. Each word rang sonorously like a gong in everyone's mind, instilling fear into them. Greetings, Imperial Prince Long, the pleasure is mine. Please advise. The sect master had to step out and cupped his fist together. I have no advice to give. My demand is very simple. Hand over Hai Lin and the four-clawed dragon, then I'll leave immediately without troubling your sect. No one found such aggressive words out of place. They felt like Outyen should speak in such an imperious manner. The crowd knew that it was unwise to become enemy with Outyen just for Hai Lin's sake. Anyone else should know the right choice easily. The sect master glanced at Hai Lin, who was being healed, and said with a deep tone, "Imperial Prince, young noble Hai Lin has deep ties with our sect. We don't dare to comment on your grievances, but we must save him. You are a benevolent person. How about come back later to deal with him after his wounds are healed?" The sect master's words were craftily chosen even against an overwhelming force. His opponent would find it difficult to refute or take action. "I'm afraid it's not up to your sect at all," Outyen said with a sneer. Mount Qingqing was a very powerful sect in the Grand Sea. Even though it wasn't an imperial lineage, it still had a peerless god king like Ding Yuanhou. Not too many would dare to act blazonly against this sect. But Outyen didn't place them in his eyes at all. Even the disciples from Qingqing didn't dare to retort. They knew just how powerful their foe was and his terrible lineage. "Imperial Prince, leave a way out. Wait until Hai Lin is cured before trying to finish it." "No." Outyen refused instantly in a cold manner. "Sect Master, you only have two choices. Either hand the two of them over or wait for sect destruction." Many people felt suffocated after this declaration. They knew that he wasn't all talk. With his power on top of his sect, it was absolutely possible. Everyone glanced over at the sect master and wondered what he would choose. They understood that opposing soaring immortal was unwise, but some still had hopes about someone standing up against that sect. After all, ever since their arrival, they have been too aggressive. Perhaps their goal was to even rule the entire Grand Sea eventually. Many didn't wish to see this. The sect master glanced at the immobilized Hai Lin again. In the end he sighed and said, "Imperial Prince, if you want his life, our sect will have to take you on. He is our guest, so we shall protect him." The experts in the vicinity were shocked to hear this. Many became excited about this non-imperial sect daring to stand up against Long Outyen. "Very well. Impressive decisiveness. Then I'll see how long your sect can hold out." Outyen laughed and instantly stomped down on the sect. Rumble! The entire mountain range shook before this stomp. It resembled a tiny boat ravaged by the torrential sea that could go down at any moment. The experts here became anxious at the impending doom. "Time for battle. Defend your positions." The sect master shouted with a grave expression. The moment he finished giving the order, their defensive perimeter was broken by Long Outyen. Bright pieces of light faltered everywhere. This barrier has been built for many generations and empowered by a large quantity of refined jades, but it didn't manage to last long at all against Outyen. "Charge!" The experts and disciples here roared for battle. They unsheathed their weapons and channeled their blood energy, pointing their rage at Outyen. Pluff! Outyen instantly jumped into the sect with agility beyond comprehension. One could only see his fleeting figure. Pluff! Next, one pillar of blood gushed after another. The blood energy exuded from the disciples here were suddenly extinguished. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of head meeting the ground finally came about. The scene of the guards dying was too shocking. Blood gushed out of their severed neck like the spring and turned into a rain of bloody flowers. In the end, these experts fell onto the ground. Their heads still had some consciousness left and could see their own headless body. Outyen had speed virtually too fast to discern. In the blink of an eye, the experts here were decapitated without a chance to fight back. "So weak yet still dare to oppose me?" He sneered proudly. This scene scared many spectators. This great speed allowed him to be a reaper. Even stronger people would lose their head against such speed. Mount Qingqing became defenseless after this quick massacre, to the dismay of the pale sect master. Even so, many experts failed to stop a single move from Long Outyen. The guy was indeed unstoppable. Long Outyen stared at the sect master and smiled. "Sect master, this is all your sect can do? That's too disappointing then. You all must really look down on me to oppose me with such meager power. Prepare the formation." The sect master and 17 other experts from his same generation instantly lined up. The entire mountain lit up with rays of light. Whoosh! Under the ultimate light of this formation, the entire mountain seemed like a starry ocean with floating stars and galaxies. The great formation presided over the mountain range like the Big Dipper. Its majestic aura emanated and amplified the mountain's presence as well. Many experts suddenly became excited. The killing earlier drowned them in despair, but this formation, on the other hand, showed them a sliver of hope. Big Dipper's 18 children. This is Mount Qingqing's ultimate move. One expert that knew about the sect had to say, "They're the strongest disciples under Ding Yuanhou who have learned all of his skills." Long Outyen didn't give a damn. He laughed in response. "This formation might be derived from an ancient holy formation, but your sect's version has too many flaws. It won't be able to block a single blow." The experts shuddered after hearing this. People in the Grand Sea were aware that this formation was exceedingly powerful, especially when the 18 children were performing it themselves. But now, Outyen said that it wouldn't amount to anything. Just how powerful was he? Mount Qingqing didn't respond to this arrogance. The entire sect was under the protection of the supreme formation in total tranquility. Chapter 1631. Chapter 1631. Ding Yuanhou. Outyen stepped into the Big Dipper formation with an arrogant smile. He didn't bother putting on guard at all, as if merely strolling through an empty courtyard. This formation seemed to be nothing in his eyes. Whoosh! Starry shots rained down, causing the sky to shake the moment he stepped inside. Each of these rays could penetrate the earth itself. He merely glanced at the sharp rays. One of them was aiming straight for his head. He still didn't move at all, as if he didn't take note of it. Many experts held their breath to see his lack of reaction. When this ray touched his hair, he finally moved. Pluff! The ray failed even though it was a split hair away. Outyen easily avoided it. The experts didn't see how he dodged it at all. It was as if he has been standing still the whole time. This ray instantly turned around and went for his chest instead as the new target. Outyen still easily waited and evaded it in the same flashy manner. Buzz! The formation finally erupted with fury and shot out countless rays in a complex manner, weaving a net in the sky. Anyone would be turned into a sieve instantly. Alas, in face of this onslaught, Outyen still stood there without moving. The countless rays couldn't even touch the corner of his sleeve. It wasn't due to the formation lacking power and speed. Outyen was simply too fast with a virtually matchless agility. It was as if each of these connecting rays was moving at a snail pace. People gasped after seeing this, completely frightened by his incredible speed. They thought that they wouldn't even have the chance to react against him in a fight before being decapitated. Too slow and weak. Outyen shook his head with disdain. Not even as fast as a snail. The sect master and the others were vexed to hear this, but there was nothing they could do. Their formation has been exerted to the limit, yet it still couldn't do anything to Outyen. It was no wonder why he was mocking them. Break! Outyen instantly took action and jumped into the most dangerous location in the formation. Bang! In the blink of an eye, space and time seemed to be shattered completely. All the images here seemed to have stopped, allowing everyone to see all the small details. In this moment, Outyen devastated for the formation with different moves before breaking through it completely. The crowd could see the sect masters and his peers desperately dodging, but they were too slow compared to Outyen. Next, Outyen raised his finger for the finisher. He took his time with this final technique, allowing the crowd to clearly see his move. In fact, it had surpassed the temporal limitation, which was why it looked so slow. The experts nearby were watching the 18 children on the verge of dying to this finger strike. The 18 themselves had their eyes wide open. They could see the disaster coming as well, with the finger strikes penetrating their skull. But they could only watch helplessly, unable to withstand the strike. Boom! The entire mountain shook as if it was caving down, but it still didn't collapse entirely. In this blink of an eye, time passed quickly again and was restored to its initial form. It became a flowing stream again, just like normal. People focused and could see that the 18 children were still alive. Someone else had blocked the finger strike for them. It was a scholarly old man with a green robe and a pure aura. The 18 children were pulled back from the brink of death. They calmed down and quickly called out, "Master, Ding Yuanhou, peerless god king of the Grand Sea." A paragon from the last generation shouted after seeing this old man. Ding Yuanhou, the most amazing demon genius of the Grand Sea during the difficult Tao era. Even those who had never seen him before have heard of his fame. He had exceedingly high comprehension during his youth, allowing him to reach the 10th step at Discover, just like Yi Zhozhou. "Imperial Prince, please calm down." Yuanhou stepped out and said. He didn't have an oppressive aura since he was hiding his energy. There was a hard-to-describe scholarly and elegant manner about him, just like an intellectual. He was a remedy for the mind. It was as if with him around, everything would be fine even if the sky was collapsing. Calm down. Aotian laughed. That's not hard, Ding Yuan Ho. Hand over Hai Lin and the dragon, then I can spare your mountain for its insolence. This answer was beyond arrogance. He simply didn't care for the rest of the world. Many became annoyed at this response, but they understood that he was qualified to utter this statement. Yuan Ho shook his head in response. Imperial Prince, he is closely related to us. How about you go easy on him just this once? People became surprised and wondered about this particular relationship. Even Yuan Ho was protecting him. It looked like Hai Lin must be closely related to the sect in order to drag them down the mud like this. Ding Yuan Ho, I'm afraid I can't give you any face right now. Aotian shook his head in response. I would do so if it was anyone else but not Hai Lin. He has opposed me time and time again. If I choose to spare him right now, it would be an unreasonable amount of restraint. Yuan Ho didn't become angry. He was still as composed as ever. If you won't compromise, then please excuse us. From beginning to end, Yuan Ho's tone was just right without any sign of anger. Yuan Ho, you are indeed capable, but you have only reached the legendary God King realm, no match against me. Aotian laughed loudly. Everyone was surprised at this revelation. The uninformed didn't know anything about this particular realm. Only the big shots from the previous generation were aware. That's incredible. Ding Yuan Ho is actually a legendary God King now. An older God King was shocked. That's the #1 genius of the demons for you. Imperial Prince, you are too kind. My Tao is shallow with countless flaws. I only barely saw an opening. Can't be considered a legendary God King. Compared to Brother Yi, who is a real legendary God King, I'm far too lacking. Yuan Ho answered in a cool manner. He wasn't being overly humble since he had only been able to comprehend this realm in the last several years. It was indeed true that this was only the beginning. In fact, this wasn't easy for him at all. Mount Qingqing wasn't an imperial lineage. Thus, his grand Tao was lacking in this sense, so he didn't consider himself a legendary God King. Nevertheless, people were still astonished all the same. Yuan Ho was born in the difficult Tao era on top of being from a weaker sect. This achievement was already incredible enough. One could even say that if he was born in a prosperous era, he could have been an emperor assailant right now. Chapter 1632. Chapter 1632. Long Aotian's confidence. I don't care if you are a legendary God King or not. Aotian chortled. Since your mountain dares to protect Hai Lin, I, Long Aotian, shall annihilate you all. If that's the case, then I shall try my best to try against your imperial arts. Yuan Ho calmly replied. With that, he soared into the sky with just one step. While surrounded by the shining stars, he gestured and said, Imperial Prince, go. At their level, if they were to go all out, a sect like Qingqing wouldn't be able to withstand their power and would be turned to ashes immediately. Aotian stared at Yuan Ho and instantly flashed into the sky as well. He laughed and said, Yuan Ho, take out your weapons. I will let you die with peace. I have no worthy weapon to show off, so I will only be using my bare hands. Yuan Ho responded. It was a very calculated move. Even if he took out a weapon, he wouldn't gain any advantage since his foe was Long Aotian from soaring immortal. The guy had no lack of immortal emperor true treasures. Aotian could just take out a random true treasure and that would be more than enough to deal with him if it was a no-weapon contest. Then he would actually have a chance. Using an imperial weapon would look like I'm bullying your little sect. Aotian laughed. Fine, Ding Yuan Ho. I will go bare hand with you for a few rounds so that you will be utterly convinced with your defeat. Go for it. Yuan Ho didn't back down and instantly grasped the celestials. With loud explosions and his finger pointing, these large stars instantly rushed for Aotian from all directions and exploded on contact. Boom! The exploding stars were resplendent. Even the sun in the sky paled in comparison. After the stars shattered and the beautiful lights disappeared, Aotian was still standing there. He was protected by the deities and none of the explosions could touch him. Take this! Aotian shouted and unleashed a draconic punch like a true dragon or a phoenix soaring to the sky. It dragged out the galaxies and shattered the fabric of time. A dragon roar emanated from this tyrannical fist. Yuan Ho instantly raised both hands to create a long string of yin and yang laws that eventually turned into a tsunami to drown Aotian's fist. Boom! The draconic fist slammed into the Dao tsunami with a deafening blast. An unstoppable power erupted and spread at an amazing speed. The debris in this area all turned to nothingness. Even though the tsunami was destroyed, Yuan Ho still managed to stop Long Outyen's fist by dispelling all of its energy. Have another. Outyen pushed the sky back with another instantaneous palm strike. The 6 Dao and reincarnation cycle were annihilated with his swift change from fist to palm. It was a flawless transformation. This sky-pushing palm had an undodgeable speed. Even someone like Yuan Ho couldn't avoid this particular attack since he wasn't faster than it. He roared and turned into a giant bull. Its cry could shatter the stars with hooves that could crush the galaxies and a pair of earth-piercing horns. Boom! The horns stopped the palm attack, but Yuan Ho in his bull form still took several strides backward and shattered the stars. People were shocked to see Outyen forcing Yuan Ho to assume his true form after just several exchanges. Outyen was simply too strong. Rawr! While seeing that Yuan Ho was at a disadvantage, the golden dragon jumped into the sky to stop Outyen's retreat path. The bull and dragon surrounded Outyen in just a short moment. Yuan Ho was powerful, but he was still no match for Outyen. Outyen was young and vigorous on top of having all of his innate advantages. Yuan Ho's initial constitution and background were not a match against Outyen. If Yuan Ho was from an imperial lineage, perhaps there was a chance for him in a no-weapon contest. Alas, this was not the case. Fine, I'll deal with both of you together then. Outyen wasn't afraid at all by this pincer attack. He laughed with great confidence and didn't bother using an imperial weapon at all. Even those who viewed him as an enemy felt some admiration towards his great confidence. Rawr moo. The two beasts unleashed their devastating attacks towards Outyen at the same time. Bring it. Outyen's palms created an imperial law with a massive energy source like a deity. It swept through all evils easily. The three fought against each other and robbed the light of the sky. Not just anyone could watch this level of a fight. Only those at the Paragon level could understand it. The combined effort from the two beasts didn't yield any result. Outyen was still leisure as ever while smoothly revealing his moves. Even God Kings were shaken while watching this battle. As for the weaker crowd, they couldn't look at what was happening above. Even if their seniors were to bring them up there, they wouldn't have been able to understand the battle's amazing profundities. Rumble! During this moment, blaring noises came with a cavalry from the horizon. It rushed towards Mount Qingqing and blocked off the entrance. Muzhua's demonic city. The cultivators who have been watching the mountain range was shocked to see this cavalry. The Golden Dragon Prince is leading the troops himself. One expert murmured. The prince walked forward with cold, sweeping eyes on top of a brutal aura. His immense vitality was raging as if a golden dragon was wishing to come out of his body. He was very powerful at the heavenly god realm on the path of the heavens. Only someone like him was qualified to be sworn brother with Long Outyen. In the past, he had the confidence to reach the heaven's will. Alas, once Long Outyen came out, he gave up this thought and decided to work under Outyen. The prince stared at the recovering Hai Lin before coldly speaking to the sect master. Sect masters, smart people know when to give up. Hand over Hai Lin in order to avoid wails of lamentation and the fire of war destroying your sect. This was about the right attitude for someone as powerful as him. His words still enraged the demons in the crowd. Some demon monarchs even scowled in response. Everyone knew that the demonic city was one of the largest demon lineages in the Grand Sea. Meanwhile, Soaring Immortal was slaughtering the demons and sea monsters. Not only did the demonic city ignore the plight of their kins, they even assisted Soaring Immortal in the hunt. Such actions made many demons furious. The sect master shook his head and said, "Golden Dragon City Lord, I'm afraid I can't obey. Nephew Hai Lin shall be protected by us." Many secretly gave the sect master an approving thumbs up after seeing his attitude. This was heroic and loyal enough of them to protect Hai Lin against such pressure. "Sect master, do reconsider." The prince snorted. "Nothing good will come from opposing Imperial Prince Long and Soaring Immortal. The prince is already invincible even before becoming an emperor. Once he ascends, he'll illuminate the world for an eternity. It doesn't matter what backing you think you have, you are simply overestimating yourself. Provoking a future immortal emperor is suicidal." The Golden Dragon Prince wasn't only threatening Mount Qingqing. He was also building the momentum for Long Outyen and declaring his future ascendancy to the rest of the world. This might not be a popular opinion, but no one dared to vocally object. Ha ha ha. While the prince was lauding Out Yen's achievements, a rambunctious laughter resounded. It wouldn't be so conspicuous at any other moment, but the timing made it very ear-piercing. It was clearly mocking the Golden Dragon Prince and Long Out Yen. Chapter 1633. Such annoying laughter shocked the crowd. Out Yen was too influential at this moment. Who would dare to mock him and the Golden Dragon Prince? People quickly turned back and saw that it came from no one but Fiercest standing in the distance with a relaxed pose. That's Fiercest. The spectators were astonished to see Fiercest hovering in the sky while calmly watching everything. They found that his boisterous laughter was completely understandable. In their eyes, he was the only qualified challenger and the only real threat for Out Yen. The Golden Dragon Prince looked over as well and turned cold. He had heard of the guy's notoriety and knew that he wasn't easy to mess with. The prince scowled to show his dissatisfaction, but he didn't dare to retort either. He was an amazing genius, but going against Fiercest was not on his agenda. The experts nearby glanced at each other after seeing this. That's Fiercest for you. Even the extremely arrogant prince didn't dare to provoke him. An insect claims to be a golden dragon? A mortal wishing to be the high heaven's child? Li Qiye said flatly after hearing the scowl. Li Qiye was only following along to see Out Yen's bloodline for a bit, and see if it had undergone any transformation. After a careful observation, he found that there was no problem with it. Of course, he didn't really care for the guy and saw no point in doing anything now. In his eyes, Out Yen was no different from a dead man. It was only a matter of time. You! The prince angrily glared at Li Qiye and couldn't help from blurting, Li Qiye, you are too arrogant. He naturally couldn't endure this indignation from being publicly shamed in this manner, thus he still replied even though it was Fiercest. I've always been arrogant like this, you found out just now? Li Qiye said leisurely. Just remember, make sure to calm down on your boasting. No one will be emperor but me in this generation. Damn! Some of the spectators secretly applauded. Everyone knew that Out Yen wanted the heaven's will. Fiercest's comment right now simply didn't give the Golden Dragon Prince nor Out Yen any face. Fellow Taoist Li, your words are too smug. Even Out Yen, who was fighting against Yuan Ho and the dragon in the sky, had to shout. Li Qiye replied right away. I'm merely stating the truth. The impressed crowd glanced at each other and thought that this was truly Fiercest's style. He was still as domineering as ever even before Out Yen. This lawless man didn't care for anyone. Others were just dogs and cats in his eyes. That's Fiercest for you. The time and place don't matter to him at all. People were utterly convinced by his style. Golden Dragon Prince was a bit restless and also wanted to win back some face for Out Yen. He snorted and said loudly, Li Qiye, I know you are strong, but there is still a way for you to go before competing with Imperial Prince Long for the heaven's will. Li Qiye simply smiled and ignored this provocation. Being treated with such contempt instead of a verbal quip only further infuriated the prince. It was much more humiliating in this manner. Li Qiye, do you dare to block my bow? The Golden Prince became hot-headed and challenged Li Qiye. Normally, he wouldn't take such a risk, but he couldn't endure this anger at this moment. Li Qiye ignored him and stood still as if he wasn't part of this world and that he was the chess player while everything else were mere pawns. The lack of response made it intolerable for the prince. It was more unbearable than if the guy was putting him down. It seemed as if Li Qiye was an elephant treating the prince like an ant. Would the elephant care if the ant was screaming? Thus, the prince felt his blood boiling. He wielded his bow and shouted, Li Qiye, don't tell me you don't have the courage to take one strike? This longbow made of intertwining vines was as green as jade, beautiful and enchanting. It exuded a vibrant presence as if its arrow could travel through the ages. A bow left behind by a heavenly demon. An ancestor blurted out with astonishment. This was a destructive weapon left behind by the matriarch from the Mouju's demonic city. At this time, Li Qiye slowly turned to look at the prince and said flatly, Take one strike? What's hard about it? Go ahead, I'll give you a chance. The prince nearly vomited blood from anger due to Li Qiye's nonchalant attitude. Even though he wasn't a match for a supreme genius like Long Out Yen, he was still among the top of the young generation at the Grand Sea. Even the older generation wouldn't treat him lightly, but now, Fiercest's attitude towards him was all too humiliating. Very well, I'll see how strong you are. The prince roared while blinded by fury. Excellent. He pulled back the string and gathered the momentum. The bow was full of power as if its user was channeling the power of the world itself. Rawr! Once the string was pulled back all the way, a dragon roar suddenly resounded. A totem of a golden dragon appeared behind the prince and seemingly took over his body. The aura of man and dragon using together surged and transformed him. There was a reason why people called him the Golden Dragon Prince. His bloodline was precious with this type of totem. When it appeared, it would grant him an explosive power. The bow also changed color and became resplendent with the emergence of a golden arrow. Whoosh! The arrow finally rushed out with an incredible speed, capable of shooting down the sun in the sky. It instantly fixated onto Xueqi. It wouldn't matter where he ran, he wouldn't be able to escape this arrow. The terrifying part was its incomparable sharpness, capable of piercing through everything. Even the best armors and protection artifacts wouldn't be able to stop it. A bow left behind by a heavenly demon and used by an expert at the heavenly god level had palpable power. God monarchs would fall prey to it. Boom! Contrary to everyone's expectation, Fiercest didn't bother evading the shot with his amazing speed. In the blink of an eye, time seemed to have been frozen. One could see Fiercest reaching out with one finger and touch the arrow. A loud explosion occurred when the two entities collided. The arrow immediately shattered into golden powders that scattered everywhere. This ferocious attack from the prince was dispelled so easily by Fiercest to the astonishment of the crowd. The prince was aghast as well. His mind became empty as he instinctively took one step back. Chapter 1634. What can one arrow do? Xueqi spoke during the prince's bewilderment. In the blink of an eye, Xueqi was already standing in front of him as if he had been there the entire time. The prince turned pale. A heavenly god like him didn't notice Xueqi's shift of position at all. This was quite frightening to him since an enemy like this could easily take his life. The startled prince instantly retreated in order to maintain a safe distance with Xueqi. However, with a strange noise, the space he was retreating to suddenly turned into a quagmire, trapping him within. This made him countless times slower. Each action was at a snail's pace. Buzz! As he was struggling within, the space transformed into a prison and rendered him immobile. You are too careless. Even if you are at the heavenly god level, you still can't do anything before me, no different from an insect. Xueqi said with a smile. Boom! The stars in the sky were crushed as Long Outyen broke away from the dragon and bull. He rushed forward and shouted, "Brother, I got you!" He instantly appeared in front of Xueqi, and unleashed a blow capable of annihilating the world and the deities with the intent of pushing his foe back. His speed was truly something else since he only needed one step to make it back from the sky in order to save the prince. His abilities were virtually unmatched in this generation. Boom! Xueqi pointed forward and banished Long Outyen into a different spatial sphere. The guy instantly disappeared and was trapped by this technique. No one can stop me from killing. Xueqi chuckled and directly unleashed a finger strike at the prince's forehead. No! The prince howled before death, a cry full of unwillingness and regrets, but it was too late. Blood oozed out from his head while his eyes were still wide opened. Death came before he could accomplish anything in his life. How could his path have ended here? Bang! Long Outyen broke his way back from the banishment. The short amount of time it took was indicative of his terrible strength and speed. Xueqi! Long Outyen could no longer remain calm after seeing the prince's death. His eyes turned cold, full of murderous intention. Long Outyen! Xueqi leisurely stared at him as if he was staring at a dog. His demeanor made everyone take a deep breath without anything to say. How could Fiercest treat the imperial prince of the soaring immortal sect like this? His domineering nature was truly peerless. Boom! Outyen directly released all of his blood energy, causing rumbling blasts. In a short time, his energy engulfed the world and all of the Grand Sea. It became a terrible storm capable of devouring everything in this world. It was ruthless, merciless, and brutal. People quivered before this terrible storm of blood energy. Their breath was taken away from them, forcing them to lower their body. The crowd became pale after seeing his fury and finally understood that this was his real power. He didn't reveal this strength when fighting against the dragon and Yuan Ho earlier. Boom! The Grand Sea seemingly exploded. Divine rings floated around Outyen with clear imperial runes on them. When these rings were rotating, it looked as if multiple emperors were personally coming down. Their imperial prestige forced weaker cultivators to drop to the ground. They had no chance of opposing this type of aura. Clank. A sword hymn resounded as Outyen wielded his weapon of choice. It radiated with boundless light and illuminated the world. Even god-kings felt these rays of light prickling them with pain. With this sword in his hand, the world was his for the taking. He had an unstoppable aura at this moment. Not to mention the weaker crowd, even virtuous paragons would run away from the battlefield. God monarchs became serious and watched from a safe distance. This was the virtuous sword, Immortal Emperor Ren Xian's true fate weapon. Its imposing emergence allowed Outyen to turn into an immortal emperor, ready to rage against the rest of the world. Virtuous sword. Li Qie didn't mind at all to see the weapon. With a clank, a saber as white as snow appeared in his hand. Others had a hard time staring directly at it. The benevolent saber. An old god king nearby shouted after seeing it. It seemed that the saber was coming back to life after being in his embrace with an exuberant amount of life. The virtuous sword versus the benevolent saber. Many glanced at each other after seeing the chosen weapons of the two combatants. Even the weathered god kings here became startled. A contest between the saber and the sword. These were two popular weapons. The sword was considered the king of weapons while the saber acted as the tyrant. They served two very prominent roles on the Tao path. More importantly, their masters were also full of characters. Immortal Emperor Min Ren was the bringer of the emperor's era and well known for his benevolent nature. Meanwhile, Immortal Emperor Ren Xian was considered a wise sage of humanity, two emperors and two weapons from two distant generations. Their duel has finally begun. There was no sound in the vicinity outside of heartbeats. Long Outyen stared intensely at the saber in Li Qie's grasp. As the master of the virtuous sword, he naturally knew the significance of the saber coming back to life. Boom, boom, boom. Outyen released more floating weapons above his head. Their terrible imperial auras assaulted the world. All existences shuddered and prostrated before them. His arsenal included immortal emperor life treasures, ancient immortal artifacts, and time-worn weapons of the gods. Each of them was capable of sweeping through this world. People were in awe to see so many magnificent weapons. Long Outyen incited endless envy by taking them out so easily. An ordinary imperial lineage wouldn't have so many superb weapons, but Outyen alone had more than enough. This was enough to drive people crazy. A sect with 5 emperors truly lived up to its fame. That's quite a few weapons. Li Qie leisurely looked at Outyen and said, "But it's useless. Forget it, I won't bully you by attacking first. That would rob you of the chance to even retaliate. Li Qie, don't worry. You won't be able to stop my heavenly annihilation," Outyen claimed with a chilling tone. This was the first time he was treated with such disdain after making his debut. Ever since he came to Mortal Emperor, he was unstoppable even by himself. This was the reason why people called him the Denary King. Both peerless geniuses and old god kings viewed him as a dangerous enemy, but now, Li Qie didn't put him in his eyes at all. How could he not be frustrated with this development? Long Outyen's statement did scare many people here. A heavenly annihilation carried wondrous power, especially when its user was someone as young and vigorous as Outyen. Of course, they didn't find his ability to use an annihilation too surprising. After all, this was the heaven's favorite child with the arts of 5 emperors. Only a heavenly annihilation, Li Qie nonchalantly retorted. When my soul annihilation comes out, your attack will be kneeling instantly. You! Outyen's expression turned unsightly, and couldn't maintain his normal composure. Soul annihilation? What's that? A junior has never even heard of this name. A few experts here weren't aware either. It's using an annihilation with a true treasure that's even stronger than a heavenly annihilation. A god king that had followed an immortal emperor in the past explained to his juniors. This attack requires the heavens will secret law of the emperor on top of gaining the acceptance of the weapon as well. Moreover, the user needs enough vitality and strength to handle the awakening of the soul within the weapon. That's the necessary conditions to use this legendary attack. Chapter 1635. Li Qie, don't be presumptuous. Even if you are a real imperial prince and can use a soul annihilation, that's still not enough to defeat me, Long Outyen. Outyen became angry and uttered coldly. Many glanced at Outyen after hearing this. There had been speculations about Fiercest being Immortal Emperor Min Ren's descendant a long time ago. Back then, during the fight at Cleansing Incense, he was able to use the benevolent armament. Think made the world think of this possibility, but they didn't have any proof. Now, when Outyen brought this up again, people reconsidered it. Perhaps only a real imperial prince would be as ferocious as fiercest. After all, he would be the direct children of an emperor. Li Qie didn't deny this conjecture and smiled freely. Using the benevolent saber might not utterly convince you of your defeat. Fine, I'll use my own weapon. Having said that, he put away the saber to everyone's astonishment. Fiercest was looking down on Outyen too much. Using his own weapon to fight against a true treasure was quite reckless. Li Qie, do you really think you're unbeatable now? The calm Outyen found it difficult to restrain his anger. Everyone had moments of anger from feeling slighted, let alone an accomplished youth like him. Li Qie smiled in response. I'm indeed unbeatable within the 9 worlds. He then opened his fate palace and the world seal floated above him. Very well, I shall trample on your invincibility today. Outyen let out a battle cry and loomed in the horizon. The virtuous sword became resplendent and its light brightened the entire sky. He stood among the sun and moon with stars as his friends, but his sword overshadowed them all. Outyen suddenly became the center of the universe. Here he was the sole ruler, the master of the myriad Tao and ages. His sword was the symbol of authority, the wielder of the grand Tao's profundity. Anyone would feel awed by the bright sword. Everything felt so exceptional when Outyen was the user. I'm afraid you won't have this chance. Li Qie smiled and stepped into the sky. With a buzz, his world seal turned into the benevolent saber. Others didn't know what Li Qie's true fate weapon was, but to see the seal turning into the saber shocked them all the same. Eat this. Li Qie casually smiled. The saber echoed across the world and became as white as snow, capable of seeing through the myriad laws. This was its grand Tao. The attack came in the blink of an eye, even though it was only a simple slash from Li Qie. There was no preparation for this attack at all. Everyone was startled by this casual move and found him to be too arrogant. However, this saber was so magnificent that it had no equals in the world. With one slash, the laws were annihilated. Everything returned to the origin in a state of primordial chaos. Despair and pain were torn asunder. Everything became natural and simple. Even death seemed like happiness before the slash. For humanity slash, the heavenly annihilation of the benevolent saber. Just like its name, even death wasn't painful. One would be able to find salvation and understanding while being annihilated by it. People slowly closed their eyes before this slash. Some even wished that this slash could sever their neck so that they could head for a peaceful death. Ordinary experts found it hard to regain their sanity. However, God Kings were able to instantly return from this state. A will in their mind resounded. Their firm Tao heart pulled them back from this trance. They were drenched in cold sweat. Even characters of their level had the urge to commit suicide earlier. If this slash was performed by immortal Emperor Min Ren himself, the effect would be unimaginable. Die! Outyen wasn't afraid of this slash at all. His cry shattered the stars as his sword soared across the sky. This was also the virtuous sword's heavenly annihilation. One could only see immortal Emperor Ran Xian descending onto the collapsed firmament with his unstoppable cavalry. They were the top existences in the world, capable of stopping and crushing everything. They could sweep through the darkness and protect the light of the 9 worlds. At this moment, everyone saw an illusion that the Emperor and his cavalry was the ultimate defensive perimeter of the human race. As long as they existed, they could continue to protect humanity. This made people want to worship him. Many couldn't stand it and quickly prostrated to show their respect. Boom! The sword and saber slashes finally collided, causing time to stagnate into still images. These 2 heavenly annihilations shattered the huge stars in the sky and turned them to ashes. This scene took the spectators' breath away. If this battle were to happen at Mount Qingqing, even the surrounding sea would become nothingness instantly. Rumble! A victor couldn't be decided right away. A scene of chaos ensued in the air like a terrible storm. This storm made the area quite dangerous. No one would dare to come here even several hundred years later or risk being lacerated. This was indeed a battle at the Emperor candidate level. This terrifying fight had already started even before the emergence of the heavens will, to the astonishment of the crowd. People understood that the future Emperor would be one of them. Other geniuses, regardless of how exceptional they might be, weren't qualified to be part of this competition. Boom! The benevolent saber was shaken quite a bit and became unstable. After all, this was only a copy from the world seal. It was still a bit weaker compared to a real heavenly annihilation. Li Qie, this is your so-called invincibility? You shall taste defeat today. Aotian coldly uttered after seeing the saber's flashing light. Many experts became worried too. One of them said, "Fiercest really can't take on Long Aotian?" Li Qie simply smiled in response. "Just one move, you think you have already won? You're finished." Aotian laughed. With a buzzing noise, he hastily unsheathed his sword. What is that? The spectators were shocked again. His heavenly annihilation was still going on, but the sword was also in his hand. Boom! A second heavenly annihilation came out. It was still the virtuous sword with the power to kill the gods and emperors. At this moment, the first slash was still in a standstill with the saber, but a second one was unleashed. It was quite amazing and terrifying that Aotian was able to attack for the second time. That's impossible. Someone shouted in astonishment. Even god kings were pale because Aotian had done the impossible. Is this his real strength? A god king stated. To be able to unleash two annihilations at the same time. There's no way. Not to mention the damages done to the true treasure. A cultivator's vitality can't handle this. This was Aotian's power. Even though he couldn't use a soul annihilation, he could still unleash a second attack due to this triple saint aptitude, his prowess in the arts of 5 emperors, and his 11 fate palaces. This was the thing he was most proud of and believed that he could even defeat a legendary god king. So boring, just a heavenly annihilation, no fun at all. Li Qie wasn't interested at all at this second annihilation. With that, his world seal instantly retaliated with its own second annihilation. Chapter 1636. Buzz. A sizzling sound ensued with karmic flame from the bright flame cauldron, leaving no room to escape. It burned everything in the world. Ra. The great shadow of 9 supremes from the divine beast Zither descended in the form of a heavenly annihilation. Boom! Everything fell into the darkness and was devoured. The immortal devouring jar unleashed extinguish. Bang! Yin and Yang were separated with countless sacred fish floating in the air. The Yin-Yang fish citadel appeared in the sky. In the blink of an eye, a barrage of heavenly annihilation made the 9 worlds shake. This insane attack could destroy everything in this world. This was the reason why the world seal and Li Qie were such a devastating duo. When his 13 palaces and the seal worked together, they could unleash an endless number of annihilations. At this moment, this was only using a butcher's blade to kill a chicken. It couldn't even be considered a warm-up, just a little bit of fun. This was the fruit of his recent cultivation achievements, a new understanding of the fate palaces. Is he trying to destroy the world? Even god monarchs dropped to the ground, unable to withstand this pressure. Other experts were twitching on their back. They felt that the end of days was coming. Even the confident Aotian was shocked at this moment. Nevertheless, he reacted quickly by activating his soaring immortal physique to its limit, evident by his shining body. At the same time, his weapons also exuded their bright lights. Boom! His 2 annihilations couldn't withstand the swift onslaught and collapsed instantly. However, his weapons spewed out a divine tsunami of brilliance. They rushed forward and turned into the most fortified wall in this world to stop the incoming annihilations. Even a legendary god king couldn't break through this wall. Meanwhile, his physique was at its fastest state and the virtuous sword was protecting him. He even added another layer of divine armor for protection. Bang! The wall couldn't stop the successive barrages and instantly collapsed. Nevertheless, Aotian was able to utilize the little seconds saved by the wall and pierce through space and time with his grand completion physique, then escape the battlefield within a split second. Alas, the annihilations were too terrifying. They actually gave chase through time and space across the sky. Despite being quite far away, he was still struck by the remnant blasts of the annihilation. Bang! He was blown away to a different spatial sphere and through another one in an instant. Even with the protection of the armor and the virtuous sword, blood still gushed outward. Many people could see his body being penetrated while his armor shattered into little pieces. In the end, the destroyed spatial sphere disappeared along with Long Aotian. Who knows whether he was alive or not? The only thing certain was the grievous injuries, even if he were lucky enough to survive. In a short time, noises were robbed from this area. It didn't matter who they might be, both legendary god kings and emperor assailants felt a palpable fear because of fiercest. Ordinary god kings felt their legs giving in. To be able to unleash so many heavenly annihilations without any visible fatigue on his vitality was simply unstoppable. Maybe an emperor would be able to stop him, but god kings were no longer significant. So boring using annihilations. Xueqi recalled the world seal and said with disinterest. The crowd felt like cicada during the winter. They became afraid and felt despair. For many people, they could try their whole life and wouldn't be able to unleash one heavenly annihilation. Long Outyen was already incredible to be able to use 2 in succession. This could be considered a miracle. But when Xueqi unleashed so many with ease, it made everyone else lose hope. Fiercest just needed to use 8 or 10 annihilations and no imperial lineage would be able to withstand it. Outyen could be referred to as a timeless genius by using just 2, but he was nothing compared to Fiercest, who could throw them out like cabbages. The successor to Soaring Immortal is a little weak. Xueqi shook his head and quietly disappeared among the vast ocean. This statement made even more people drop to the ground. Mount Qingqing was shocked as well. Ding Yuanho's comprehension ability was incredible since he was able to become a god king during the difficult Dao era. This was quite extraordinary, winning him the title of the #1 genius of the demon race at the Grand Sea. Hai Lin was amazing as well for being able to escape time and time again from Long Outyen. However, these geniuses were smiling helplessly. After being so proud of their talents, they found themselves trivial before Fiercest. If they were to evaluate themselves with one word, all they could say would be trash. But if this level of characters were trash, others wouldn't have qualified to even be trash. People finally got up slowly a long time after Fiercest was gone. They were shuddering with fear upon hearing his name, no matter who they might be. Long Outyen still lost in the end. The successor of Soaring Immortal, beloved son of the heavens, an imperial prince, still can't take on Fiercest. A pale spectator commented. After descending to mortal emperor, Long Outyen was under the spotlight and proceeded to dominate with his talents and amazing background. The world thought he would be undefeated and eventually become emperor. However, after today, everyone felt that beloved sons of the heavens and imperial princes were nothing compared to Fiercest. 13 palaces are certainly unbeatable. A big shot from the last generation smiled wryly. After Fiercest becomes emperor, he might be the most brilliant of them all. His achievements will not be inferior to characters like immortal Emperor Zhao Heng and Empress Hong Tian. No. He might even surpass them to be the eternal prime emperor. Weak. God kings were lost and forlorn after hearing Fiercest's evaluation of Outyen. I wish I could be considered a weak person in Fiercest's eyes. Everyone knew that Outyen wasn't weak at all, especially when he could use 2 annihilations at the same time. Even legendary god kings would need to retreat before him. Of course, only someone like Fiercest was eligible to make such a statement since he had the strength to back it up. Even if an emperor was around in this generation, they would be suicidal to try and fight against His Excellency. Matriarch Yu personally watched the battle. She didn't find the outcome surprising at all. In her mind, His Excellency has produced countless miracles. It was pointless to compare someone like Long Outyen to him. Even Soaring Immortal paled in comparison. In a different location in the Grand Sea, Gu Zun was also watching the whole thing and eventually commented, "Only one person in this world can do this. Master, are we still doing it?" After a moment of silence, Yi Jiuzhou asked. He wasn't asking out of fear but for the well-being of his master, for he was a devoted disciple. "Why not?" Gu Zun smiled. "Cultivators try for the impossible, that's his favorite saying. No one can defeat him in this world, but I still want to try." Jiuzhou couldn't do anything else but gently sigh. He knew that his master wouldn't cease from wanting revenge. Most importantly, his master wanted the legendary items in the treasury, coveted even by immortal emperors. They could be the Dark Crow's most precious artifacts. Chapter 1637. Gu Zun sat in a secretive location in the Grand Sea. It was quite a serene and comfortable area. He didn't look like a big shot or an expert, just an ordinary old man. Time had left its traces on his face. When Lu Zhong's son was still alive, Gu Zun kept a low profile without any responsibilities. He never asked about the matters in heaven's suppression. Because of this, Zhongxuan's vigilance towards him loosened. He maintained the same lifestyle later on without interfering with the sect. Very few disciples have actually seen him. The majority had only heard of his name. Nevertheless, Gu Zun gained considerable influence after Zhangxuan's death. Ancestor Shan, who was Zhangxuan's disciple, tried to reduce his influence many times to no avail. Outside of his peerless intelligence, Yi Zhozhou's effort played a great part on his strong grasp on heaven's suppression. Recently, Gu Zun's whereabouts had been a secret. The only person who was privy to his location was Yi Zhozhou. Moreover, Gu Zun has been very mysterious as well. Disciples who have seen him believe that Gu Zun rarely stays in the same location for too long. Who knows why he has been changing places so often? He quietly sat there like an ordinary old man sleeping while enjoying the warm sunlight. After a while, he opened his eyes and smiled. "Have a seat since you're here, Brother Zhantian." Space fluctuated and was suddenly torn open. A stalwart middle-aged man came out with an angry expression. He had a golden glow just like a true dragon while possessing an air of authority, allowing him to criticize the 9 worlds. He sat and started with a scowl. "Gu Zun, this is not the proper conduct of a man. You watched without lending a hand. My Aoer is grievously wounded yet you didn't take action." His name was Long Zhantian, known to others as Ancestor Long. The few who were fortunate enough to know of his background were quite scared of him. This was the person in charge of Soaring Immortal in the current period. He was the leader of the young faction, someone with enough influence to change the direction of the 9 worlds. Even though Zhantian and Out Yen weren't master and disciple in a formal manner, that was essentially their relationship. He personally instructed Out Yen on his immortal physique. Zhantian was far stronger with a better cultivation and a perfect grand completion physique. "No need to be hot-tempered, Brother Zhantian." Gu Zun didn't mind the condemning tone at all and calmly responded. "Isn't Imperial Prince Long still fine? It's only an injury, nothing to worry about with Soaring Immortal's supreme alchemy skill. Moreover, this was a sharpening opportunity for him. Defeat isn't scary to cultivators like us, only when one loses their confidence after losing. The prince has never lost before since his debut. Having a taste of defeat is good for his future aspiration. After all, after his ascension, there will be more challenges. He is too inexperienced right now. This hardship will be good for him." Zhantian could only snort in response after hearing this reasonable explanation. He eventually uttered coldly, "Is this Li Qie really who you say he is? Immortal Emperor Min Ren's son? I'm 80 to 90% certain, at worst. Such powerful bloodline and talents, and coming from cleansing incense on top of wielding the benevolent saber and armament? Who can he be outside of Immortal Emperor Min Ren's son?" Gu Zun chuckled and said, "But the world believes that the emperor does not have any descendant." Zhantian replied, "That's only a rumor." Gu Zun shook his head. "How can the ignorant future generations know about the emperors? There are too many closed curtains and unknown questions, beyond the means of ordinary men to find out." He paused for a moment before continuing. "In the past, the emperor was still in love with that woman and secretly had a child with her, then hid him at cleansing incense. Brother Zhantian, think about it. Immortal Emperor Min Ren had the love of that person and was one of his favorite emperors. If Li Qie wasn't Immortal Emperor Min Ren's descendant, why would that person teach him so well?" Gu Zun's expression became serious at this point. Zhantian's eyes turned cold with a murderous glint after hearing about this person. "If we kill Li Qie, he will come out?" Zhantian stated with a brutal tone while gritting his teeth. "Of course," Gu Zun said. "He's notorious for backing his own people. If you attack someone he had trained, he would certainly appear. That will be the time for your Soaring Immortal sect to try and do the impossible. Eliminate that person and you will be able to unite the 9 worlds. No one will be able to touch your sect any longer. Soaring Immortal will become eternal at that point with the 9 worlds firmly in your grasp. You will be able to groom the 6th, the 7th, and all the successive emperors. At that point, the world shall be your garden." Gu Zun was a pleasant speaker. There was something stirring and tempting in each of his words. Zhantian's eyes slightly batted while listening. He stared at Gu Zun intensely for a long time before speaking. "Don't forget, he is the ruler of the 9 worlds, the dark hand behind the curtain." "I'm aware." Gu Zun smiled. "But he's no longer the same, or he wouldn't wait so long before coming out again this time. The war with Immortal Emperor Ta Kong back then had expended all of his resources. He no longer has the same power as before. He was able to be arrogant back then because he had immortal Emperor Qian Li and the Black Dragon King as his backers. That wasn't the case against immortal Emperor Ta Kong. Right now, he has no Emperor or the Black Dragon King. Not even the Black Dragon Legion. Think about it, with him and a few young recruits, are they capable of fighting against a behemoth like Soaring Immortal? Gu Zun slowly speculated with reasonable logic. Zhangtian didn't reveal his opinion right away while carefully pondering. Brother Zhangtian, you know my background, so do you think I know more about him or you? Don't forget, I was with the Black Dragon King for 3 generations and had been taught by him as well. To be frank, if I'm not completely confident, would I dare to oppose him? It is precisely because of his weakening period that I dare to do so. This is our best chance to kill him. Gu Zun said with a smile. Long Zhangtian replied. There's something I haven't forgotten. He is the founder of your heaven suppression and even trained the Black Dragon King on top of helping you. Thus, he can be considered your master. What I don't understand is why are you opposing someone who has given so much to your sect and you personally? Gu Zun answered. All of that is true. He indeed gave me the grace of his guidance before, but don't forget, Brother Zhangtian, one sentence from him had sentenced me to a lifetime of suffering. Who am I? Supreme Talents, one of the 10 Eonic geniuses. Even if he didn't teach me, plenty of other great teachers would have done so. My talents alone would have made me emperor. He continued. Alas. He said that I had a natural disposition for treachery and betrayal, and even ordered his generals to throw me into the eye of the sea. It didn't end there. He even removed my fortunes and destroyed my cultivation, subjecting me to 3 generations of torture. Brother Zhangtian, do you think the guidance matters after the 3 generations of torture? I must have my revenge even if he is the ruler of the 9 worlds, the dark hand behind the curtain. Vengeance shall be mine, for that is my nature. Gu Zun also gritted his teeth at this point. Gu Zun chose his words carefully and avoided revealing other important details. More importantly, it can be said that revenge wasn't the most important thing on his mind. Long Zhangtian carefully mused over this response and found it to be reasonable. Brother Zhangtian, don't tell me you want to back out now? Gu Zun looked straight at him and said, Very well, I won't force you if that's the case. After all, you are responsible for Soaring Immortal and do not want the same thing to happen again. Chapter 1638. Long Zhangtian's expression turned cold when Gu Zun brought up the past. A murderous glint flashed in his eyes that was more than enough to make God Kings tremble. Humph. He snorted and said coldly, Our Soaring Immortal sect is not afraid of anyone. If it wasn't for Immortal Emperor Qian Li leading the vanguard with the Black Dragon King in the rear, we wouldn't have backed down like that. One day, we'll show him who is the real master of the 9 worlds. That's why we take his life when he is at his weakest. Gu Zun said, There are no more emperors backing him up right now, so it is an amazing opportunity. If we wait till he grooms another emperor, then he'll rise again and your sect will have no chance to kill him. Zhangtian stared intensely at Gu Zun with a stern expression and uttered coldly, Gu Zun, Soaring Immortal shall take action, but you mustn't forget, you have a part in this battle as well. If we help you obtain revenge, what can you offer in the war effort? Brother Zhangtian, are you forgetting who I am? You might not like to hear this, but you will be requiring my assistance eventually. Your immortal physique might be strong, but I'm certainly more powerful than you. Gu Zun flatly stated with a smile despite Zhangtian's unfriendly question. Zhangtian simply scowled and didn't refute the claim. Both he and his sect wouldn't cooperate with the weak. If Gu Zun wasn't strong enough, they wouldn't have formed an alliance with Heaven Suppression. Regardless of how strong you are, you must show some sincerity in this collaboration. Zhangtian said. Gu Zun replied with a smile. No need to worry about this. I am someone who can keep my words. If it is an alliance, all problem will be ours together. As long as you lead that person out, I shall be the shining beacon and be the first to try and capture him. Looks like you have complete confidence. Zhangtian slowly spoke. There was a subtle hint of mockery or requiring further explanation. Gu Zun still maintained his friendly demeanor. I know what you are trying to say. Yes, I was captured back then and thrown into the eye of the sea, but there's no shame in that. Brother Zhangtian, to be frank, if I, an Eonic genius, wasn't able to do it, you definitely couldn't have done anything back then either. Trust me though, my killer move isn't something you can imagine. Humph. Zhantian was very unhappy with Gu Zun's comment. Rest assured, just lead him out and you will be able to see my hidden card. Don't forget, we're on the same boat now and are stronger because of it. We must work together. Gu Zun stated. Xantia ruminated his options before speaking. Gu Zun, I trust you, but there is one condition. When we capture him, dead or alive, we will take him back to soaring immortal. Gu Zun slowly said. I know that you want to pry precious information and artifacts out of him, so you want him alive. Have you not thought of it too? Zhantian sneered confidently. To which Gu Zun leisurely responded. Brother Zhantian, those are some strong words. You don't only want to have the same status as me, you even want to seize everything for yourself. Gu Zun, your strength is undeniable. Zhantian smiled proudly. But don't forget, I have a behemoth in soaring immortal behind me. I'm not alone. To borrow your words, our power isn't something you can imagine. I'm aware. Gu Zun laughed heartily. I heard that immortal Emperor Ren Xian's sons have escaped from the immortal confinement. Looks like your branch will be able to maintain hegemony for a long time. It's good that you're aware. Zhantian didn't hide it at all. The real imperial princes are back. You should understand the significance behind this. I know. Gu Zun said, but lest you forget, a few old men from your sect are friends with that person. I'm afraid it won't be that easy for your branch to make all the decisions. If they try to stop you, how are you going to be in control? No need for you to concern about that. Our sect is unified. No one will try to stop me in this generation. Zhantian spoke coldly. You know that when our 5 branches are of the same heart, we shall be invincible. With that, are we strong enough to take all the spoils now? Fine, if you are that confident, I have no more objection. I agree with that condition then. If we are successful, that body will be yours. Gu Zun smiled. Good, it's a deal then. Zhantian looked at Gu Zun and said, let's talk about how to lead him out then. Not hard. Gu Zun replied. Start with Pearl City. Poke the nest and the bees will come out. You just need to do this at that point. After coming up with a working plan, Zhantian finally left. Gu Zun watched his departure with a faint smile. Yi Jiuzhou emerged out of nowhere by his side and asked, Master, will soaring immortal really muster all of their strength? Yes. Gu Zun said. They still consider the forceful search back then to be humiliating. Their young faction is ambitious and wants to rule the world. That's why they are reneging the vow and returning to the world after making sufficient preparation. They simply won't stop for anyone. Yi Jiuzhou was still skeptical, but their strongest cards are their previous generation, the old generals of the emperors. I'm afraid these ancestors won't agree to fight against His Excellency. Gu Zun smiled in response. Those generals know who they will be facing, but they are old now. The imperial princes have returned. Just surviving from the confinement shows that they have reached a terrible level. His smile grew wider. Long Zhantian is only the vanguard. There are characters behind the scenes still. When he searched back then, so many people in Soaring Immortal were scared out of their mind and committed suicide with the imperial children running into the prison. The matter this time definitely has something to do with them, and yes, they will want revenge. If those ancestors try to stop them, there will be a great internal struggle. Who knows who will win, but a disaster will come to Soaring Immortal, ending that sect completely. Wouldn't that be my chance to take advantage of the situation? Capturing him and destroying Soaring Immortal, then the 9 worlds will be mine. Yi Jiuzhou paused for a moment before speaking softly. Master, your life goal isn't hegemony. Is that so? Gu Zun smiled leisurely. Jiuzhou responded in a serious manner. If you wanted to reign, you would have followed His Excellency to become an emperor. No need to oppose him. On the contrary, you chose the course of actions that ended with your imprisonment for 3 generations. That can't be just for the 9 worlds, since it would be a lack of foresight on your part. Emperors don't care for the 9 worlds, and your view is definitely not that shallow either. Jiuzhou, you are being disrespectful towards your master. Gu Zun's expression became strict. Jiuzhou calmly bowed and said, I'm merely speaking the truth. Master, if you think my words were improper, I accept any punishment. Gu Zun looked at him and answered, You have followed me your entire life. You don't owe me. It is the opposite. I have no regret with regards to passing my arts down because I have a disciple like you. My only regret in life is not defeating the Dark Crow. In his eyes, I am but an ant. His eyes turned cold at this point. If I am only an ant, so be it. I'll show him that an ant can still break a dam. Even an ant can become trouble for him in the future. He was only a mortal, yet he could rule the 9 heavens and 10 earths on top of surpassing immortal emperors and time. Why can't I do the same? I am one of the 10 greatest geniuses. I just need enough time to accomplish the same things as him. Gu Zun showed his determination with a sharp gaze. This was a completely different demeanor. Master, your talents are peerless, Jojo said respectfully. But His Excellency's achievements have nothing to do with his talents. It is because he possesses an unshakable Tao heart, as solid as the most precious metal. Jojo, you sound just like him when talking about the Tao heart. Gu Zun laughed in response. That Tao heart, I just need enough time and I can also do the same. Jojo slightly opened his mouth but refrained from speaking. He could only sigh in the end. What? Gu Zun looked at his favorite disciple and said, I don't blame you if you want to back out. You have done many things for me already. I won't force you to do something you don't want to. You are a father to me, Master. Jojo calmly responded. It's just that sometimes, I feel that it is a waste of your life to oppose His Excellency. He didn't have ill wills towards you in the beginning. Not from the beginning? Gu Zun snorted. If that wasn't the case, then why did he hide everything? He had the physique scripture, yet he taught me what kind of physique law? Humph, if he really wanted to train me, why did he groom Yin Tian to become emperor instead? He knew full well that I am a better candidate than Yin Tian, but he chose to ignore that. It's because he thought I have a treacherous nature, so he was always vigilant towards me, not allowing me to take a single step into his treasury. Fine. He can keep on thinking that. I will show him treachery, to show him that my life will not be decided by his first evaluation. I shall oppose him, true to his initial impression. Chapter 1639. Jojo had no response after hearing this either. He kept his opinions to himself. If he is no longer immortal in this generation, one of us will die before the end. This is my only chance to usurp him. Gu Zun scowled and said, Master, I have no problem with you wanting to fight against His Excellency. However, leading soaring immortal into our sect, just one misstep will make all your plans awry, like leading a wolf into our home. It could bring eternal damnation to heaven's suppression. Jojo pondered before speaking from a different perspective. Don't worry, just Long Zhantian alone wants to play against me? He's still too inexperienced. If it wasn't for his backing in the shadow, I would kill him sooner or later. A frightening glint flashed in Gu Zun's eyes. To which Jojo responded, but this will turn our sect into a battleground, a truly negative outcome. There are battlefields everywhere in this world. Gu Zun said, in this momentous generation, no one should just worry about themselves unless they want to hide forever, never coming into being. If people did that in the past, our sect wouldn't be as successful as we are now, reigning for 3 generations. Jojo became tongue-tied and couldn't respond. Even if self-preservation is the key, it's not always possible. Gu Zun explained. We have the authority in heaven suppression. You think he'll just let us do as we please? In his eyes, heaven suppression is his own property and won't share it with us. It doesn't matter if we are allies with soaring immortal or not, he will eventually make us disappear from this world. If we can't play nice, then it's time to fight to see who will be the last man standing. Everyone dies eventually. Even emperors can't escape fate. If I lose and die to him, that's not shameful at all. Emperors have been killed by him, let alone someone like me. But, if I were to be successful, then I will be an ant that has bitten a dragon to death. I shall surpass the constraint of time. My name will be immortalized. Gu Zun revealed a peaceful smile as if he had seen through life and death. Jojo eventually asked, Master, you have been wise your whole life, but His Excellency's calculation has been flawless as well. Please excuse my impudence, but I don't think you have a good chance of defeating His Excellency at all. Jojo finally revealed his opinion that he had been keeping to himself in the past. Gu Zun looked at him and said, Jojo, there is fear in your mind. This is not suitable for your Tao heart. Jojo earnestly said, Yes, I do have fear about your fate, Master. I don't mind dying. It will just be His Excellency condemning and killing me. It's not my first time facing death either. It's not that scary. What I'm worried about is if you take action again, losing will result in certain death. His Excellency won't spare you in this generation. Gu Zun pondered for a bit before laughing. Right, I know that he will kill me since I've done the unforgivable in revealing the coordinates of the immortal demon grotto and led Ta Kong there. Even my brother-in-law wouldn't forgive me, let alone him. He smiled freely without any sign of guilt. Of course the brother-in-law, in this case, was the Black Dragon King. But, Yi Jojo said. Gu Zun interrupted him and waved his hand. Jojo, I am not afraid of death either since I rather die compared to being imprisoned in the eye of the sea. That was my most humiliating period. Only brother-in-law thought that being alive was still better than death. In my mind, there's no shame in dying to an existence of the Dark Crow level. Brother-in-law only wanted me to live in order to keep his promise with my sister. Humph, but that left me with a fate worse than death. Gu Zun said flatly. I have been unbeatable for so long with peerless talents, yet I have to live under the shadow of the Dark Crow, relying on the Black Dragon King's relationship with him. That's no different than death. With my power and grand Dao, I would have been emperor long ago if it wasn't for the Dark Crow. I would be up above the 9 heavens to become the most brilliant of them all. Even the calm Gu Zun scowled at this point. Jojo didn't speak since he didn't want to judge his own master on this matter. Right and wrong didn't matter, he would stand with his master. In his mind, his master was like a father who gave him life and directions. Because of this, even against the legendary master and the rest of the world, he would still pick to stand by his master. He wasn't afraid of death, but he didn't wish to see his master loses all of his fame before eventually dying. After defeating Long Out Yen, Li Qie continued exploring the Grand Sea. He eventually remembered the full geographical momentum of the place, every single detail and branch. In the end, under the great momentum, Li Qie connected the entire area in order to borrow the strength of the earth. With the help of the girl in the yellow cloth, he took one step at a time inside this momentum. A bit interesting, he said slowly. No wonder I didn't find it before. So all of you left behind these seals back in your epic, but due to the vicissitudes and polishing of time, they have changed completely. Future descendants couldn't see these little details. Humph, how can you imagine our epic? We were the most resplendent, she said smugly since she was very proud of her golden epic. All right, no need to flatter yourself. Li Qie interrupted her. I know of your epic. An amazing one indeed, but the reason why the mysteries in this place can pass down has nothing to do with your epic's strength. It is because this place is blessed by the high heaven. Your group only added a little to it. She wasn't unhappy with this evaluation and snorted. You didn't live in our epic, so you wouldn't know how incredible it was. Humph, if you were there, you would be scared silly. Maybe you'll just be an insignificant nobody there. If your arch-truth epic was as powerful as you said, then it should have been lucky enough to survive till now instead of disappearing in the river of time. Li Qie had no interest and retorted with a smile. Your epic is no different from the others, including ours at the present. The only big difference is the cultivation method. Humph, what do you know? We were once at the top of all ages. Our experts in that period are beyond your imagination, same with our cultivation method. The girl immediately boasted. Is that so? Then why did it disappear? Why is there nothing passed down including your amazing cultivation methods? He leisurely said. You. The girl became quite annoyed and angrily said. You don't know what this world truly faces at the very end of the path. You don't know the terrible changes incoming in the future. Li Qie chuckled. No, you are mistaken. I am fully aware, even more so than you. Don't forget, I am someone who has returned alive from that location. Because of this knowledge, I want to fight again to end in all in this generation. With that, he stared straight at her and asked, I dare to go all the way again for another attempt at the final battle, but you, if you come back to life, do you dare to fight again? Or rather, if your entire epic has another chance, do all of you dare to face it once more? The girl pondered quietly. In the beginning, she was only having a bit of fun with him. After all, after being trapped in the cloth for so long, a verbal bout could be very enjoyable. But now, he brought up a heavy topic. Chapter 1640. The girl in the cloth kept to herself for a long time before replying. We're not the only ones who have failed. I know, so many people have tried in the past with great effort and determination. All ended with failure. Li Qie didn't tease her this time, only nodding his head. This path is covered with bones and too many dead men to count. She added. Would one be able to escape death by not taking this path? Li Qie chuckled. Have enough people died just yet across the ages? Perhaps people live a different life, but the final outcome will always be the same, returning to the earth as bones. Immortal emperors and invincible characters, it doesn't matter who you are, death will come. Even the lord of an epic can't avoid this either. He said with a tinge of emotion. But so what if it is impossible to escape death? The world is still beautiful enough. Knowing that death is imminent, one should still fight to the end in order to see why the journey of life is so bright. After each golden era, more wise sages pave the road. He ended with a comment full of determination and acceptance. But you think you alone can fight to the end? She couldn't help pouring cold water over his head. Some people use the power of the entire world, only to become ashes. But you are alone. Success is not possible. I will be because I am Li Qie. That's why I shall accomplish it. He said with a smile. Humph. Delusions of grandeur. She said coldly. Among the epics were people like you who have spent generations, searching for a method. In the end, none amounted to anything. Why are you so confident? Because I am Li Qie. He leisurely repeated. The girl had nothing to say. The word egotistic alone wasn't enough to describe him. Whoosh. Everything vanished where he was standing along with him. The spatial area here suddenly sank downward. When Li Qie could see again, he was standing in a blinding area, a room full of mirrors. There were scintillating crystals everywhere of all kind of colors in the form of pillars. However, they weren't crystal and seemed to be alive and breathing. A sort of liquid was also dripping from them. This liquid was radiant with a strange and alluring light. The liquid beads fell to the ground and gathered into tiny streams that came together to form a puddle in an indentation on the ground. Li Qie stood by this puddle and found it to be surreal, as if this was a dream, because the water was sparkling and translucent to an unimaginable level. A jade bottle was on top of the puddle. It was old, elegant, and had a softness to it. It seemed to be carved from the same piece of jade without any blemishes. It didn't sink despite being on the water surface. Strange enough, the water was actually crawling up the bottle before dripping inside. It seemed that this was the natural flow of the tiny streams. Such a strange scene was happening here, as if it was normal. Li Qie looked at everything and said, "Cleansing temporal crystal. So you're not here for a treasure, only to use this crystal to reform your body. You know about it?" The girl was surprised. Li Qie answered with a smile. There aren't that many items that I don't know. The cleansing temporal crystal is indeed ancient, rumored to be a type of rock upon the creation of the world, extremely rare too. It took form in the deepest location of the main vein. People wouldn't be able to know of its existence, let alone dig for it. He then looked around at the walls and said, "This whole place is formed in a natural manner, never been carved before. More importantly, it had severed from the ordinary temporal sphere and is now completely independent in a different realm. It would be apt to call this place cleansing temporal sphere." With that, he stared at the piece of cloth again. "So this is what you all have done. Though you didn't change this place at all, you still locked its space and time. This allowed it to be independent for who knows how many years. It didn't matter how the world was changing and how many epochs have come and go, this place continued to exist." "Humph, you know a lot." The girl scowled after Li Qie revealed their method. "So this is the first step of your re-emergence to the world. Even though your calamity had passed, you still need to recreate and cleanse before coming out from the cloth." He smiled at the girl. "That's right, in order for me to leave this cloth, I need a lot of time and an extremely pure crystal. That's the only way to sever the curse," she said coldly. Li Qie shifted his glance towards the floating bottle and said, "This bottle is incredible. It must have been personally created by a top master from your epoch. It could absorb essences here and remove any impurity, the best possible thing for cleansing." He then looked at the puddle full of water. According to the records, it needs 10,000 years for the crystal to create one bead of liquid. There is enough liquid here to be a pond. All of this liquid is then further purified by the bottle. Only the purest liquid is stored inside. It's definitely prime material. The liquid here can purify everything in this world. Darkness, power, curses, and foulness. He said slowly. "I'll be able to leave this cloth faster after removing my curse. That will be a good thing for you." She said. "That's true, I won't need to spend as much energy on this." He replied, however, I'm a little bit surprised. What was your past? Who was it that hated you enough to use this method to imprison you, never letting you see the sun again for an eternity? In my opinion, your current state isn't because of the villainous heaven. It wouldn't do something so tasteless. But then, which heaven-defying character made you into an ink spot on this cloth? Humph. None of your business. She didn't like talking about the past. The girl indeed came from an ancient era. She used to be invincible but was cursed by someone else and trapped inside the yellow cloth. Moreover, this curse lasted for an eternity. Even though she was sealed for many years, the curse here was still enough to corrode the area around her. That eventually led to the destruction of the divine school. One could only imagine how terrible the person who did this to her back then must be on top of their deep hatred towards her. It really isn't any of my business. He shrugged in response. But all have turned to ashes. Even if you had some deep desire for vengeance, you can't carry it out anymore. She fell into silence. He was right. Their epic no longer existed. It had disappeared into the river of time. All the hatred in the past were gone now. That person had died long ago. There was no way for her to get revenge. Put me inside the bottle for purification, she said coldly. Lichia chuckled. As you wish. I hope you will be able to come out soon with a new body. Humph, so that I can work for you, right? She scowled. I won't deny that. He smiled and said, didn't you say your cultivation method was extremely amazing? After you recreate your body, I want to widen my horizon. Chapter 1641. The girl in the yellow cloth simply snorted at his comment. He didn't mind at all and took the bottle from the water before inserting the cloth inside. A sizzling sound immediately came about as if something was melting inside with smoke coming out. It looked as if this smoke was poisonous. Lichia chuckled at this sight. Such a frightening curse. After so much time within the seal and the earthen jar, the remnant curse is still so terrible. Lichia put away the bottle and looked at the puddle, then smiled. Trash they might be, but can't waste them, can still be of use. Though the essences in the crystal liquid have been sucked dry, it was still a very rare immortal grade material. People from this world simply couldn't take them at all. The other reason was the 10,000 years it took for just a single drop of liquid to form. Lichia was calling it trash, but it was still very precious to other people. Coincidentally enough, I have something requiring purification. He opened his fate palace and took something from his alchemy garden. A young vine was released and it cheered right away. It became too excited after seeing the puddle of crystal water and immediately jumped inside. This so-called trash water was incomparable with regards to its cleansing property. Other immortal liquids had no chance against it. The vine crazily absorbed the water with loud sucking noises. It was shiny with each branch and leaf seemingly cast from gold. There was a red glimmer flowing through its body just like a flame, capable of incinerating everything. It was a very rare immortal vine and indeed contained a terrible refined fire within. This powerful fire had the name, Pure Sun Flame. A gourd was growing on this particular vine. It was ripe, but it still hasn't fallen just yet. After the long years, one could hear thunders within this gourd. It contained an ancient power. It was mature, yet it still wasn't time for it to leave the vine since it wasn't perfect. In fact, Lichia had expended great effort and a lot of amazing liquids for this gourd. Both Lichia and the vine had high hope for this gourd, but it was still lacking just a little bit. The vine continued to absorb the liquid and finished the puddle in just a short time. It looked quite satisfied at this moment. Smoke and evaporation occurred all around the vine. Hot water vapor took over the area. A faint green flame jumped within the vine. So it turned out that this vine used its flame to refine the crystal water in order to take out all of the essences. Finally, one could see tiny water drops flowing towards the gourd. A faint layer of liquid covered the gourd and slowly seeped inside. A long time after, something was flowing out of the gourd. It was crimson and looked just like gold slags left behind after a gold smelting process. This was the reason why the gourd didn't drop just yet. It was still impure, with these dregs affecting its grade. Even though it was very little, it had a great effect on the entire thing. After removing it, the gourd would be an entire grade higher. Finally, under the purifying property of the crystal water, the gourd lost all of its impurities. Next, with a slight explosion and cracking sounds, lightning rushed from the gourd and turned into two wings. The gourd seemed to be wanting to fly away. Ba-dump! An immense heartbeat resounded, the signal of maturity. The gourd dropped from the vine and wanted to fly away. However, how could Li Qiye let this happen? He grabbed it in just a split second. It was flashing in his palm like a golden gourd while emitting thunderous noises that were long-lasting and powerful. It seemed as if this gourd was containing an expanse of primordial chaos, ready to turn into a new world. Even the ignorant would know that this was an amazing item while holding it in their hand. Good stuff, Li Qiye commented. Truly an unpolished piece of jade. I will take my time sculpting it so that it will be brilliant in the future. This gourd was unique, and after refinement, it would become an incredibly powerful treasure. The Grand Sea was very quiet, but this was the calm before the storm. This oppressive atmosphere took people's breath away. The big shots from the last generation were especially sensitive about this incoming turmoil. Few people dared to talk about how Li Qiye blew out Yen flying in public. There were only a few discussions in secret. Despite his defeat, Soaring Immortal was still a heavy boulder looming over everyone's shoulder. In recent days, more disciples and experts from the sect were teleported to this region. The atmosphere became tense with the emergence of warships, divine peaks, and temples in the sky. In just a short time, Soaring Immortal seemed to be mobilizing all of their legions in order to go all out. Everyone understood that the storm was coming after seeing so many experts arriving. Any lineage would tremble in fear when a sect with 5 emperors was about to start a war in the Grand Sea. Perhaps this would cause a monumental change and many sects would be erased in the process. I hope Fiercest will be unstoppable and sweep through everything. Many ancestors from the great powers began to pray. Even though Fiercest was not a nice guy, people understood that he had no interest in the Grand Sea. This wasn't the case for Soaring Immortal since they took camp here and created a foundation. With this, they could mobilize at any moment. The sea monsters and the demons were prime examples. Of course, none of them dared to speak up or oppose Soaring Immortal. No one wanted to be the first to step up because the first would surely be destroyed. Thus, they all tucked their tail between their legs. That's why the ancestors placed their hope on Fiercest instead, but they weren't confident at all. Fiercest was indeed insane, but sweeping through Soaring Immortal was easier said than done. A sect with 5 emperors had ample resources after standing strong for many generations. No one could touch it outside of immortal emperors. The experts from Soaring Immortal coming to the Grand Sea began to gather outside of the Pearl Archipelago. They seemed to be forming a formation to siege Pearl City. Chapter 1642. The atmosphere in the Grand Sea became tense after Soaring Immortal mobilized against Pearl City. The city itself was under more duress. In order to avoid being killed in the process, the citizens there evacuated. Only the experts stay behind to protect the city, even though their opponent was Soaring Immortal since this was their home. The great powers were startled to see this scene while certain cultivators were very confused. Isn't Soaring Immortal an ally of Heaven's suppression? Why are they sieging Pearl? A young disciple had a confused expression. A senior explained it to him. This is related to the internal politics of Heaven's suppression. Pearl might be under the sect's jurisdiction, but it doesn't obey a direct order without an extremely complex procedure. You can say that it is an independent city as well. But it's still under Heaven's suppression. They shouldn't let Soaring Immortal attack their own. The junior was still perplexed. Not quite the case. The senior shook his head. I heard Pearl is part of Ancestor Shan's branch, while the Bright Peacock Monarch and Yi Jojo don't see eye to eye. This is a good chance for Jojo to kill with a borrowed knife by using Soaring Immortal to capture Pearl. If he were to win it back after Soaring Immortal took it down, it would be a great contribution. Not only would he gain Pearl, it would solidify his status at Heaven's suppression too. In fact, there was a very simple reason and excuse for Soaring Immortal to surround Pearl. They wanted the defeated demons and sea monsters hiding within. Not long ago, Soaring Immortal plowed through the sea trenches and killed many hiding demons. Only a small number managed to escape into the nearest location, Pearl. The monarch refused Soaring Immortal's demand for the refugees. Pearl is a free trading port in the Grand Sea. As long as there is no existing violation of the city's laws, anyone can stay here. Pearl will never hand over a guest to anyone or any sect. Her formal response shocked many cultivators and made them feel ashamed. No one dared to protect the sea monsters and demons outside of Mount Qingqing that had deep ties with Hai Lin. Pearl was the next right now, but it had nothing to do with the two factions. It was simply protecting the rules of Pearl. These two factions were virtually destroyed right now by Soaring Immortal. No other lineages in this place would oppose Soaring Immortal for their sake, but Pearl chose to do so. The monarch is just as brave as any man can be. An ancestor said with shame. Not just anyone can be undaunted before authority, yet she can, putting men to shame. Pearl was ready to fight as well. All the gates were closed with the disciples situated in key positions. The ancestors there personally came out in order to protect their city as well. The two armies made the atmosphere very tense with their weapons drawn. An aura of war permeated the entire archipelago. At this moment, a loud blast resounded as a man made his appearance in the middle of the scene. It was a stalwart old man with a silvery beard and a conspicuous red cloak. When it fluttered with the wind, it looked just like clouds of blood. "Yi Jojo!" The spectators murmured in shock. "Monarch, Soaring Immortal is our ally. We should be on the same side. You shouldn't involve Pearl just because of a few remnants." He spoke. The monarch appeared on the city wall and replied with a solemn expression. "Ancestor Yi, Pearl is part of Heaven's suppression, but according to the ancestral guidelines, it has its own rules. If the ones staying in Pearl have committed crimes, then we would hand them over. However, if they are innocent, we will not acquiesce to anyone." After hearing this, the spectators nearby became emotional. One of them murmured, "Pearl dares to stand up for strangers. We have so many sects in the Grand Sea, so why are we letting Soaring Immortal does whatever it wants?" Nevertheless, these sect masters and royal lords remained silent. No one wanted to be the first to oppose Soaring Immortal despite being unhappy about the current situation. "Monarch, open the gate and let me in to talk?" Jojo told the monarch. "Yi Jojo, just because you want to be a hound for Soaring Immortal doesn't mean we want to do so too." An unhappy ancestor coldly uttered. "We don't have an entrance for a dog like you at Pearl." A few ancestors here have been unhappy with Jojo's faction since it had tried to seize power several times. The two sides were like water and fire. "Then excuse me." Jojo stepped forward and made it to the gate in an instant. "Cease your haughtiness." The ancestors here shouted and took action. However, Jojo's long cloak swept by and created a terrible storm that blew these ancestors flying. Boom! Jojo walked in a dominating fashion and made it to the government hall inside the city. He himself was a legendary god king. Ordinary ancestors were no match for him. "Ancestor Yi, halt." The monarch appeared right outside this building and said with austerity, "Monarch, I come with sincerity in order to discuss this with you. I hope to resolve this in a different manner. No need for Pearl to fight against Soaring Immortal. I don't want a fire of war to spread here," he said sincerely. To which she responded, "It's not hard to end this whole thing. Tell Soaring Immortal to send their troops back. When the sea monsters and demons are outside, Soaring Immortal can do whatever, but when they are inside Peel, no one can force us to compromise." He persuaded, "Monarch, you should know I can't decide for Soaring Immortal. Then there's nothing I can do." The monarch shook her head. "They can either leave or fight. No need to waste words." Jojo took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Monarch, then I must take over Pearl temporarily and sentence you." "Ancestor Yi, you want to forcibly seize power?" The monarch's eyes turned cold. "I can't change your mind." "Excuse me then." He continued stepping towards the government hall. However, he slowly walked backward when he got closer. At this time, a woman came out from a palace inside. This wondrous beauty was the Lord of Heaven's suppression, Xueqi. "City Lord." Jojo bowed deeply with a respectful attitude. "Ancestor Yi, rules are rules," she stated. "You should know that you alone can't decide who will be in charge of Pearl." "City Lord, I'm only doing this for Pearl's sake." He had no sign of arrogance. She shook her head in response. "You have the power in Heaven's suppression at this moment and can change many things. However, don't forget the ancestral teachings. Pearl is independent of Heaven's suppression. If you want to take over, you need to bring an official decree with the unanimous agreement of all parties and signed by me. Go do that if you want to make the change." "City Lord, you know that I'm not doing it to take over, but Soaring Immortal won't give up. This is my way to buy more time, hoping that Pearl will come out fine." He pondered for a moment before answering. "Fighting against Soaring Immortal is unwise." He added, "Then what do you think is the wise course of action? Leading the wolves into our home?" You know that leading soaring immortal to the Grand Sea is the start of a disaster. Once they take roots here, they'll certainly aim for us. She looked at him and retorted. He could only sigh after hearing this. If you truly want to talk, then fine. Tell Gu Zun to come here himself. This started with Gu Zun, so let him come to deal with it. I don't care about the underlying goals, but he brought soaring immortal here. He is responsible for this, she said solemnly. Chapter 1643. Yi Jiuzhou disagreed and gently shook his head. City Lord, I still don't know my master's whereabouts. His venerable is leisurely traveling, so I can't find him. Then there's nothing to say. Xueqi uttered coldly. If soaring immortal wants to come, let them come. Pearl isn't so easily bullied. Jiuzhou replied with a calm tone. City Lord, soaring immortal isn't messing around this time, they are going all out. It won't just be Ancestor Long alone. Even more powerful people will show up. Once they use their full arsenal, even Pearl will turn to ashes. If that is its fate. But regardless of the result, Pearl is ready to face it. She said. Is it worth implicating Pearl just because of a few demons and sea monsters? People will lament because of this decision. He asked. Ancestor Yi, you and I both know that this has nothing to do with them. It is only an excuse. If it wasn't about them, another excuse would come up. Soaring Immortal's goal is something different, and I'm sure you are aware. Even without Soaring Immortal, you yourself want control over Pearl. Same with your master. She accused. Jiuzhou eventually replied. City Lord, it doesn't matter what you and I think about this power struggle. I personally want to minimize the casualty of our sect. My personal wish is for heaven suppression to remain strong. This has never changed. Ancestor Yi, you have always been a contributor to the sect. Ancestor Lu had always brought this up. She said solemnly. But if you really want what's best for heaven suppression, then please, convince Gu Zun to give up. We both know that he has been controlling suppression from the distant. So many high elders and ancestors are afraid of him while obeying all of his orders. Jiuzhou had no response. Even though he was in charge of heaven suppression, his master has been giving orders in the shadow. Even without him, his master could still control heaven suppression. Too many high-ranking members in the sect feared and wanted to flatter his master. Because of this, the majority of ancestors and elders were influenced by Gu Zun outside of the few who opposed him. In the end, Jiuzhou took a deep breath and made up his mind. He gritted his teeth and said formally, City Lord, let me meet young noble Li. I wish to speak to him. Queening shook her head. Ancestor Yi, he isn't here right now. Come back another day if you want to see him. City Lord, I'm taking a considerable risk to see young noble Li. Please, go send the words. He hurriedly said. She shook her head again. I'm not stopping you from seeing him, but he really isn't in the city right now. I don't know where he is. This made Yi Jiuzhou change his expression and blurted out. If he isn't in the city, how can Pearl fight Soaring Immortal? Ancestor, if you are really worried about Pearl, get Soaring Immortal to withdraw their troops. I don't care who was in charge in the shadows, but don't forget. You were the one to sign the alliance pact. You are the most suitable person to get them to leave. She said. He didn't have much to say, for she was correct. Soaring Immortal wasn't here for the sea monsters and demons. Their main objective was Li Qie. They wanted to force out the dark hand behind the curtain and deal with this mythical existence. Ancestor Yi, please leave. She eventually told him. The disciples of Pearl will be busy dealing with intruders. We don't have time to entertain you. Jiuzhou couldn't change anything at this moment unless he were to go against his master's will. Of course, he would never betray his master. City Lord, Bright Monarch, take care. I hope you can protect Pearl. He gently sighed and cupped his fist towards the two women before leaving quietly. A while after his departure, a loud bang ensued. Soaring Immortal was waiting for the order. Their disciples were armed with armor and ready to invade Pearl. At the same time, the disciples inside Pearl were ready to fight to the death in this battle as well. Rumble. A supreme path came and situated in the sky. A youth in great spirit stood above it and looked down at everyone. Long Outyen, he's still alive. The spectating experts found this surprising. A few days ago, Outyen was pushed into a different spatial sphere after being struck flying by fiercest annihilations. Everyone thought that he was dead for sure. No one expected him to be alive and well. That's heaven-defying indeed. People couldn't help but comment after seeing his lively state. Everyone knew that after being struck by a heavenly annihilation, the lucky survivors would be crippled. Yen was struck by so many. Anyone else would be turned to ashes, yet he was still perfectly fine. Even annihilations couldn't kill him. His Dao heart is still as tough as before. Looks like there's no lingering effect from the previous battle. The experienced big shots from the last generation could still see some clues, since Yen's vitality and aura were still the same as before. I guess there's a reason why he's the successor. No lasting demon in his Dao heart. People couldn't help but admire his tenacity. Fiercest's barrage of annihilation was too much to take, even for someone with a grand completion immortal physique. Anyone else would be haunted after this defeat and might choose to never come out again. Since the start of time, so many arrogant geniuses failed to raise their head again after the first defeat. They would live in seclusion right after, drowned by their own despair. There was no sign of this in Yen. Those who can become emperor all have an indestructible Dao heart. An old god monarch said emotionally. Only those who are not afraid of defeat will be the last ones smiling. Though Yen had lost once, he still has a chance. No one mocked him at this moment. They wouldn't do so either, even if he wasn't from soaring immortal. Though he suffered a complete defeat to Fiercest, everyone found that it was nothing to be ashamed about. That was how the fight should have unraveled. So many emperors have lost in the last millions of years outside of immortal Emperor Zhao Hang. Even the Supreme Empress Hong Tian and the peerless immortal Emperor Fei have lost before during their youth. Most recently, immortal Emperor Ta Kong tasted defeat time after time before his ascension. Yen's defeat would only be a minor stain to his record. The Denari King still lost in the end, unable to maintain his unbeatable stance. Defense! The monarch shouted an order to the disciples after seeing Yen. At the same time, the area on top of her chest lit up and resonated with the Pearl Tower inside the city. It exuded an endless light. Waterfalls of light descended from the sky. Horizontal beams also emerged around the city and came together with the vertical pillars of light. In a short time, the tower emitted an expanse of runes among these intertwining rays. It looked like a turtle shell that protected the entire city. Its disciples heaved a sigh of relief after seeing this. Many of them didn't know that the tower could do something like this. All along, the disciples and citizens here thought that the tower was only a landmark for sightseeing. This was much more magical than expected. Chapter 1644. The spectators on the horizon held their breath and wondered whether Pearl City can get through this after seeing the defensive perimeter. Many leaders in the Grand Sea wanted Pearl to make it through this disaster. In their mind, it would be a great morale boost for the other cultivators. At the very least, it would show that soaring immortal wasn't unbeatable. Many other lineages would agree to rise against them. Of course, if Pearl were to fall and become nothing after this battle, it would be a great blow to everyone in this region. At that point, no powers would dare to oppose soaring immortal. Yen stood on top of his pathway and looked down at Pearl. He said coldly, "Peacock Bright Monarch, it's not too late to hand over the remaining demons and sea monsters or face the consequences. Imperial Prince Long, Pearl will not compromise with anyone." The beautiful monarch was heroic at this moment, standing on top of the city wall. She personally presided over the battle like a gallant and charming general. She continued, "Those who do not violate the rules of Pearl will be allowed to stay for as long as they want. We will not expel anyone or hand them over to any powers. If you have feuds with them, wait until they leave Pearl and settle the score then. But if you want to use force against us, then we shall fight." She spoke like a true ruler. Well said. Many big shots couldn't help but applaud. "Looks like you won't cry till you see the coffins." He replied, "Your Pearl City dares to stop us? That's akin to an ant trying to stop an elephant, not knowing your own limitation. If you surrender now, we will let this go out of consideration for the alliance. Otherwise, we will erase your Pearl City from the Grand Sea." The monarch was firm earlier, so Yen didn't show any reservation. He aggressively stated his demand. The experts at Pearl angrily glared at him. Everyone knew about how strong soaring immortal was, but Pearl was no slouch either. But now, Yen treated them as if they were nothing. How could they swallow this anger? "We'll take you on then." The monarch's attitude remained the same. Let fate and the heavens be the deciders. The disciples from Pearl felt their blood boiling after the common battle cry and repeated, "That's right, let fate and the heavens be the deciders." In just a moment, morale was at an all-time high for Pearl. The disciples wanted to rush out and fight without any intention of compromising or surrendering. The battle was on the verge of starting, but the monarch was still in charge while Xueqi was nowhere to be found. Xueqi didn't need to show her face because the monarch was the Lord of Pearl. She had the authority to make all the decision while Queening as the sect master only needed to give her assistance. "Fine. Then I'll personally destroy your city today," Audiobook claimed. Such boldness. Long Audiobook, you really think your sect can destroy whoever it wants in the Grand Sea? A loud shout came about. Hai Lin, don't believe it. Boom. A dragon roar came about. A four-claws golden dragon shattered through space and appeared in the sky above Pearl. There were two people standing on the dragon. The first was a fierce youth while the other was an old man. Hai Lin and Ding Yuanhou. They're here to help Pearl. Someone shouted at this sight. People weren't overly surprised to see the two since Hai Lin was Audiobook's mortal enemy. Audiobook destroyed their home and massacred their people. It was an irreconcilable feud. It was more surprising to see Ding Yuanhou helping Hai Lin. It looks like their relationship was quite deep. Many big shots nearby were slightly shaken to see the reinforcement. It showed that Pearl wasn't fighting alone and that some people were willing to oppose Soaring Immortal. Hai Lin is really an unkillable cockroach, won't die after so many close calls. If he can survive, his future will be quite good. One expert smiled wryly after seeing Hai Lin completely recovered. Only a loser can't reach the apex. Audiobook simply glanced at him and arrogantly mocked. Audiobook didn't care for Hai Lin. He was only annoyed that Hai Lin was saved by seniors from the sea monster faction again and again before certain peril. Long Audiobook, with regards to cultivation and power, I am not your match. But it's not like you haven't lost either. Brotherly made you run like a dog losing its master. Hai Lin smiled and said. He didn't find losing to Audiobook shameful at all. Audiobook didn't like this being brought up. He scowled with murder in his eyes. A sharp mouth is useless. Come, I'll teach you another lesson. That's precisely why we came. Let's go. Hai Lin shouted as he soared to the sky with his trident like a dragon. Moo. Yuanhou assumed his true form, a black bull capable of devouring the sky. Its stomp could determine victory and defeat. Rawr. The golden dragon also roared and rushed to the sky with the ability to call for winds and rains on top of creating a tsunami. In a short time, the three combatants took positions and were ready to fight. Mere insects. Audiobook wasn't afraid at all and yelled. An imperial weapon appeared as he also stepped into the sky vault to fight against the three by himself. Rumble. They fought a star-crushing battle up above and gambled with their lives. Their tyrannical aura assaulted the world. The heavens' will is about to come out, so the war will be even more devastating. The sky shall be punished like this more often soon. A big shot who had seen the previous competition murmured. Successive battles have been fiercer than the previous. Everyone began to get used to such magnificent scenes. They understood that this particular star-crushing fight would become a common sight in the future. This was because during the competition, the emperor candidates, their Tao protector, and their sects would go all out, especially nearing the end. The 9 worlds would tremble at that point. Audiobook wasn't using the virtuous sword, but he still had an imperial weapon. Any of them became amazing in his grasp, as if an emperor was here in person. The 4 of them went all out, but they still couldn't stop him and was forced back continuously. He swept through like a true god with his imperial weapon, and his aura rampaged, causing the spectators on the horizon to shudder. He was truly ferocious at this moment, causing others to have the urge to submit. Soaring Immortal's successor is really invincible. Someone commented. The Golden Dragon and Ding Yuanhou were considered to be legendary god kings. Hai Lin was a bit lacking, but he was young and vigorous with ample blood energy. This meant that his battle prowess was incredible. Alas, this was still not enough. Wu dash at this time, the horn to battle resounded from Soaring Immortal. With loud explosions, their experts joined the battlefield. Kill! Several 10,000s of cavalries rushed towards Pearl like a steely flood. There were plenty of experts among them, with the leading commanders being god kings. Rumble! Their blaring march echoed in the sky and their roars threatened the heavens. Chapter 1645. With 5 emperors, Soaring Immortal was a battle-hardened lineage and had experiences beyond others with regards to both battle formations and strategies. God Kings personally led the cavalries, so they came with an unstoppable and majestic momentum. Their auras made many big shots turn pale in the distant. Their sex wouldn't be able to stop this flood of steel. Destruction would be inevitable. Rumble. Powerful weapons began their attack. The world seemed to be exploding with mountains and rivers trampled. In a short time, the city and even the entire archipelago were shaking. Tsunamis were formed in the process like the ocean was being flipped over. Such power scared everyone and made them realize just how terrible the Legion of Soaring Immortal was. Such a legion could sweep through the world. Boom! Pearl was feeling the effect, but it was still fine. An unbelievable scene happened before everyone. The blinding light emitting from Pearl as a defensive barrier nullified all attacks from the Legion. The Legion didn't give up after the first failure. They rallied again for an even more powerful attack. Boom! Pearl was shaken this time but still unbroken. The barrier of light had runes flowing through it as if it had experienced the augmentation of an immortal emperor. This astonished the crowd. The big shots watching from far away and Pearl's own disciples were shocked. They didn't think their defensive barrier was so powerful, able to stop Soaring Immortal's offense. No wonder why Pearl dared to challenge Soaring Immortal. So they have this power. Another great character found this surprising. Rumble. Soaring Immortal launched one attack after another, but the barrier remained strong. Despite the shaking territory, the Peacock Bright Monarch could sense the pendant in front of her chest lighting up even more. With Soaring Immortal's attack becoming stronger, she felt the tower becoming stronger as well. The little tower inside her mind resonated with her pendant, and it exuded a light as well. At this time, she felt an illusion as if she was becoming one with the tower. She felt it coming back to life and borrowed the power of the earth using her vitality. Its supreme laws and her grand Tao created a bridge to connect their power. The stronger she was, the stronger the tower would be. She never felt this before. This was like an awakening to her. There was another grand Tao inside the tower waiting for her to comprehend. The failed attacks made Soaring Immortal pause their advance. Is the cavalry giving up? A spectator commented. However, their disciples took out some strange metallic items. Who knows which metals they were made from, but each piece had been refined and was full of power. Click, clack. After the disciples laid out the foundation, the items actually put themselves together at an increasingly faster pace. Clank. In just a short time after the metal pieces came together, a huge giant appeared before the world. Click, clack. A total of 8 giants were formed with the same process in 8 different directions around Pearl. What shocked people the most was that their body was engraved with many perfect immortal emperor refined jades. Each piece of jade was spewing out an immortal energy. They were bright and desired by everyone in the world. What are those things? Another person yelled in astonishment. They must be sieging weapons, powered by immortal emperor refined jades. One god monarch speculated. They either came from emperors or some other invincible beings in Soaring Immortal. Rumble. While people were wondering what they are, the 8 steel giants began their attack on Pearl. Their hands turned into rapidly rotating drills. They came from the sky with an all-breaking momentum to attack the bright barrier. In the blink of an eye, the archipelago seemed to have been pushed deeper into the ocean. A large area on the barrier was slightly pushed down, nearly being penetrated. Fortunately, this barrier was extremely powerful. The 8 giants still couldn't pierce through it, but some cracks have appeared on the affected locations. The disciples in Pearl who were relieved just now felt their heart hanging on a thread again. Luckily, the Pearl Tower's light became even more binding. All the cracks came together again. Just who the heck created this tower? It can actually stop Soaring Immortal. Many became startled after seeing this. Other great powers wouldn't have been to handle this. Their defensive lines would have crumbled, but not Pearl. Someone reminded the crowd, don't forget, the Black Dragon King reigned for 3 generations. Would he be able to do so without some invincible means? The 3 emperors were very respectful to him, so one could easily imagine his strength. In my opinion, this tower definitely came from the king. Only someone of his level could create such an amazing barrier. People found this comment to be reasonable. Alas, the truth was the tower came from the Dark Crow. There was a great secret inside the tower. Moreover, Some of the construction materials came from the Crystal Fowl Immortal Mine. The leftovers from the mine were used to create the tower. Despite being called leftovers by Li Qie, they were extremely precious to the world. Rumble! The 8 giants went all out like the storm. They must pierce through Pearl's barrier. Since they were empowered by Imperial Jades, they had enough power source to attack without rest. This was Soaring Immortal's amazing sieging weapons. During a siege, the attackers would feel fatigue eventually. However, these giants could go on forever as long as there were enough jades to fuel them. 4 other great powers, Imperial Jades were too precious, but they were nothing in Soaring Immortal's eyes. The monarch was clearly affected as the giants raged on. She continuously faltered with her strength wavering. The giants were directly shaking the tower. As the master of the tower, her grand Tao and strength were directly connected to the tower. Thus, she felt the pressure as well. No time to play around with you 3. Long Outyen noticed something while fighting in the sky against Hai Lin's group. He unleashed an invincible blow with his imperial weapon and pierced the sky. Darkness ensued and the 3 couldn't withstand this attack at all. They were blown away towards the horizon, their fate unknown. Chapter 1646. After blowing Hai Lin's group away, a buzzing noise came from Outyen's body as his body became resplendent just like the blinding sun. In this split second, he had pushed his physique to its limit and soared for Pearl City. He wanted to use this extraordinary speed to cross through the defensive barrier. Boom! Long Outyen was imperceptibly fast. When the 2 sides collided, the barrier sank far down, but he still couldn't break through it. Boom! Next, he went flying from the resulting pushback. That barrier is too strong. Even Outyen isn't fast enough to get past it? Many people were astounded to see this. Outyen glanced at the barrier before turning to leave into the crevice of the sky. What is he doing? One cultivator couldn't believe it. Is he giving up? He didn't think this was right. Outyen wasn't someone who gives up so easily. Same with Soaring Immortal. More, he needs a bigger distance. A god king used his heavenly gaze to look at the sky. Only people of this level were able to understand. It's starting. Another old god king murmured after knowing Outyen's intention. The rest of the crowd couldn't see anything, so they were lost. The old god king was right. Long Outyen wanted to use an extremely long distance since it was no problem for his physique. As long as he had enough space, he would be able to exert the ultimate speed in this world, capable of surpassing everything, even time itself. Though many cultivators didn't know what he was doing, they could sense it because time seemed to have skipped a beat in this particular instance. In the blink of an eye, everything in the world became slow. Everyone could see a faint shadow, but they knew it was Outyen. Next, the stagnation disappeared. Time was flowing normally again, but the situation was different. People could see Long Outyen was grabbing the monarch by the neck. Without a doubt, the supreme genius had found a clue and knew that the barrier was closely related to the monarch. Only by capturing her would they be able to solve the barrier problem. Whoosh! Bang! Finally, the sound of him crossing through the area finally caught up with remnant shadows. Many finally saw Outyen piercing through the barrier, but this had happened a while ago. He was unreasonably fast. The monarch was quite powerful, but she couldn't evade him. Being gripped by the neck rendered her out of breath with her blood energy running amok. The light in Pearl Tower turned dim immediately. Bang! The 8 giants finally broke through the defensive barrier. The dome broke down into little pieces of light. Kill! The members from Soaring Immortal roared after seeing this rare opportunity, and immediately jumped into the city. Fight! The disciples from Pearl didn't relent and also maintained their position to fend off the enemies. Pearl is finished. Outyen sneered. Alas, in a split second, the pendant in front of the monarch's chest exuded a boundless light. People couldn't keep their eyes opened. Her forehead flashed and a little tower appeared with a terrible storm. Even someone like Outyen couldn't imprison her any longer. His 5 fingers were aching and had to let go of the prince. A split second later, the monarch used an unbelievable speed to retreat. He snorted and used his immortal physique again to leap towards her. In his mind, she was no match for him in terms of agility even if she was faster. However, he only took the first step before hastily running backward. At this second, his intuition was telling him that something dangerous was coming. He fortified his stance and crushed the earth behind him. He looked up and saw a woman standing before the monarch. She was supreme and transcending, just like the goddess of the sea. Xueqi stood there with a spear in her hand. It was red with a flashing bloody glow. Even a character like Outyen was horrified by its appearance, as if it could pierce through his neck at any moment. Keep in mind that very few things could scare him to this level, but this spear managed to do so. It didn't matter how strong he was, the tip of this weapon could still easily pierce his throat. He suddenly had a thought. This spear wasn't only capable of piercing him. Even an immortal emperor would become its victim. The spectators in the horizon felt a chill by their throat. It didn't matter that they were so far away. The moment they saw the flashing tip of the spear, they still became suffocated with their legs turning weak. This spear was simply too horrifying, especially when Xueqi was the user. It seemed as if nothing could stop it. It was a sure kill weapon. What is that weapon? An old god king murmured in a daze. Immortal's blood spear, once known as the Black Dragon Spear. No one could stare at this weapon and remain composed. The blood there seemed to be from an immortal emperor. After stopping Long Outyen, Xueqi told the monarch, "Go protect the city, leave this to me." The monarch acknowledged the order and turned to leave. With a buzz, the Pearl Tower lit up again with its dazzling light. Ah! Miserable screams resounded. During the skirmish, the soaring immortal sect still had the upper hand. Even though Pearl had the number advantage, it couldn't stop this sect. Many disciples were forced back while the city lost many key areas. Blood stained the earth. So many pavilions were broken with holes appearing on the walls. Go! At this moment, Hai Lin's group of 3 joined the battle. Hai Lin had his trident and fought against a god king. The golden dragon roared and tore apart the enemies. Ding Yuan Ho in his bull form rampaged everywhere and crushed groups of combatants. Because of their presence, the situation turned for the better for Pearl City. The survivors from the demon race and sea monster faction fought together with the Pearl disciples. In their mind, Pearl was their last haven. If Pearl were to fall, there would be nowhere left for them to go in the Grand Sea. Whoosh! The monarch was controlling the tower again with its boundless light. Rays poured down on each of the disciples from Pearl. In a short time, it looked as if they had a new armor made out of light. This was the protective blessing from the tower. Kill! They regained their morale and battle intent. Even though they were no match for the enemies, they still rushed forward and wished to take down as many as possible before dying. Meanwhile, Xueqi was stopping Long Outyen on the city wall. With a spear in her hand, a murderous aura was born as she stood upright like a general that had killed countless enemies. The spear continued to instill fear into its enemies. Clank! The heaven's favorite didn't dare to underestimate the enemy. A sword hymn echoed in the sky. He slowly unsheathed the virtuous sword with an austere expression. Chapter 1647. With the virtuous sword ready for battle, Outyen became much more confident with an imperial aura erupting and surrounding his body. It looked as if he was wearing the armor of an emperor, allowing him to be the sole master of the 9 heavens. Despite his surging will to battle, he was still cautious and gazing at the immortal's blood spear. Back in the fight earlier against Hai Lin's group, he still used an imperial weapon, albeit an ordinary life treasure. But that wouldn't do any longer against Xueqi and her spear. Outyen had to take out the virtuous sword because he would be the one to taste bitterness by underestimating her. Heaven Suppression Goddess. The City Lord. Many cultivators were shocked to see her. In a short time, they glanced at each other and felt that this was quite bizarre. The alliance between the two sects was known by everyone, but now, Pearl and Soaring Immortal were in battle. It was one thing for Pearl to be independent, but even the current master of Heaven Suppression was fighting against Long Outyen. More importantly, this was a marriage alliance determined by the seniors of both sides. This made people think about Fiercest taking the bride away, and this ignited their gossip side. Looks like the goddess wants to follow Fiercest and doesn't care for the marriage. No wonder why she is going against Long Outyen. That's why Pearl is going up against Soaring Immortal too, because they have her as their backing. One youth stated, "That's Fiercest for you, stealing other people's wives so easily. This level of marriage alliance is really a big deal, but Fiercest doesn't give a damn. More importantly, the goddess is smitten with him. His charm really has no bounds." Another youth began to admire Fiercest. A different cultivator who had visited Eastern 100 cities in the Grand Middle Territory also said with envy, Fiercest isn't only ferocious but he's also very charming as well. I heard Fairy May and Sword Goddess Bai follow all of his orders. Other princesses are also head over heels for him. What more can a man ask for? In a short time, many youths were envious or even jealous of him. Just marrying any of the girls above would be the accumulation of good karma from 3 generations. But now Fiercest had so many. How could they not be jealous? Sister, don't forget about the agreement between our section. Long Outyen said slowly while looking at Queening. Outyen wasn't embarrassed about the bride-stealing incident but he didn't wish to dwell on it either. It was a political marriage without any romance so he didn't mind. Imperial Prince Long, the moment you attacked Pearl, our agreement is no longer effective, at least in my eyes. Queening said. But Heaven Suppression is still our ally. Long Outyen fiercely said. Gu Zun does not represent my Heaven Suppression. She said slowly. This is all his doing. If you want to show goodwill to my sect, then send back your troops or we shall be enemies. Then we have nothing to say. Outyen shook his head with a firm attitude. This isn't something you or I can decide. However, keep in mind that the path towards the throne is cruel. If you stand in my way, I will kill you. Outyen was an extraordinary person. In his mind, the Grand Tao was the most important. Romance was insignificant. It didn't matter whether he liked her or not. He wouldn't show any mercy towards anyone standing in his way. He had the right qualities to become an emperor, the right mindset, firm Tao heart, and an unyielding determination to never look back. Very well, I'll have a look at your techniques then. Zi Queening responded strongly without any fear. So be it. Outyen fiercely proclaimed. No one will hinder my step today. I shall flatten your city. Clank. A tsunami rushed out from the virtuous sword. Just its reflection alone could flip over the stars in the sky. Boom! Outyen had yet to attack but a foot came from the sky with an unstoppable momentum, capable of suppressing all the realms. Outyen's expression dimmed down after seeing this foot and had to unleash a sword strike to stop the tyrannical stomp. Bang! His amazing sword strike, incredible vitality, and supreme style were useless. He slammed into the city wall and was buried by the rubbles. Eat this! In the next second, he suddenly appeared in the sky with an unbelievable speed. No one saw how he got out of the rubbles or slashed. Clank! The strike split apart the primordial chaos, the galaxy, and the myriad Tao with its incomparable sharpness. God kings would be decapitated and the gods trembled in fear before this move. Boom! 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 With a loud series of explosions, 12 fists instantly became one. This move crushed through everything and slammed into the sword strike. The sky vault shattered instantly under this contest. A terrible black hole appeared. This would be an indelible mark on the sky for years to come. Everything became dark. It took a while before the light came back. Everyone saw 2 people standing in the sky. One was Long Outyen. Fiercest! Fiercest is here! A spectator shouted after seeing the other person. The atmosphere became tense. All eyes became excited and the battle in Pearl could no longer hold their attention. Everyone only cared about Fiercest and Long Outyen as well as the second battle between them. So strong, fighting against an imperial weapon with his fist. The last generation took a deep breath after seeing this. It wasn't like this was unprecedented. But this particular weapon was different. It was the virtuous sword that could even deter legendary god kings. They wouldn't think about fighting it with their bare hands. However, just his one fist alone could stop the sword. Just how tough and terrible was it? People became creeped out and felt that his fist could match any weapon in this world. Li Chia! Outyen's bloodthirst erupted. The 2 of them wouldn't share the same sky. For Outyen, he needed to kill Li Chia in order to become an emperor or it would be far out of his reach. However, even if he were to somehow become one but Li Chia was still alive, the guy would forever be a shadow and a threat in his mind. Thus, one of them must die for Outyen to have peace again. Li Chia looked at him and smiled leisurely. You got well pretty fast after just several days. Looks like the medicine in your sect isn't bad. Outyen simply snorted. Being struck into a different dimension by Li Chia was his first taste of defeat. However, Outyen didn't crumble or lost his self-confidence because of it. His Tao heart became even tougher. He wanted to challenge the guy again and thought that Li Chia would only be a paving pebble on his path towards the throne. This would make his journey even more complete and perfect. Not a bad Tao heart, It's no wonder why you have your current achievements. Li Chia glanced at him and smiled. He was praising the boy. Many would have apprehension after losing to him once, but there was only a negligible effect on Outyen. It showed how tough his Dao heart was. It wasn't a coincidence that he could become the successor of Soaring Immortal. His talents and Dao heart together made him who he is. Chapter 1648. Long Outyen and Li Chia were hovering in the sky. Outyen's eyes were sharp enough to pierce through all things, while Li Chia stood there leisurely as if he was only facing a random stranger on the street. The countless spectators held their breath. They knew that a great battle was coming and ruminated about the victor. Li Chia, you are about to become a skeleton on my imperial path. Outyen stared at him and uttered coldly. Each word was sonorous and powerful. They represented his undying will to kill Li Chia. This prompted Li Chia to shake his head and smile. You alone won't do. Despite having a grand completion physique, your power is still far lacking compared to a real emperor assailant. There's no way. The experts nearby became skeptics. Everyone knew that grand completion users could become emperor assailants. His statement went against the common belief. Humph. Outyen snorted without agreeing or retorting. No need to be unconvinced. Li Chia smiled cheerfully. Triple Saint talents and the arts of 5 emperors, those are incredible achievements. Unfortunately, you have been too hasty and forcefully reaching grand completion before the perfection of your grand Dao. This resulted in flaws within your physique, something that can't be fixed even if you were to become an emperor. With your current strength, you can't handle 1,000 moves against one. Even 500 moves might be challenging. This statement made the crowd ponder and looked at each other. They felt that there was something else to this common belief. They thought that grand completion users could assail an emperor, but maybe this wasn't the case? So what? Outyen was unperturbed. The grand Dao is endless. I can make up for this flaw after becoming one. Outyen was completely confident even after losing the first time. In his eyes, the throne was his for sure due to his incredible strength and peerless achievements. Being confident is not a bad thing. Li Chia smiled and said, it shows your ambition and will to surpass the former sages, including the emperors from your sect. You believe that you will become an emperor stronger than them or even become someone comparable to your progenitor, Immortal Emperor Fei. And then, Outyen uttered coldly. He wasn't in a rush to attack and kill since Li Chia was the only rival at this level. I'm not looking down on you. Li Chia shook his head. Even if I let you become an emperor, with your current state, you can't surpass Immortal Emperor Tun Ri and Immortal Emperor Bam Ye. Your talents might be better than Immortal Emperor Tun Ri, but you have been too impatient, unable to calm down. The best you can be is an average emperor. The crowd was surprised to see the two mortal enemies talking. They thought a battle would break out upon sight, but this was only a discussion about immortal emperors. Perhaps only people at their level would understand their train of thoughts. Ha! I'm afraid you won't live to see that day. Outyen was unaffected and sneered. After I step on your body, you'll see what kind of emperor I shall become. Li Chia smiled and said, still a firm Dao heart. Fine, I'll take you down again. We'll see how many defeats are necessary before your Dao heart is affected. Outyen snorted in response. Li Chia, the one shaken will be you. Rumble. A huge portal appeared in the sky with people rushing out. This was another legion of 10,000 men. Enough to instill fear into the crowd. It was a forest of armors and spears. The soldiers stood upright with a murderous aura and battle intent. Even the ocean would lament before their might. This was a legion of steel, capable of crushing everything. The swift teleportation of 10,000 troops showed just how amazing Soaring Immortal was with their resources. This type of forces seemed so common to them. Boom! In the blink of an eye, loud explosions shattered the sky. 5 god kings came out of nowhere. They were extremely old with white hair, and despite their withered lifespan, their eyes were still spirited with the flames of God King. Inside their eyes were the derivation of the Grand Dao's myriad laws. A boundless power was being cultivated within. The 5 god kings didn't hide their aura at all and let it roam free like a disaster-level tsunami. It slammed into the sky and ferociously shattered all the stars above. The 5 god kings immediately surrounded Li Chia with Long Outyen and blocked all of his escape paths. Li Chia was still all smiles. Humph, the quality is a bit bad with imperfect Dao foundation, but this is indeed the first step into the legendary God King level. Of course, the 5 of you are only poor imitations compared to the real things. The 5 God Kings glared at him with terrible bloodthirst. They were legendary God Kings, yet Li Qie called them poor imitations. This really drove them crazy, but since they came from soaring immortal, they could still remain relatively calm. The moment Li Qie made the slightest action, they would deliver the fatal blow. Legendary God Kings. The sect masters nearby felt a chill running down their spine after hearing this. For a great power, it was already amazing to have a God King. A legendary God King would be the prized jewel of the sect. Now, soaring immortal had 5 of them appearing out of thin air. This was enough power to flatten any lineage in the Grand Sea with the exception of Heaven Suppression. This gave everyone a new perspective on soaring immortal's legacy. It was much more frightening, beyond their imagination. However, Li Qie's comment left them speechless as well. These were legendary God Kings that would be respected no matter where they were, and there were 5 of them. Alas, he was calling them poor imitations, as if such God Kings couldn't get into his sight and not worth mentioning. They could only smile helplessly. It wasn't their first time experiencing his domineering and arrogant style. 1 isn't enough, so gotta increase the number now? Li Qie looked at Outyen and smiled. No, I only want you to watch those on your side die a miserable death. If they have chosen you, then let them die a meaningful death. You will only be able to stand and watch each of them being killed one by one. The crowd was frightened upon this declaration. They could imagine rivers of blood and mountains of bones scattering all around Pearl along with wails of torment. They understood that soaring immortal and Long Outyen wanted to make an example out of Li Qie. This was a warning to everyone in this world that those who stood by fiercest would be destroyed mercilessly. The scared spectators thought that if they were to make a choice at this moment, no one would pick fiercest side. Let's see how long you can watch and if your Dao heart can remain strong under this massacre. Outyen sneered with a terrible murderous glint in his eyes. This was also a way to take Li Qie down. That's why he had 5 legendary God Kings trapping the guy. It could be said that he wasn't in a rush to kill Li Qie. His goal was to torture him by letting him watch his friends die. This was a way to affect his Dao heart. Meanwhile, the crowd found themselves thinking that being enemy with Outyen was a very scary thing. Chapter 1649. Li Qie couldn't help but smile while looking at the 5 legendary God Kings and the Legion. Looks like you don't understand me at all, same with the ancestors backing you up. This is really disappointing. Soaring immortal producing some idiots. Your forefather, immortal Emperor Ren Xian, was a visionary. Who would have thought that his descendants would be a bunch of fools? Kill! Outyen shouted with no needs for more words. He wanted to use action to harm Li Qie, and let the world know the fate of those who oppose him. It wouldn't only end in death, even friends and families were going to be killed as well. Kill! The Legion from Soaring Immortal responded to his order. They rushed for Pearl like an unstoppable flood. Clang, clang, clang. The warning bells echoed across the city as the inhabitants fell into a terrible panic. Fight! The disciples from Pearl also let out a battle cry. They had no other choices. It was either fighting to the death or running and be killed. Thus, they dashed ahead in order to desperately face their foes. Rumble! The world and Pearl continued to shake. Pearl was a city that could disappear in this storm of crisis at any moment. It was already having a hard time dealing with the First Legion from Soaring Immortal and was forced back continuously. Now, another legion of the same strength made resistance even harder. Screams and blood scattered across the city. The defensive lines inside the city crumbled instantly, so the remaining troops fell back to the central area. Li Qie, open your eyes and watch the destruction of Pearl. Get used to this feeling since you have Soaring Mortal as an enemy. Outyen coldly uttered. Soaring Immortal, only a bunch of fools. Li Qie shook his head. Come now, Azure Dragon, it's your time to roar and protect the 9 worlds. Let them taste your rage. Boom! The sky shattered with a battle platform. It instantly teleported a legion to this place. This legion was surrounded with primordial chaos and an ancient yet vigorous aura. It seemed to have been buried for millions of years. The soldiers all wore an azure-scaled armor with an azure dragon raising its claws embroidered on the front. These dragons were extremely tyrannical, capable of tearing apart everything. The legion itself was the sharpest spear with nothing in this world capable of stopping its thrust. Even imperial legions and emperors could fall prey to its sharpness. The legions from Soaring Immortal looked like greenhorns compared to this legion. This became even more apparent after seeing the important old soldiers in this legion. Their eyes were cold without any sign of fear. Even when an emperor stood before them, they would still raise their spear and take the vanguard. They dared to fight against any existence in the world. It was as if they were natural-born warriors with experience added at this point. Their war banners fluttered in the sky. It was also the same image of an azure dragon. It looked like it wanted to fly out of the flag to tear apart its enemies. When this legion appeared, the 9 worlds turned cold. People shuddered everywhere regardless of who they might be. Even the god of war would still feel fear. The legion landed and rushed towards the other 2 legions from Soaring Immortal with the cry of a dragon. Skulls went flying amidst the wails. Blood spurted everywhere before this war machine, the harvester of skulls. They fought to kill with every single technique. Their murderous bloodthirst and wanton regards for their own safety were the scariest aspects of their combat. No! Screams continued endlessly. Even god kings were lamenting as their head went flying with their eyes wide opened. This was the most terrifying legion they had ever seen. The Draconic Legion rampaged across the battlefield like a true dragon. The other 2 legions couldn't slow it down at all. The old soldiers in the legion were even more incredible. 5 old soldiers formed a team that could instantly put an end to a god king in a scene of carnage. The crowd was shocked to see this. In their mind, god kings were supreme existences, but just these old teams were enough to tear their body apart. The scariest part was the expression on these old soldiers. Their dismembering and decapitating techniques were flawless. It looked as if they weren't operating on humans, only helpless livestock. The disciples from Pearl weren't the ones screaming any longer. In a short time, the harvest continued and there were few left in the Soaring Immortal legions. The strongest cultivators among the spectators were afraid as well. They would find it difficult to forget this battle for the rest of their lives. Clank! The clanging of metals continued. While the legion was killing the disciples, a halberd strike came out of nowhere and aimed for the 5 legendary god kings trapping Lichia. Kill! The 5 god kings reacted swiftly with enough power to flatten the heavens. Crazy imperial laws crushed space and time. However, this particular metallic clanking had a strange rhythm to it. It crushed all the imperial laws even though they came from legendary god kings. The halberd continued with a god-slaying momentum. The moment this strike came out, everything was a foregone conclusion. Open! The 5 god kings worked together to unleash a tyrannical move. A divine wall that had surpassed all physical limits appeared to stop all attacks. However, the halberd slammed into the wall and instantly penetrated it. Pluff! More blood came out. The 5 legendary god kings had their throat pierced. They were still lost in disbelief. They were 5 legendary god kings working together, yet they still couldn't stop this halberd. Outyen was shocked to see this as well. His grand completion soaring physique reacted even faster. His virtuous sword slashed through the sky with a devastating imperial aura. It was a heavenly annihilation. Boom! The annihilation turned the world dark. The sun in the sky was blotted out. It looked as if the end of the world was coming. Clank! The impact resounded across the entire mortal emperor world. Just this sound alone seemed to be eternal, like a supreme authority in existence. Nothing could shake it. The annihilation was stopped by the halberd, resulting in fiery sparks flying everywhere and shattered the stars. The initially dark sky was brilliant with the new fireworks. Ordinary cultivators dropped to the ground, paralyzed. They simply couldn't withstand this aura. Even god kings lost their colors and felt completely worthless before this power. Is that the attack from an immortal emperor? In this split second, everyone had the illusion that an emperor was around. Clank! The halberd suddenly moved and reversed the universe with it. This next strike was simply unstoppable. Boom! Long Outyen went flying for more than 10,000 miles and vomited blood under the pressure of the halberd. Chapter 1650. Everyone was stunned by this shocking scene. The 5 legendary god kings from Soaring Immortal have been slain in no time at all. Even Long Outyen with his grand completion physique lost after just one move. How terrifying was this character? This was the reason why everyone thought the newcomer was an emperor. In the corner of their eyes was an old man with an austere expression. His face seemed to have been polished by time itself. In the end, nothing could ever change it again. Each feature and lines were clearly defined. He was riding a divine stallion. Despite being made from bronze, it was full of life and its muscles were animated. The old man didn't have a frightening aura or a sky-engulfing vitality. He simply stood there in the sky and time seemed to have been frozen. No one could ever get past him or even think about defeating him. He was the most fortified line of defense in the world. Nobody knew the origin of this old man, not even the most knowledgeable god king. "Child, your cultivation is not bad." The old man looked at Long Outyen and said slowly, "Unfortunately, the only person who can fight me from your sect is Azura. The rest won't be able to stop a single blow." People listened attentively to each of his words. They didn't know who Azura was, but this must be a terrifying character as well. In this world, how many would actually dare to make this statement? Even Long Outyen was aghast to hear this since he certainly knew who Azura was. Forefather Azura was once the strongest among their old ancestors. Some ancestors in his sect once said that outside of immortal emperors, if Forefather Azura wasn't the strongest, he would still at least be second place. Due to having such a powerful existence as his Tao protector and stood up for him, Immortal Emperor Ren Xian was able to come out to win the throne. Unfortunately, even this powerful forefather couldn't survive the tribulation of time. In the end, his lifespan withered and he left this world. Right now, this old man had just said that only Forefather Azura could fight him from soaring immortal. He could easily imagine how strong the old man was. "May I ask who you are?" Long Outyen took a calming breath before speaking with a serious expression. "World Keeper, True God," the old man said flatly without too many thoughts. "World Keeper, True God." Many experts glanced at each other after hearing this title. Even the God Kings from the last generation haven't heard of it before. However, inside the depth of one imperial lineage, an extremely ancient old man sat up from shock. His profound eyes became dazed as he murmured, "World Keeper. He's actually still alive. This is a surviving true god from the immortal slaying war. An ancient legend, but there is only one existence in this world that can summon him." Having thought to this point, this undying existence shuddered and immediately climbed back into his coffin without saying anything else. "World Keeper." Long Outyen was astounded and took a step back in horror. He had heard of this name before since he was the successor of his amazing sect. This was a name full of legends. World Keeper. How many people would dare to claim this magnificent title on top of the true god designation? But both of these things were part of this old man's title. This was an existence with an extremely precious bloodline, an old general that had participated in the immortal slaying war and still managed to survive. "I'm not here to harvest your lives, so I won't trouble you any further." The true god looked at Long Outyen, then glanced at some hidden people in the sky and said leisurely, "If your sect still has some imperial princes who think they are amazing, then go for it already. In this generation, my Azure Dragon Legion has received the order of His Excellency and shall trample your sect." His tone was calm but the content was domineering. Anyone would feel a chill after hearing the old man's declaration towards soaring immortal. This was the last of the screamings. The Legion had finished sweeping through the entire battlefield and eliminated all enemies. Not a single man from soaring immortal was left alive. They then stopped inside Pearl. The guards from Pearl trembled while looking at them, especially the cold eyes of the older soldiers. They kept on walking backward and didn't dare to look into their eyes. There was a sharpness within that could pierce the heart, a truly nightmare-inducing endeavor. Boom! In a trice, the entire Legion left Pearl and floated to the sky. They lined up in an orderly fashion in front of Li Qie. Meanwhile, Outyen calmed himself and knew what kind of Legion he was facing. It wasn't shameful for their legions to lose to this one so quickly because this was a force that had participated in an ancient war. They have even massacred the most terrifying race of them all, the ancient Ming. This legendary legion worked together with the old sages of the Nine Worlds to destroy the Dragon Ming ancient dynasty and stop their reign. "Very well, we will meet again and my sect will have our payback," Outyen solemnly said. With that, he instantly disappeared into the horizon. In his eyes, they have lost this battle completely. However, they were still fine since they had another powerful legion. At this time, the true god jumped down from his stallion and came before Li Qie. He kneeled down without saying anything. Whoosh! All of the soldiers from Azure Dragon formally kneeled down before Li Qie. This scene shocked so many people. Some felt their blood boiling while looking at this invincible legion. However, it was submitting to Xueqi at this moment. Any man who could stand at such a glorious position would feel an uncontainable excitement. There wouldn't be more to ask of life. Azure Dragon protects the Son of Heaven. 100 fight to slaughter the immortal. The true God's voice echoed across mortal emperor and deterred all existences. The 9 worlds trembled once more. Azure Dragon protects the Son of Heaven. 100 fight to slaughter the immortal. Each soldier shouted in unison and threatened the world again. All existences would shudder before their rallying cry. When Azure Dragon's horns sounded again for their second glorious coming, the world should brace itself. Everyone in the crowd was shaken, either from horror or astonishment. Xueqi felt the corners of his eyes moistening while looking at the legion and the old soldiers that have survived the previous war. Azure Dragon protects the Son of Heaven. 100 fight to slaughter the immortal. He said slowly, "The old valorous shall be undying, Azure Dragon shall be eternal. The old valorous shall be undying, Azure Dragon shall be eternal." The young ones in the legion applauded while the older soldiers with their austere expressions shouted as well. They inevitably became sentimental. Back in those years, they fought against the ancient Ming and risked their lives together. Now, they were finally back under the banners of the Azure Dragon Legion, back before His Excellency. They shall see glory again in this generation by protecting the 9 worlds. Xueqi's frozen heart felt warm after seeing each of the old soldiers' face. He secretly wiped away his tears, not wanting others to see his moment of weakness. Next, he placed his palm on the true God's head and stated, "All of you are my pride, my reason for arrogance. Rise, no need for formality." The entire legion stood up with the true good. The old soldiers stared at Xueqi while trying to carve his appearance into their mind. Xueqi had done the same for them in the past. These were comrades who fought alongside him, stained with blood. He had buried many soldiers and brothers. He once watched their blood flow on the ground. They have experienced the cruelest and hardest period during the dark era of the ancient Ming. They laughed loudly together and cried quietly together. Chapter 1651. Any lineage and big shot would be overwhelmed with chills while looking at such a legion. Soaring Immortals' troops were completely massacred in a short time. Moreover, the older soldiers from Azure Dragon dismembered God Kings as if they were mere cattle. That was the frightening part. It was unfortunate that not too many people knew about this ancient legion. Those who once knew about it have returned to the earth. Azure Dragon Legion. However, some were still alive. In a sect with 3 emperors, an ancestor woke up while sitting on his throne inside a palace deep within. He focused his gaze at the Grand Sea and felt his hair standing on end after seeing the legion. The ancient Ming race turned to ashes after the immortal slaying war because the Azure Dragon Legion and the wise sages of the 9 worlds surrounded and slaughtered the Dragon Ming dynasty. During that period, the ancient Ming had many supports, so Azure Dragon took the vanguard to stop their waves of reinforcement with blood. This particular battle lasted for 49 days. The earth was covered by a bloody paste and in the end, Azure Dragon with sheer determination protected the last defensive line to stop any reinforcement. Finally, Immortal Emperor Long Ming was crucified on a peak. The screams of an emperor echoed across the 9 worlds. That might be the most terrifying thing in all the ages. The emperor of that arrogant race was actually killed during their own era. That battle astounded the inhabitants of the 9 worlds. It was the fruit from the wise sages working together. However, without the Azure Dragon Legion, it wouldn't have been as easy to massacre that dynasty, let alone killing their emperor. This particular ancestor became emotional while thinking about the old war with heartfelt admiration for Azure Dragon and their tyrannical heroism. How many lineages dared to accept such a risky order during the ancient Ming's reign, but Azure Dragon accepted this responsibility and completed it without letting anyone down. In a different sacred ground, another eternal existence woke up and gazed at the legion. The first, Azure Dragon Legion, the most amazing legion in the world, daring to fight against the ancient Ming when no one else did. Alas, their casualty was too great. So many brave generals and soldiers fell in that battle, so they could only retire afterward. Otherwise, it wouldn't be Soaring Immortals' turn to do whatever they want now. Just Azure Dragon alone would easily sweep through Soaring Immortal. In the barren earth, a dying old man in an ancient clan sat up with tears in his eyes the moment he saw the legion. Azure Dragon protects the Son of Heaven. 100 fight to slaughter the immortal. He murmured. It is a shame that I only have one breath left, or I shall contribute for His Excellency again on the battlefield. For glory. The old valorous shall be undying. Azure Dragon shall be eternal. The old man quietly mumbled as tears dripped down his cheeks. Back in those dark years, they weathered through perils together. With no fear of death, everyone held the last line of defense without a single thought of giving up. The phrase was their battle cry and their symbol. It represented their entire will and determination. As long as they were still alive, they would protect their prince and the last line of defense for the 9 worlds. Their ambition was to protect His Excellency and the 9 worlds on top of killing the ancient Ming's emperor. They worked towards these goals from beginning to end. Ultimately, they finally did it with the death of immortal Emperor Long Ming by cutting off the reinforcements. Their illustrious battle exploits were built on their blood and tears. They shocked the world with the battle today. Though no one had heard of the previously, the name, Azure Dragon, will be repeated everywhere henceforth. People were speechless even while others felt great admiration for the Legion. After the battle, the Legion camped inside Pearl. The city was completely quiet and no one would dare to step inside. Many big shots were terrified to see the older soldiers in the Legion. Their legs would uncontrollably tremble. Meanwhile, inside the main hall of Pearl, Lichia and Wordkeeper sat together. After so many years, the master and servant were together again. Though you can't live for another generation, you are still vigorous enough. Your vitality isn't as strong as your peak, but it isn't much weaker. Lichia looked at the true god and smiled. It is all because of the love you have shown me, Your Excellency. The true god smiled back. If you didn't bestow immortal treasures to me, allowing me to recover, I might be a pile of mud right now. Lichia chuckled and shook his head. No need to thank me, you deserve them. Our brothers paid a heavy price back then, but unfortunately, I couldn't keep everyone alive through the long years. The true god couldn't help but sigh after the past was brought up. Both him and Lichia felt the same awe when thinking about the glorious sacrifice of old. The true god changed the topic. Your Excellency, when do you want to attack Soaring Immortal? Our brothers are ready. Just give the order, we shall flatten them. No rush. Lichia said. I actually want to see what kind of cards they have up their sleeve. I heard Immortal Emperor Ren Xian's sons have escaped from the immortal confinement, so I want to see what kind of trouble they can bring. If Immortal Emperor Ren Xian was still in this world, then maybe they can do something. But just some imperial princes alone, there's nothing they can do against you, Your Excellency. The true god replied. Princes or princesses, whatever. Lichia was nonchalant. I'm just curious about what they hid back then and the bloodline. I want to see who was the one who had their bloodline changed. I didn't find it back then, but I'm certain it is in Soaring Immortal. His eyes flashed with a terrible glint. Even an emperor would feel trepidation after seeing it. The true god naturally knew the significance of this glint. If Soaring Immortal dares to let the ancient Ming's bloodline appear again, this is more than enough to kill them all. The true god became bloodthirsty as well. He had experienced the darkest years, so he naturally wouldn't allow it to happen a second time. Yes. Lichia was in no hurry. It's just that I couldn't find the changed bloodline back then, or Soaring Immortal wouldn't exist right now. Back then, with Immortal Emperor Qianli and the Black Dragon King, even Soaring Immortal had no other choice but to submit and let the Dark Crow search every inch of their land. Alas, the forceful search didn't yield any result. The participating ancestors all committed suicide while the imperial princes went hiding in the immortal confinement. No need to talk about Soaring Immortal, they're already fish on the chopping board. Lichia shook his head. Outside of giving Azure Dragon the well-deserved glory, I have another personal reason. I hope that after I leave, the Legion will still be famous across the 9 worlds in order to deter a few people from having the same thoughts in the future. Your Excellency, your burden is too heavy. The true god cupped his fist and said, if this was the past, I would want to follow and pave the way for you again with our brothers. I know of your devotion. Lichia nodded and sighed. However, there was too much casualty back then and I don't want it to happen again to the Legion. You all have paid enough. In the future, the war above the 9 heavens will be even crueler. You love us too much. The true god said with sincerity. No, it is because I owe everyone. Lichia replied with a tinge of sadness. I personally recruited each of you, but how many brothers have been buried now? Their blood still stained the battlefields. Chapter 1652. War is cruel. Soldiers are wrapped in a horse's hide after death instead of a proper funeral. Their blood sprayed all over the battlefield. The true God powerfully said, "We brothers were mentally prepared the moment we followed you for this fate." Li Qie gently sighed. Perhaps that is the case. War is cruel, so this is the time for Azure Dragon to enjoy the glorious period. Let me handle the wars as the paver of the future. I'm certain victory is in your grasp, Your Excellency. The true God ceased. He understood that this was His Excellency's sympathy for the Legion, and not wishing for the Legion to fight with him till the bloody end. Yes, I shall return triumphantly eventually. Li Qie stared at the horizon and eventually responded. A while later, the true God half-jokingly said, Your Excellency, you have gotten your body back, so maybe you should let the goddesses and saintesses in this world have your offsprings. Few would dare to say this to Li Qie in this generation. Only the true God would bring up this topic. After all, he has followed Li Qie for so long and wanted, more than anyone else, for Li Qie to have some descendants. At the very least, his branch would continue regardless of what may come in the future. In due time. Li Qie shook his head. He wasn't in a hurry about this matter. Your Excellency, if you are willing, I can find candidates for you in order to leave behind the strongest descendants. The true God couldn't help but offer. Li Qie smiled again. Worldkeeper, I have never cared about leaving my bloodline behind. Let this be up to fate. The woman who is meant to do so shall do so for me. Worldkeeper gently nodded and understood Li Qie's thoughts. This was someone who had experienced many generations and met many amazing women, including female immortal emperors. However, few could win his attention, and even fewer could get him to agree for them to have children together, as rare as the autumn leaves. The cultivators in Mortal Emperor were holding their breath while Azure Dragon camped at Pearl. Everyone knew that a storm was coming, one that would be stronger and fiercest than the rest. It could even destroy the entire Grand Sea. They understood that Soaring Immortal wouldn't take this defeat lying down. However, vengeance required a great war, since Soaring Immortal would hold nothing back. There were both anxiety and anticipation. Would the final victor be the sect with 5 emperors or the mysterious and frightening Legion? Many sects were afraid of the flame of war spreading to them as well. A battle of this level would destroy everything nearby. Many sects would be engulfed by this disaster as well. Let's withdraw right now or our sect might be destroyed. A few intelligent strategists encouraged their sects to leave their home in the Grand Sea. However, very few were willing to leave. For anyone, abandoning their foundation was very difficult. How many would actually make this choice? Before the start of the war, Li Qie saw another guest back at Pearl. It was Heavenly Emperor Lin from Soaring Immortal. He changed quite a bit versus the last visit. He seemed to be tired, not as spirited as before. Looks like you're here to tell me the bad news. Li Qie smiled after noticing the youth's dejected appearance. Lin smiled wryly and said, Brother Li, we have failed. Our ancestors lost power when the imperial princes came back. Soaring Immortal is under the control of the princes and ancestor Long now. Li Qie wasn't surprised at all to hear this. Looks like your imperial princes not only didn't die in the prison but had great harvest as well. Such good fortune, huh? They're very strong. Lin bitterly smiled. The ancestors from our 3 branches lost to the princes and have lost their freedom. They're under house arrest now. Initially, their 3 branches aimed to take over again. However, Immortal Emperor Ren Xian's princes came back with great ferocity. The ancestors of the 3 branches worked together but still lost, so now Soaring Immortal was firmly under Immortal Emperor Ren Xian's branch. Looks like they're capable enough to defeat your strongest ancestors. Li Qie smiled. They must have had some amazing encounters in there. The agony in there had become a great treasure. The immortal confinement was found inside an ancient ruin by Immortal Emperor Fei. It was extremely dangerous. Not to mention legendary god kings. Even 9 out of 10 emperor assailants would die. All along, so many disciples have entered the prison, but the only real survivor was Immortal Emperor Qianlong during his youth. Right now, the imperial princes endured the harsh time and all came back alive. One could easily imagine the great fortunes they have gained inside. Lin didn't know what to say. Despite being one of the best disciples in Soaring Immortal, there was nothing he could do to change the political climate within the sect. He was only an ant before the powerful branch of Immortal Emperor Ren Xian. In the end, he said, The ancestors told me to give you a message. The imperial princes are missing right now. Missing? What does that mean? They disappeared without a trace from Soaring Immortal? Li Qie chuckled. Well, Lin found it difficult to comment on certain topics. I got it. Li Qie said flatly. Your ancestors are suspicious that there is someone else behind the scene outside of the princes. They believe that this can absolve Soaring Immortal from the sin. Brother Li, that's not the ancestors' intention. They are only speculating because back then, the imperial princes alone weren't enough to convince everyone. He hesitated while revealing this. A bit interesting. These boys were sealed by immortal Emperor Ren Xian at a young age. Though they came out later, it was no longer their time. They alone couldn't convince the big shots from Soaring Immortal to join this plan. The ancestors from your sect certainly know that creating the bloodline of the ancient Ming is a crime punishable by sect destruction. Lin turned slightly pale. He was aware of the situation's severity, having heard his ancestors talked about it. Li Qie said coldly, this is a sky-piercing matter. If it is done by a bunch of kids, then we can attribute that to ignorance. However, several old big shots from your clan were involved as well. Though they committed suicide later, it doesn't change the fact that they were participants. Perhaps in their eyes, this isn't only a changing of bloodline. It is a way for Soaring Immortal to become great and produce more immortal emperors to rule the 9 worlds. Li Qie smiled mockingly at this point. Brother Li, I'm sure my ancestors didn't have this idea. Lin jumped from fear and hurriedly said. I'm aware. Li Qie responded. If they were part of the plan back then, they wouldn't be alive right now to enjoy their retirement. Lin heaved a sigh of relief, but his heart was still heavy. This is a very amusing matter. The big shots from your sect have seen many storms. How could a few young imperial princes have convinced them to take this sect-destroying risk? It's impossible. Perhaps during their father's generation, they could use his prestige to ask, but the emperor wasn't around at the time of the planning. Only Azura could convince these old geezers to take this risk. Li Qie finished. No, it's not forefather Azura. Lin quickly said. The forefather was the strongest ancestor of immortal Emperor Qianlong's branch and contributed greatly in the past. Though he had made some wrong decisions before, he would never think about starting the blood exchange plan. It's not him. Though he was the one who supported immortal Emperor Ren Xian, he is still an upright and resolute character. Indeed, he couldn't have been the one. Lin felt safe again. At the very least, their Qianlong branch was spared from any suspicion. Chapter 1653. The old men sent you here. Are they interested in talking about the mastermind this time? Li Qie looked at Lin and smiled. This made Lin quiet because he didn't know whether he should talk about this. Before leaving, the ancestors told him to play it by ear with great caution. After all, this could besmirch someone's reputation. I also know that your old men are thinking that it is immortal Emperor Ren Xian. Li Qie could read the youth's thoughts. Surely not. The ancestors are only thinking about all possibilities. They definitely don't think so. Lin quickly answered. He was very careful about this matter. Same with his ancestors. This could negatively affect immortal Emperor Ren Xian's glorious reputation. Moreover, their entire sect vouched for him back then. It's not him. I'm certain about this after some rumination. Li Qie shook his head. There was a reason for his firm belief about the emperor's innocence. If the emperor actually had such thoughts back then, he wouldn't have become an emperor. I knew it. Lin felt a weight off his shoulders. In his mind, an emperor being involved in this conspiracy would be too much. A descendant like him didn't wish for this stain on the emperor's reputation. Regardless of the past, the emperor has always been an insightful man with great self-control. That's why he won the battle for the throne, not to mention his amazing achievements afterward. Perhaps your sect and his descendants did not inherit the same qualities, thinking that as a 5 emperors sect, you deserve hegemony in the 9 worlds. Li Qie chuckled and praised. Lin had nothing to say again. After a long lull and great hesitation, he softly asked, "What does His Excellency think about it?" It took all of his courage to inquire about the opinion of the eternal ruler, the Dark Hand. Li Qie stared at the youth before laughing. You are asking for His Excellency, the Dark Crow's opinion? It's fine to tell you that he suspected the Imperial Queen back then. The Imperial Queen? Lin was shocked. After calming down, he blurted, "That's impossible. The Queen had passed away long ago. Moreover, she is a human." That's where it gets interesting. During the search back then, he also examined her remains. She had indeed passed away early. The truth was that he was very skeptical about this back then, but he couldn't find any concrete evidence. The opponents planned everything well, not leaving a single hole. Someone that can hide this from immortal Emperor Ren Xian isn't simple. Li Qie concluded. Lin was in a tough spot the whole time. He eventually handed a scroll to Li Qie and said respectfully, "This is the ancestor's record. Please present it to His Excellency." In fact, Lin didn't know whether he would be handing over this scroll or not. The ancestor said that if immortal Emperor Ren Xian wasn't the prime suspect, then hand this scroll over. Li Qie accepted and opened for a look. He then closed it and chuckled. "Your old men want to plea for leniency. Unfortunately, the relationships alone are not enough." "They are aware." Lin spoke weakly. "They only want to leave behind the Dao legacy so that the lineage can continue on." These ancestors knew that there was no going back on this. Once Soaring Immortal lost the battle, they would face destruction. Thus, they were asking for mercy with their Dao legacy. "It's not impossible." Li Qie smiled and said, "I can make a decision with a simple demand. Find the bloodline back then and I shall let your sect leave behind its legacy. Soaring Immortal might be gone, but at least some seeds will remain." Lin couldn't speak because this demand was impossible. He smiled wryly again. "The ancestors don't have any clue. The 9 worlds are too large. There's nothing they can do." "No, trust me. This bloodline is absolutely hidden in your sect. There was no way for it to escape, but who knows where it is right now." Li Qie chuckled. "There's no chance. The ancestors said that they have been paying attention. There's no place to hide in Soaring Immortal since they have basically searched every single inch. If this is true, the only possible location is the immortal confinement." The stunned youth replied. "That's not it." Li Qie shook his head. "The prison won't allow for this bloodline to exist. Destruction will come. That's the reason why the immortal confinement wasn't searched back then, because the imperial princes didn't have this bloodline. A pure ancient Ming bloodline is exceedingly difficult to conceal." Li Qie was extremely familiar with this bloodline. The whole thing piqued his curiosity. He wondered how the mastermind back then hid this particular bloodline from everyone. Lin couldn't do anything but shake his head in response. "I don't think it's there." "No rush, it'll appear soon enough." Li Qie said. "I also want to see to what level has this bloodline transformed. This is indeed worthy of further research." This was another reason why Li Qie didn't go all out back then. Since the mastermind back then was able to hide this bloodline from him, it meant that the bloodline itself had undergone a great transformation. Because of this, he wanted to see the full extent because it has been some time since he last saw it. This will be a prime example to satiate his curiosity. Lin sighed and understood that his sect has become Li Qie's prey. Though he wished to change the situation, he was powerless. In the eyes of others, he was an amazing genius. But for the true overlords, he was only an insignificant junior. "Brother Li, I'll be going then, goodbye." He stood up and cupped his fists. Li Qie looked at him and said, "Leave Soaring Immortal now before the start of the battle. Out of consideration for our friendship, I won't make it difficult for you." Though Li Qie was going to destroy Soaring Immortal, he didn't want Heavenly Emperor Lin's life. The youth had nothing to do with this. Lin pondered for a moment before. He then bowed and said, "Thank you, Brother Li. I'll remember your kindness, but I am a disciple of Soaring Immortal. It doesn't matter if the sect is right or wrong, I will not be a deserter. Soaring Immortal do not have deserters." "Courageous indeed. Go then, life or death. Leave it to your own fortune." Li Qie nodded. Lin cupped his fists again before leaving. He returned to Soaring Immortal and met the ancestors from the 3 branches. Though they were under house arrest, they could still meet their disciples. After hearing his reports, the ancestors who used to be generals under emperors became silent. These were prominent characters that once threatened the 9 worlds. "Child, run as far away as possible. Do not return." In the end, the oldest ancestor among them told Lin. "Ancestor." Lin was astounded to hear this. "The battle hasn't even begun, we don't need to be so pessimistic." There is still hope. None. The ancestor shook his head. You don't know how terrifying the existence we are facing is. Even if an immortal emperor was in this world right now, they still wouldn't be able to shake the position of this existence. If His Excellency had made his decision, there is no changing our fate. What if everyone comes to plead? Ancestor, you said that you had some ties with His Excellency? Maybe if you and the others can see him in person. It's no use. The ancestor shook his head again. We have already used up all of our face back in the previous search. The sentiments have been spent. Soaring Immortal had crossed the line. There is no saving this. His Excellency has his own rules. Pleading is useless now even if we can meet him. A different ancestor agreed. The ancestor's expression dimmed down after this point. Another smiled wryly and said, I wonder if Azura would regret his decision? If he didn't support Immortal Emperor Ren Xian back then, maybe Soaring Immortal wouldn't be standing before this cliff. The other ancestors quietly contemplated the question. Forefather Azura eventually died from old age. Outside of a reduction in his life-prolonging resources, perhaps he had begun to question his own choice and gradually lost his will to live. Maybe he didn't wish to see Soaring Immortal being in its current perilous situation. Chapter 1654. Silence engulfed the hall. The grave atmosphere suffocated all the participants. We really have no hope? Heavenly Emperor Lin spoke feebly without any confidence. None. The oldest ancestor shook his head. Everything is decided the moment the Azure Dragon Legion is out. But nothing changes otherwise anyway. There are the Brave Tiger Legion and others still. The moment we cross the line, everything has been determined. Even emperors can't do anything about it. They will only manage to struggle for a bit and cause the war to be even more devastating. Our sect is very powerful, but can it compare to the ancient Ming back then? Even if we can produce an emperor right now, they won't necessarily be stronger than Immortal Emperor Long Ming either. Another ancestor sighed. To which the oldest ancestor responded, the ancient Ming was still rendered into ashes. Immortal Emperor Long Ming was crucified on top of the divine peak. His screams echoed across the 9 worlds. How unfortunate that our sect will be lost during our generation. We are all sinners. There is no escaping this. We have shamed our ancestors. The other ancestors had nothing to say. They were invincible and well respected by other cultivators and sections. However, they were helpless before this disaster and finally felt their age. Their spirit was willing but the flesh was weak. But we can still go convince the imperial princes about giving up on revenge. Maybe we can get His Excellency and the princes to have a peace negotiation. Lin still didn't give up. Soaring Immortal had given him so much. It was a second home to him. There was no way he could stand and watch. You don't know them. The oldest ancestor shook his head. Their vengeance cannot be stopped, otherwise, we wouldn't be under house arrest. The ancestors sighed again. If they were still young and brimming with vitality, they would have had a chance for victory when fighting against the imperial princes. Alas, they were old now and couldn't last long in a fight. Meanwhile, the imperial princes didn't grow old in the prison. Their age was the main factor in their victory against the ancestors. Despite being forced to hide in the prison, they still profited from the disaster. The young Lin commented, this isn't only for themselves, they want revenge for their father as well. The oldest ancestor said, for Immortal Emperor Ren Xian? Why? Lin was surprised to hear this. A different ancestor explained, the humiliation, at least in their eyes. Soaring Immortal is a sect with 5 emperors. Their father is an invincible emperor, yet he still had to concede and forced to submission with chains on his limbs. They felt that this was the biggest disgrace in their father's life. That's why they want vengeance for their father's sake. That's probably the reason why they participated in this plan. Another ancestor added, they probably knew they had no chance of opposing His Excellency, so they want to groom the strongest bloodline in order to produce the strongest immortal emperor from a pool of the best disciples in our sect in hope that this will be enough to defeat him. What about the emperor himself? Lin had to ask. The other ancestors glanced at each other. They were the strongest ancestors in the sect, so they were privy to information unavailable to others. Even His Excellency praised the emperor for his insight. The oldest ancestor explained, despite all the unpleasantness back then, the emperor remained at peace after his ascension and never spoke an ill word about His Excellency. In fact, some ancestors wondered if the emperor had done something or left an item behind which eventually allowed for the current mastermind to carry out the plan. However, even the Dark Crow denied this. It showed that the emperor had nothing to do with this and didn't let down Azura who supported him back then. His restraint made it possible for the Dark Crow and Soaring Immortal to coexist peacefully. If the princes aren't the masterminds, then who? Lin couldn't come up with anyone else in Soaring Immortal who could order the princes. The oldest ancestor helplessly said, "That's the crux of the problem. We have someone hiding among our ranks, quite an elusive fellow. It is a leech that is latching onto our sect in the darkness, but we have no idea who it is." Lin felt a chill after hearing this. The so-called strongest sect in the world was being engulfed by darkness. Outsiders would never believe such a thing. "We can't find this mastermind?" he said in disbelief. "No." The youngest ancestor shook his head. "This devil is hiding very well and probably has been doing so for a very long time now through crafty planning. This was the reason why I came into being before the appointed time. It was to investigate this matter, but nothing came of it. In fact, it's not just me. The other ancestors in the past couldn't either. In the end, they died after running out of lifespan. These near-death ancestors would never leave their hibernation because one more day was one more day closer to death. However, several extremely powerful ancestors personally investigated this matter, but they all failed. It's a shame that time doesn't wait for us." The oldest ancestor said dejectedly, "Maybe if I had another 1,000 years of life, I would be able to bait out the mastermind. Or maybe if you were born several generations earlier before we were sealed, you could have become an emperor too. That probably could have baited this person out, or an available emperor could have eliminated this threat." He continued while looking at Lin. Lin became ashamed and lowered his head. "I have let you and Soaring Immortal down. It's not your fault." The ancestor shook his head. "You were simply born in the wrong period. Even without Long Out Yen, you couldn't have become one either. All of this was already decided by fate." "Then we can only wait for death?" Lin murmured. A different ancestor replied, "There's nothing we can do. The Ren Xian branch already had control even before the princes came back. Now, their grasp became even tighter." The ancestors from the Ren Xian branch and the princes aren't the only ones with this belief. This is the ambition of all the youths in our sect. They crave power and an even larger stage, the 9 worlds. They want to shine brighter than everyone else. This irresistible ambition made the disciples break the pact. The current situation was decided then and there. Our old bones can't do anything even if we want Soaring Immortal to calm down. The youth will not accept boredom by being locked in this domain. Because of this, it didn't matter whether the princes came back or not, or Ancestor Long having control, Soaring Immortal would eventually come into being. We can stop them for a generation but not forever. Old people like us will eventually die and the young faction will take over. This boundless ambition has overwhelmed our sect. Even if the princes weren't there and no Ancestor Long, people like Long Out Yen would still show up." He sighed and continued, "In other words, the moment we picked Immortal Emperor Ren Xian, this outcome was decided. Perhaps this was all part of someone's scheme. The cultivation of the ancient Ming bloodline, the forceful search, and the current youthful ambition. This is a devious strategy, planned for many generations now. There are only 2 outcomes for us because of this. First, victory and become the invincible sect for the ages. Second, defeat and destruction." Lin found it astonishing. Just what kind of characters was preparing this plan for many generations behind the shadow? The other ancestors were quiet because they realized this way too late. They have lost control of the situation and couldn't do anything about it. Chapter 1655. Lin had a better understanding of the situation after listening to the ancestors. Albeit, he was powerless as well. If the Imperial Queen was alive, maybe she would be able to change our fate. Another young ancestor mused. "Perhaps." The oldest one answered after a short lull. Imperial Queen Ren Xian was an intelligent and kind woman. She was aware of the ebbs and flows of politics and trod carefully as the emperor's supporter. One had to speak of her contributions when talking about his successful campaign. Alas, she died too early and didn't bask in the glory befitting of an imperial queen. Yes, given her kind nature, maybe she would be able to resolve the prince's resentment. Under her guidance, The princes could have become benevolent people, and one of them could even become an emperor. Her presence had a chance of eliminating the darkness looming over our sect. A different ancestor agreed. Lin didn't respond since there was no going back in time. You have learned all that you needed to learn. The oldest ancestor told Lin. Take some disciples and leave Soaring Immortal, as far as possible. Do not return. We have already selected them. Go quietly in the night. No need to say goodbye or tell anyone. Another ancestor handed Lin a list. The oldest one continued. Though there is no saving this, our 3 branches still have some resources left. We have packed them up for you. Take them and see if you can continue our 3 branches in the future. Ancestor. Lin didn't want to leave. He hurriedly said, I want to stay behind to the very end. There are other candidates to become the leaders of the backup plan. I cannot leave during times of hardship when you have spent so much effort on training me. No, there is a reason why we picked you to do this and for you to go see His Excellency. The oldest ancestor said, No one is more suitable than you. His Excellency likes you so he won't chase when you run away. This might not be the case for other people. But, Lin opened his mouth. The oldest ancestor interrupted him. No but. The decision has been made. This is the time for you to repay us and the sect. The greatest possible repayment will be in the form of continuing the inheritance of our 3 branches. While looking at the ancestors, Lin understood that this matter was finished. In the end, he took a deep breath and respectfully prostrated to the ground. His head touched the ground 9 times as he spoke. I'm sorry that I can't be with you all, please take care. Go, do not turn back and look. Remember, do not think about revenge. Take care of our inheritance so that our seeds will be everlasting. That's more than enough. The oldest solemnly said. Your disciple obeys. He bowed again before leaving while gritting his teeth. Tears have virtually blinded his vision, but he knew that this was their last meeting. He wouldn't be able to return to Soaring Immortal again. The sitting ancestors slowly closed their eyes after Lin disappeared from sight. They have accepted the situation and no longer tried anything else. At Pearl, Li Chia was still sitting in the same spot after Lin left. However, Matriarch Yu was by his side. The world was shocked with the coming of the Azure Dragon Legion. Those who are aware of the Legion know that you will come back to rule and no one will have a chance for the Heaven's will. Who will still fight in this situation? Will Soaring Immortal still try for revenge? She smiled and said. Li Chia smirked as well. Soaring Immortal will muster all of their strength this time, gambling everything they have on this battle. The Emperor's sons might be powerful but they can't be this blind. They should know the significance of Azure Dragon's appearance. Since the war hasn't formally started, there is still time to turn back. If they're not stupid, they will go and find old generals back then to come and talk to you. That's what I would do in order to protect Soaring Immortal since they have 0 chance of winning this war. The matriarch was surprised. That's why you're not them and they're not you. Li Chia smiled. They have never thought about a peace negotiation. Plus, even if they wanted one, it's not up to them anymore. The person in the shadow will definitely try something. What kind of thing is giving this person enough confidence to fight you, Your Excellency? She found the whole thing quite strange. People who knew about the Dark Crow was aware that this was an eternal tyrant, the dark hand behind the curtains in the 9 worlds. This was a generation without an emperor. Any power and force trying to fight him was the same as throwing an egg at a rock. But then again, it wouldn't end well for emperors opposing him either. It's not just their battle potential. They're definitely confident, but more importantly, time is not waiting for them. Li Chia explained. Time isn't waiting for them? She was slightly caught off guard. Because I have personally come into being in this generation, no longer immortal. The mastermind is aware of this and the fact that I don't have an immortal emperor behind me. This is their last chance and only time to kill me. That's why the mastermind will go all out. He elaborated. Gu Zun believed in this as well. There won't be another opportunity after this one. Thus, since the mastermind has been planning this for so long, they wouldn't be able to endure the anger from letting me leave just like that. He revealed a smile full of amusement. So for the master and Gu Zun, they must do something in this generation since I'll be up above the 9 heavens in the next. So in the future, it doesn't matter how strong they are and if they can actually get up there, they will be nothing in that place. At that point, I can crush them like ants. The two of them also understood this, so they would never waste generations of planning by not trying in this one. The matriarch was shaken with a terrible guess. She blurted out, "You have always known who the mastermind is." "About that." Li Qiye only smirked and didn't answer directly. "You knew during the search too." The matriarch was a long-time follower, so she naturally understood the smile from him and realized it. In the past, he didn't talk about this, so she thought the lack of evidence was the reason why he couldn't sentence a judgment. Now, it looked as if this wasn't the case. "It's only a guess, not like I am hiding it, you'll know eventually." Li Qiye chuckled. She wasn't too surprised. In this world, who was better at scheming than this man in front of her? Back then, why didn't you simply capture everyone and eliminate Soaring Immortal? She was curious. Li Qiye pondered for a moment before sighing. Perhaps I couldn't bear to do so. The old men were all kneeling there, slamming their forehead on the ground till blood started to flow. They have contributed and risked their lives for me. That's why I gave them a chance, hoping that they can find and eliminate this darkness. Unfortunately, they were too old to be a match for the mastermind. This person hid very well, so they failed to find anything. Having said that, he revealed a murderous glint. Plus, the ancient Ming bloodline has always troubled me. All along, people have been trying to research and evolve this bloodline. It can be said that the mastermind in Soaring Immortal has done the best job in this endeavor. I want to see to what level they have achieved. This will allow me to understand the evolution of this bloodline. If the mastermind had spent many generations to deal with me, then I'll give them a chance. After a successful attempt, I'll check it out and future generations will have a deeper understanding of this bloodline. Know yourself, know your enemy. One shall win 100 battles without tasting defeat. He grinned at this point. Your Excellency, you want to take advantage of this mastermind to observe the evolution of the ancient Ming bloodline. The matriarch understood. Since people have always attempted this, I'm actually a little worried that this bloodline would suddenly change and sneak into our own bloodline to the point where we can't distinguish between a human and a Ming bloodline. Thus, if someone has reached such a high level, it would be good reference material so that people in the future can learn how to protect themselves against this bloodline. He chuckled. Chapter 1656. The entire mortal emperor world held its breath before the inevitable battle. This phenomenon struck the Grand Sea even harder. Many great powers were scared out of their mind. Their experts maintained their vigilance. The Grand Sea would become a battlefield soon enough. The fire of war would spread to many great powers. At that point, so many existences would wail in lamentation. However, while people were too anxious for this war, something extremely strange happened to the 9 worlds. Buzz! A pleasant yet moving sound occurred. Despite not being too loud, the trillions of existence heard it clearly. Even the deaf could hear this sound since it came from the heart. On this night, the 9 worlds were boiling with excitement. Everyone woke up from their slumber, even the old monsters sleeping underground. The night sky suddenly turned bright with the same pleasant noises that reached all the corners of the 9 worlds. The plains, deep valleys, deserts, and even in the sea of pedestrians. People could see astral rays of Grand Tao descending from the sky to all places in the 9 worlds. They looked like rivers that were both near and far at the same time, flowing towards the unknown or the origin of the myriad Tao. Water wasn't flowing from these river-like rays, only bright particles and lights. Each Grand Tao had a different color and form, but all were pure. This was the purest form of power and energy in the world. Such Grand Tao weren't created from cultivation and accumulation. It came from the source and encompassed the power of an entire generation. It would only appear at the formation of a generation. When all the powers in the 9 worlds came together to form these Grand Tao, it would eventually form the thing cultivators have always dreamt about for generations, the heaven's will. Some of them were in the shape of a gurgling creek. More looked like an endless river while the others looked like an expanding galaxy up above. Everyone in the 9 world was in awe to see these Grand Tao flowing in the sky. Not everyone was lucky enough to see this magnificent scene in their life. It would only happen once per generation. What is that? A junior pointed at the sky since this was his first time. The gathering of the heaven's will, the power of a generation shouldered by the 9 worlds. The heaven's will is about to appear along with our future emperor. A senior that had seen this before explained. The heaven's will. The junior's expression changed to excitement. All cultivators wanted to possess the heaven's will. This was their ultimate pursuit. It meant a lifetime of invincibility and being the ruler of the generation as an emperor. So many people worked hard only to become dried bones along the way. Nevertheless, the dangers and effort required didn't stop people from trying. The temptation of the throne was irresistible. Where are they going? A junior asked his senior with curiosity while staring at the flowing Grand Tao. The senior shook his head. No one knows. Some say that they are flowing towards the high heaven. Others believe that they are going towards the origin of the world or our Tao hearts. The real answer is still a mystery. What is the source of its power? Another junior wondered about the purest power accompanying these Grand Tao. That is a question for immortal emperors. Rumor has it that they rarely use their full power after shouldering the heaven's will. Some older people even say that they wouldn't ever use the ultimate power of the heaven's will. Nevertheless, you can still imagine its power. It shouldered the 9 worlds and contained the power of a generation, so just use your imagination. The juniors were dazed to hear this. Just how crazy was this power? No wonder why so many people wanted the heaven's will. When the Grand Tao were flowing, a light slowly emanated from portals in the sky. The dusty platforms became clean and started to shine again. Many people were excited to try after seeing the recovering Tao portals. The people from the last generation wanted to see other places in the 9 worlds and meet their old friends. Needless to say about the young generation, they have never left their own world. Of course, they were excited to have the chance to visit the other worlds. Some experts rushed to the sky while the Grand Tao were flowing up above. Some people took out their treasures and holy artifacts on top of using their peerless arts. There was only one goal: to grasp the power of the Grand Tao by seizing them. Unfortunately, all were useless. They couldn't grab a single strand of power from the Grand Tao. None of them were stopping. It's useless. No one can oppose the heaven and earth regardless of their might. An experienced senior shook his head. If you could steal the power from these Grand Tao, it means that you can destroy the heaven and earth, the 9 worlds. If that is the case, then you don't need the power from the Grand Tao. Just one word from you would be able to swallow the 9 worlds. Alas, no one has ever reached this level since the start of time. The experts trying this could only give up one after another after failing to steal the power of the Grand Tao. The senior was correct. If they were able to oppose the heaven and earth, then they would be even more powerful than immortal emperors. It would be silly for them to steal the power here by that point. Meanwhile, Xueqi was standing under the moonlight inside Pearl and gazed at the flowing Grand Tao. He smiled at their pure power. This is the only time in each generation that I really look forward to. It makes my numb heart beat again. He murmured. World Keeper and the matriarch were standing to his left and right. They were staring at the same thing. Such a beautiful scene. Such a shame that some people won't get to see it in their lifetime. The matriarch said with emotions. Yes, it only happens once in each generation. After this beautiful night will be the extremely cruel competition. The excitement is palpable, but so are the horns of war from the geniuses in the 9 worlds. Xueqi smiled and said, regardless of all that, it's impossible to be bored watching this. Each generation is different in some ways. Watching this scene means that one is still alive. Their heart is still beating. It's a bit different this time. The true god stared carefully and eventually said. He has lived for longer than the matriarch, so his knowledge was even more exceptional. He was able to see something different this time around. Chapter 1657. The matriarch looked up at the Grand Tao again after hearing World Keeper. She didn't notice anything and said, "What's different?" The matriarch had only seen the heavens will once, so she was not a match for his keen insight. The power, the Grand Tao, and the laws of the heaven and earth. The true god slowly explained. There is something lacking about them, or maybe they're resonating with something. In short, there is something different about this gathering compared to the past. World Keeper, quite keen you are. Xueqi smiled and said, this generation is definitely different from the rest of the generations and even all of the lost epochs. This is completely unprecedented. This epoch will be special because of this generation. We're at the pinnacle of the epoch? The true god was surprised. No, we still haven't reached the maximum point just yet. Xueqi shook his head. But this epoch will be different because of me, Xueqi. It isn't the pinnacle, but it will shine even brighter. It will be able to reach the end of the world and shine brilliantly. Future generations won't be able to reach this height again. Li Qie seemed to be boasting, but Worldkeeper and the matriarch felt that this was a matter of course. They knew that His Excellency has been preparing for this through the long years. No one had ever planned something as thorough as him in the past. Worldkeeper had participated in the Immortal War before with Li Qie. He was aware that Li Qie's ace cards were terrible beyond imagination. This was the reason why the guy was able to stand strong through the ages. The throne is mine in this generation, but for me, the heaven's will itself is only a decorative piece. He grinned and said slowly, "The heaven's will is only decoration?" The matriarch was stunned to hear such a bold statement. She naturally knew how heaven-defying he was, but this sentence still shocked her all the same. The heavens will might not be everything to an emperor, but it was their invincible power and strongest backing. Outsiders would never believe Li Qie, but the two people here understood that this was the truth. There are other things above the heaven's will? The true God had to ask. Maybe, maybe not. There's no good definition for this. But as you know, there is a time period greater than a generation, the epochs. The true God carefully contemplated this answer because he knew what an epoch was. An epoch was a time period consisted of many generations and eras. History consisted of many generations belonging to the emperors or an era such as the Desolace expansion era before the emperor's era. All of them were part of an epoch. Thus, this particular epoch consisted of the Desolate era all the way to the current emperor's era. Some believed that the Desolate era was indeed the start of this epoch. Alas, no one could really verify this claim and know the true start of this epoch. Then what kind of power are you looking for? The normally calm matriarch found herself out of character. Li Qie smiled and shook his head. Qing Feng, your view on the end of the world is too simple. That last battle won't be so easy. The heavens' will alone is not enough. Otherwise, so many immortal emperors and immortal monarchs would have advanced in waves. So many brilliant emperors and unbeatable giants have fallen. Some unstoppable camps and alliances lost all the same. This war is merciless and the competition for heaven's will is nothing in comparison. Only a game between children, not worth mentioning. He sighed at this point. I know you can be the last one smiling, Your Excellency. You have so many hidden cards and the ultimate move is enough to destroy everything. The matriarch said. Li Qie shook his head. I do have many hidden cards, but they are only effective against living beings. They could threaten many existences like burial grounds and emperors. Even above the 9 heavens, I still have enough to oppose the emperors and monarchs. However, at the end of the world, these hidden cards are ineffective. Then what about the ultimate move? The true God felt like asking. He was referring to the crystal pillar that Li Qie used to threaten the crystal fowl immortal mine. That thing can only be used as a threat. Li Qie gently shook his head. It doesn't matter how powerful it is, since when it is used, everything is done for. Even in the most desperate situation, I still can't use it since it means the end of all. It is used for a gamble, to see who has the better mental fortitude and Dao heart. Having said that, he looked at the flowing Grand Dao and said, because of this, I need real power. With real power, I can be the last one smiling instead of just playing the threatening game. That's why the current power of the heavens' will is rather insignificant in comparison. The true God and the matriarch were quiet. Despite their own substantial power, they couldn't imagine the level of forces Li Qie was referring to. They have seen emperors and knew how strong they were, especially when emperors became crazy with their heaven's will. However, Li Qie was chasing a power where the heaven's will would only play a minor role. It had exceeded their imagination. What a shame that I won't be able to see your invincible style, the true God said with a tinge of emotion. Li Qie chuckled and stared at the horizon. Not being able to see is a good thing. Victory will be a bright universe while defeat. We shouldn't think about it. The other two merely listened and didn't dare to imagine any further. They were veterans and understood that this level of war was much crueler compared to their own experiences. The near formation of the heavens will excited all cultivators in the 9 worlds. They have finally waited till this moment and were more than eager to try. In a short time, each world debated about the top candidates for Immortal Emperor. Of course, their lists were different because the 9 worlds weren't connected just yet. These geniuses haven't fought against each other just yet, so everyone only talked about their own world. In Mortal Emperor, the top candidates were Fiercest and Long Outyen. Many were very optimistic about Fiercest. Of course, Long Outyen had his fair share of supporters because of soaring immortal. Though many people in Mortal Emperor were happy, This atmosphere didn't last for long. For some cultivators in the Grand Sea, a disaster was coming. Boom! A loud explosion resounded across the Grand Sea. A thick black pillar descended from the sky and looked just like a tornado. It carried an unstoppable power of the storm that instantly tore the sky apart and rushed for the location of a great power. This great power reigned over 13 smaller sects, so it was quite powerful. They had produced many god kings in the past. "We're under attack, get ready." The ancestors here were shocked and shouted. Clang! 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 The warning bells sounded everywhere and the sect readied its defensive barriers. Boom! However, these barriers were useless before this black tornado and collapsed instantly like a dried branch. Kill! Every member of the sect mustered all of their strength to attack. Some ancestors even burned their own blood to unleash their strongest attack. Rumble! The world shook and their effort was for naught. Their attempt was insignificant before the black tornado and all the attacks were broken. Ah! In a short time, miserable screams echoed everywhere. All the disciples were pulled into the tornado and got pulverized into mists of blood. Even the ancestors couldn't escape. Chapter 1658. In a short time, screams echoed through the world. This great power's ancestral ground contained more than 10,000 disciples, but they were instantly cut to pieces by this black tornado, a terrible way to end. The spectators were horrified by this unknown force, capable of destroying a great power in the blink of an eye. Boom! The tornado continued to drill down and pierce through the ancestral ground completely. Rumble! The entire place started to quake with tidal waves in the near vicinity. It looked like the end of the world was coming. After piercing through the ancestral ground, the tornado continued to drill into the deepest part where the earth vein was located. Boom! 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 A series of explosions continued. The tornado suddenly became gentle after reaching the earth vein like a tamed beast. The earth vein wrapped around it like a long chain. The tail of the tornado was still floating in the sky just like a kite. What is that thing? Many people were horrified by this tornado. However, the big shots glanced at each other since they didn't know what it was. Boom! 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 Amidst the confusion, a second black tornado pierced through the sky and attacked the capital of a country. Kill! The disciples there also cried and soared to the sky to fight. A god king ancestor from this country was the first to make contact and used his most dominating move to stop it. The majestic walls of the capital spanning for thousands of miles instantly collapsed before this tornado like a piece of paper. Ah! More screamings resounded with the disciples being ravaged by the tornado into mists of blood. Ah! The god king cried in anguish and unwillingness. Even the country's strongest god king still couldn't stop the tornado at all. The sharp gale pierced through his chest and made him join his fellow disciples in pieces. Even a powerful being like him was so insignificant and couldn't protect his home and children. This was a tragic end for a god king. Boom! This tornado pierced into the earth vein and became gentle just like the first one while prolonging its tail. Just what is going on? People thought that it could be a natural calamity with the first tornado, but the appearance of the second made them realize that this was no coincidence. However, who created these black tornadoes? What was the goal in destroying these sects? Boom! A third tornado added to the panic. This time, an imperial lineage was the target. It's challenging an imperial lineage. Many were startled at this sight. Whoosh! An imperial defense system instantly appeared to stop the black tornado. Boom! 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 The first attack was stopped, but it continued for 3 more times. The defense system faltered and with a loud bang, this tornado finally pierced through to attack the ancestral ground of the lineage. Ancestor, please protect us. At this critical moment, the ancestors of this lineage prayed with their longevity blood. The other disciples were kneeling on the ground with blood and tear. They beseeched their ancestor to come back in spirit and protect their sect. Boom! Under the cries of the sect members numbering in the 10,000s, this particular immortal emperor showed up. His will instantly erupted in the form of a majestic figure to stop the tornado with his hand. Our ancestor is invincible. The disciples applauded to see their ancestor sealing the sky with his palm and protecting his descendants at this perilous juncture. That's an immortal emperor for you. Many said with emotions. Great powers can't compare to imperial lineage. The protection of an emperor is stronger than anything else. Bang! When people were excited that the will of the emperor had stopped the tornado, imperial auras surged out of the tornado like multiple emperors taking action. They formed into the sharpest, most tyrannical spear in this world and instantly thrust through all things. The spear pierced through the majestic figure and shattered the imperial will. No! The descendants from the imperial lineage cried out after seeing the will of their ancestor destroyed. The screams were full of despair because they understood that the only thing awaiting them was demise. No way! Many big shots were frightened pale in the Grand Sea. Even the will of an emperor was destroyed. Just how terrible was this power? Among their astonishment, they also finally understood the true extent of their enemy's power. To the surprise of no one, the tornado pierced through the ancestral ground to reach the earth vein. Who is doing this? Everyone still didn't understand the culprit's goal of destroying these imperial lineages. Meanwhile, Li Qi's group was also watching the destructive tornado from Pearl. He had a smile on his face. Soaring Immortal wants to use the earth veins in the Grand Sea. Matriarch, you understood the intent right away. The mastermind in Soaring Immortal wants to change everything with a single battle by using the earth veins. That's the only thing that could support their high level of formation. Li Qie chuckled. What formation is this? She asked. He answered with amusement. This person knows that I'm versed in all the arts in the 9 worlds, especially the imperial techniques and grand formations from Soaring Immortal. Some even came from me. Because of this, they want to do it differently by using a formation that I don't know for this battle. He continued on. Rumor has it that when Immortal Emperor Fei got the immortal confinement, he also found a few items including a formation. This is an extremely old artifact, not from our epoch. This mastermind being able to understand this ancient item. Quite an exceptional feat. It must be someone with supreme talents and intelligence. That's the only way for them to form this formation. Looks like Soaring Immortal is well prepared. This mastermind must have done so for more than just 1 or 2 generations. The matriarch murmured. That's true. Such a formation couldn't be comprehended even by the wisest being in a short time. Moreover, refining this formation required a long period as well. You can say that Soaring Immortal has been influenced completely. Its young generation wants nothing more than to come into being again. Li Qie said with a smile. Is there a name to this formation? The true god stared at this formation with flashing excitement in his eyes. If I'm not mistaken, this formation is called Omnidirectional Immortal Annihilation. Li Qie answered. Though I don't have the blueprint for it, I have experienced the ultimate arts from this epoch before. Others might not understand it after studying for a lifetime, but it can't elude my gaze. Senior World Keeper, are you waiting for the formation to be completed? The matriarch noticed the true god's appearance and asked. I haven't warmed up since immortal slaying. It's time for our Azure Dragon Legion to erupt and show our invincibility. Soaring Immortal will be our sharpening stone. He revealed a tyrannical posture and declared. The monarch had nothing to say. This legion dared to fight the ancient Ming back then. In their eyes, Soaring Immortal wasn't anything. They weren't afraid of the dark days back then, so they weren't afraid of Soaring Immortal now. Chapter 1659. Rumble. In a short time, 5 great powers have been destroyed in the Grand Sea, including an imperial lineage. After each explosion, a black tornado would come down and end a great power. All cultivators were frightened after each explosion. They didn't know which lineage would be next. Some sects have started evacuating, hoping that they would be able to escape this disaster. Look over there. A strange visual phenomenon emerged after their destruction, garnering the attention of the entire mortal emperor world. Heavy moving noises came from the sky as if something monstrous was moving. It was a vast world wanting to descend to the Grand Sea. It had divine mountains and rivers large enough to accommodate dragons. There were towering pavilions, making it look like the world of deities. This particular world had its own heaven and earth, allowing it to gestate countless existences. The most terrible thing was the rich energy permeating the whole place. It was full of power and gave off the presence of many immortal emperors. In different areas were many different auras. One particular mountain had a sword energy capable of creating a new zone with a single slash. One citadel had thunder ringing from it, while a different river was full of the power of lightning. This world looked like a paradise for a mortal with countless experts. It looked primed to crush everything in its path. It was being pulled by the 5 black tornadoes down to the Grand Sea. This was the reason why everyone could hear this heavy dragging noise. "What is that?" a junior murmured in a daze. "Soaring immortal," someone from the last generation said. "The entire sect is coming down to the Grand Sea, not just a disciple or a legion." "What's the consequence of this?" the junior asked again. "Best case is if it only takes over the Grand Sea. Worst case is the entire mortal emperor world." This senior was a god king, yet he still became worried. The coming of soaring immortal wasn't a good thing. In the past, Long Out Yen and some disciples alone were already enough to sweep through the sea monsters and demons in this zone. But now, this sea wasn't enough to satiate the entire sect's appetite. It would definitely take over the Grand Sea and maybe even all of Mortal Emperor. Boom! Another black tornado came down from the sky. One more ancestral ground of a great power was annihilated to the astonishment of no one. Miserable wails echoed as all the opposing disciples were torn to pieces. It didn't take long before everyone in this region and the entire world realized who the culprit was. Many lineages were scared out of their mind about being next. Boom! After a short lull, a legion appeared before everyone before the sea region where Soaring Immortal was. It almost had 10,000 men, some still maintaining their original demon and beast forms. Some of these sea monsters were extremely large. One crab was as large as an island, and a single swing of its claws could create a sizable wave. One could see right away that this legion was recently formed. It was disorderly and lacked proper training. Nevertheless, their blood energy still soared in the sky. Each individual expert was quite mighty. The leader of this was the recently famous Hai Lin with the golden dragon, and Ding Yuan Ho standing to his left and right. "If we don't unite now to oppose Soaring Immortal, all of us will be chased out of our home or killed." Hai Lin's voice echoed before the start of the war. "Kill!" He showed no fear against Soaring Immortal and rushed forward. His legion rushed in before Soaring Immortal had completed its descent. Hai Lin wanted to take advantage of this opportunity and stop the entry process. Several god kings protected Hai Lin right next to him. The large sea monsters also rushed for the portal. "Protect our home." The soldiers followed Hai Lin's lead. They were willing to sacrifice themselves to fight against Soaring Immortal. With a deafening explosion, a legion marched down from Soaring Immortal to meet the attackers. The leader was an old general with a divine armor. His saber was flashing with a bloody light. His bloodthirst simply wouldn't dissipate. It was obvious at first glance that this was an experienced and fierce general. "You don't know your own limit, simply courting death." The old general cried and led his troops to fight against the other army. He was domineering and unstoppable. Ordinary experts couldn't stop a single slash. In the end, Hai Lin, the Golden Dragon, and Ding Yuan Ho worked together to stop this old man. The cries of war resounded through the region along with cries of anguish and sounds of broken bones. Hai Lin's effort gave many great powers hope. They began to pray for Hai Lin victory. Of course, people were aware that the chance was virtually zero. After all, a newly formed army couldn't do anything to a powerful sect like Soaring Immortal. Their prayers weren't answered. Not long after the start of the war, Hai Lin's legion continuously faltered, for it was not a match for Soaring Immortal. Despite their unyielding will to fight, their army was recruited in a short time. The soldiers came from everywhere with varying abilities and had no prior training. As the battle was heading for the end, the opposing legion was being massacred. Bodies fell from the sky with severed limbs. A rain of blood began to pour as well. The lucky survivors tried to run away, but Soaring Immortal's legion hunted them down. Their cries of death were driving listeners to tears. Very few managed to escape alive. Hai Lin was grievously injured and was escorted away by the Golden Dragon, Ding Yuan Ho, and several large sea monsters. Their defeat extinguished the hope of the great powers in the Grand Sea. Panic became widespread. Rumble. The end of the war was the start of the destruction again. Another black tornado assaulted an ancient lineage. The lineage didn't try to resist at all. The ancestors and the young disciples ran for their lives from the ancestral ground. The tornado drilled into the earth vein inside the ancestral ground. Though the escaping disciples didn't try to resist, many of them were still sucked into the tornado and killed. In the next several days, more tornadoes came down. Each one destroyed a great power and took their earth vein. There were also several resisting attempts, but they were wiped out by the defending legion from Soaring Immortal. A total of 10 tornadoes have destroyed 10 lineages, some of the imperial level. Chapter 1660. 10 tornadoes resembling 10 black chains pulled the entire soaring immortal sect into the Grand Sea. The scene was magnificent, as if there were two worlds in this location, one in the ocean and one in the sky. After its entrance, the tornadoes created thick laws. At the same time, multiple old battlefields fell down from the sky. They were full of primordial chaos and power. They combined with the thick laws and came together to form a gigantic field as large as a continent. This particular battle stage was large enough to mobilize billions of troops to any place in the 9 worlds. One imperial lineage would find it difficult to possess even one of these ancient and powerful battlefields. Now, Soaring Immortal actually had so many. Its abundant resources were no joke. What does Soaring Immortal want to do? Many became curious. They are copying the immortal emperors who used to build these stages in order to inspect the troops before mobilization. A big shot speculated. It's not just an inspection or a war rally. A god king from the last generation noticed something. Looks like they want to build a supreme formation. Such a formation could attack any place in the 9 worlds and could also act as a barrier. If anyone wants to attack the sect, they have to break through this defensive line first. But what legion is powerful enough to break through this formation? In a short time, the Grand Sea fell into a widespread panic. They understood that after this battle platform was formed, Soaring Immortal could attack any sect regardless of the location. However, others would need to break this formation first. The old God King was correct. This battle platform was erected on a great formation called Omnidirectional Immortal Annihilation by Xueqi. Meanwhile, another news came out. Hai Lin once again gathered a legion for a counterattack, consisting of more than 30 great powers joining this time. Furthermore, additional people joined his ranks after the news. Even several imperial lineages. His recruitment wasn't limited to the Grand Sea either. Experts and even sects from the other regions joined him as well. This was because Soaring Immortal's presence pressured everyone. Even those not from the Grand Sea felt that after Soaring Immortal ruled this region, they would send expeditions to other places as well. Because of these worries, some sects secretly sent experts as well. These ancestors all hid their identity so no one knew where they were from. This army was quite mighty and became the strongest alliance to oppose Soaring Immortal. Because Hai Lin was always at the forefront in fighting against Soaring Immortal, he was nominated as the commander of the legion. Despite the great number of experts and sects in this legion, many people weren't optimistic about it. This alliance might be powerful, but it is still a ragtag group. How can it match the well-organized legion from Soaring Immortal? People doubted even before the battle. A sharp God King commented, "Fiercest is the only one who can handle Soaring Immortal at this moment. For example, his Azure Dragon Legion is so ferocious. Only such a force could compete against Soaring Immortal." After Fiercest was brought up, everyone turned over to Pearl. However, this legion and Fiercest were inactive. No one knew of their plan just yet. Hai Lin's legion should work together with Fiercest. That's the only chance for victory. Many shared this belief. In fact, some in his legion proposed this to Hai Lin. They were aware that very few characters could talk to Fiercest. Thus, they proposed for Hai Lin to go in person in order to talk about a new alliance. This was a reasonable proposal since Hai Lin and Fiercest have met in the past. Moreover, Fiercest had even helped him before. Thus, there was no better candidate than Hai Lin to go and talk with Xueqi. In the end, under the recommendation of his legion, Hai Lin went to see Fiercest at Pearl. Xueqi gave him enough face and granted an audience. He sat high in the hall and smiled at Hai Lin. "Please excuse my sudden visit, Brother Li." Hai Lin didn't dare to show any slight and bowed towards Xueqi with great humility. He was famous right now and praised as the leader in fighting against Soaring Immortal. He was very influential and loved by many great powers at the Grand Sea. Moreover, he was the commander of the alliance at this moment, so his fame and authority were only below Fiercest and Long Outyen. Anyone else would become complacent and smug. However, Hai Lin had near-death experiences before, and he knew that there was a big gap between him and someone like Fiercest. Plus, Fiercest had saved his life before, so he owed him a debt. "Have a seat." Xueqi gently nodded and said carefreely. Hai Lin sat down and cupped his fist. "Brother Li, Soaring Immortal is a great threat to the entire mortal emperor world. As a member of the Grand Sea, I have the responsibility to resist. I lack experience but was fortunate enough to be supported by everyone. I come here, representing the Mortal Emperor Alliance, to ask you for help. Li Qie smiled at the youth's humble attitude and said, "Looks like you know how to act, knowing when to push and when to pull." "Thank you." Hai Lin said, "This has nothing to do with personal glory. It is relating to the survival of the Grand Sea. I am here to humbly ask for your help, Brother Li." Hai Lin was not a soft person. On the contrary, he was a very arrogant and confident man. Otherwise, he wouldn't have clashed with Long Out Yen so many times. However, this matter was an existential crisis, so he let go of his own pride in order to ask for assistance. "The survival of the Grand Sea has nothing to do with me." Li Qie gently shook his head. "You might not be from the Grand Sea but you were still born in the mortal emperor world." Hai Lin hastily added, "If the Grand Sea were to fall, Soaring Immortal would point its sword at mortal emperor next. In the end, you will still have to fight them. It is better to fight them now before they grow stronger. It's only Soaring Immortal. Destroying them to me is a piece of cake, not worth talking about." Li Qie said without thinking. Well, Hai Lin had no response. Li Qie smiled after seeing this. "You are the commander of the alliance so you can wait until Soaring Immortal and I kill each other, then take advantage of the remaining mess, capturing both sides at the same time. Perhaps you will be the final victor in the competition for the Heaven's Will. Your prestige will make the world listen to you so you can become the next emperor." "No, I'm afraid you misunderstood me, Brother Li," Hai Lin said. "I definitely do not have this idea nor dare try to carry it out. No one will be emperor but you in this generation." Li Qie gently shook his head. "It doesn't matter what you think. Action speaks louder than words." Hai Lin became quiet after hearing this. Meanwhile, Li Qie simply stared at him and waited. After a long time, Hai Lin took a deep breath and said seriously, "I know that you do not trust me. After all, wars are no joke. This battle will involve the fate of the entire mortal emperor world and the competition for the throne. I can see why Brother Li is choosing to not mobilize your troops." Hai Lin felt that Li Qie's caution was warranted. If Li Qie and Soaring Immortal were to be caught up in a costly battle, then he would lose everything that he had been working for. Chapter 1661. Li Qie smiled and shook his head. "You misunderstood my intention. It has nothing to do with whether I trust you or not since I'm not afraid of someone else benefiting from the war. It's only Soaring Immortal. Destroying them isn't hard." "Then when can you mobilize?" Hai Lin mused before asking. "Hard to say." Li Qie chuckled. "There are things you can't rely on others for. For you, what you need to do in accordance with your own wishes is the most important." Hai Lin didn't know what Li Qie was talking about and had to say, "The truth is that I won't be competing for the Heaven's Will in this generation. You have 13 palaces. No one is more qualified than you to become emperor." "You still don't get my point." Li Qie shook his head. "This has nothing to do with the competition either. Everyone else thinks about who will be the best candidate but as for me, the Heaven's Will is already in my pocket. When to become emperor is up to me. Thus, once again, this has nothing to do with the current situation. War and survival, this is up to you." He pointed at his own heart. Hai Lin carefully contemplated before answering. "If you are asking me for my thoughts, then it is very simple. To chase Soaring Immortal away so that we see monsters and demons will have a place to live. They came and murdered with wanton regards, so I have the responsibility to stand up against them, to save the wailing existences." "Good intention." Li Qie smiled and said, "But there is no savior in this world. You can save them this generation but not the next. The most important thing is relying on yourself and working for what you want. If you place your hope on a savior, then how is it different from being a parasite?" Hai Lin was surprised to hear this since this wasn't a topic he had dwelled on. Li Qie continued, "Why does Soaring Immortal dare to do whatever it wants at the Grand Sea? Why are they so unbridled after coming down each time? The reason is very simple. It is because of the living beings in the 9 worlds. They endure, relent, or even help the enemies against justice. This is the reason why Soaring Immortal can dominate the 9 worlds. Amidst the flame of war, Everyone wants to benefit themselves instead of uniting to fight against the invader. This is the reason why the ancient Ming was able to reign for so many generations. This was indeed the truth. So many great powers wanted to flatter and earn soaring immortals' favor. Because of this, you can only rely on yourself during times of war instead of others. Only when you build something with your own blood will it be trustworthy. Without blood and struggle, everything will be taken for granted. Thus, use your blood to trade for peace and prosperity. Hai Lin eventually looked at Li Qie and formally said, I will carve your words into my heart, but nevertheless, I still want you to help during this crisis. As long as you are willing, everything is negotiable. Even if you take over the alliance and use us as cannon fodders in the front line, we will still agree as long as this is enough to protect the Grand Sea, allowing future descendants to have a place to stay. Any heavy price is fine. Just like you said, peace required the foundation of our blood, then let us use our blood to pave the way for future generations. He spoke in a formal and sonorous manner, full of charisma. I have no interest in authority. Li Qie shook his head. Of course the fight between Soaring Immortal and me will happen. It's fine if you want to participate. Mobilize when I do and be true to my words earlier. Fight for your own destiny instead of relying on a savior. If you want your descendants to have a home in the Grand Sea, you must put in the effort. Otherwise, why would the victors give you the fruit of their effort for nothing? I understand. Hai Lin bowed and took a deep breath. Just let me know when you are mobilizing against Soaring Immortal. I am willing to take the vanguard and open a path of blood for you. If we don't go all out and pay with our blood and lives, there will be no place for us sea monsters and demons even if Soaring Immortal were to crumble later on. It's good that you have understood this logic. Li Qie nodded. Hai Lin solemnly nodded and respectfully bowed towards Li Qie before leaving. After he left, the true god came in and sat down next to Li Qie. He spoke with a slight annoyance. Your Excellency, the war against Soaring Immortal is our battlefield. Is there a need for these shrimps to be cannon fodders? If they take the vanguard, they'll just go meet their death and get in our way. Worldkeeper was itching for a fight against Soaring Immortal. It was the perfect time for Azure Dragon to train their young soldiers. Li Qie said emotionlessly. Let them. Their blood will wake up the stubborn ones. Peace has lasted for far too long in the 9 worlds. Let them vie for themselves. We'll grow old one day and won't be able to protect the 9 worlds forever. Let them take the forefront and their descendants will come to appreciate their forefathers' spilled blood just like the wise sages who fought against the ancient Ming. Without this heroism, they are no different than sheep and the 9 worlds will be a pasture. When the ancient Ming comes again, there will be a lot of fat meat for them to taste. The true god carefully pondered before speaking with a tinge of emotion. Right, peace has lasted for too long. No real alliances have formed recently like the myriad races back then. Even though there had been a competition for the throne in each generation, they were too different compared to the resistance against the ancient Ming. Moreover, these competitions were only between sections. There will be sacrifices. They are an important message for future generations to remember that their predecessors have banded against foreign invaders before. Let them know that only through solidarity and sheer effort will they be able to maintain their home and future. No one else will give this to you or protect you from one generation to the next. Li Qie said calmly. The true god understood that His Excellency wanted to leave, and was leaving the responsibility of protecting the 9 worlds to the myriad races themselves. Others were unaware, but the true god knew that although His Excellency was reviled by others with all kind of nicknames, however, he has been protecting the 9 worlds all along. Without his protection and necessary massacres, the remnants of the ancient Ming would have returned already even during the Emperor's era. Though Soaring Immortal was far from the same threat, His Excellency simply wanted Hai Lin's alliance to spill blood, not for any other reason but just to pass the torch. His goal was to head to the end of the world in this generation without coming back. He was going all out, not worrying and looking back again. Li Qie said slowly, I'm also tired, so it is time for me to let go. Trampling Soaring Immortal and extinguishing the bloodline can be considered my final gift to the 9 worlds. They have to rely on themselves afterward. Your Excellency, you still can't let go completely. The true god sighed. Others only saw how many the Dark Hand had killed, not the weight of his responsibility. I must let go. No party lasts forever. Li Qie replied. Immortality can be a type of torture since there are too many things one can't let go in this world. Though your heart had lost all feelings, certain things still remained inside. The true god quietly nodded and eventually asked, "When will you mobilize, Your Excellency?" "Let them prepare." Xueqi chuckled, "Both Soaring Immortal and the Alliance. Most importantly, we need to let Gu Zun and the mastermind behind Soaring Immortal think that victory is imminent for them. Otherwise, some threats will remain if they were to escape. Thus, our enemies need to be completely confident beforehand. When they use their entire forces, that's when I pull in the net and utterly destroy every single one of them." Chapter 1662. Soaring Immortal wasn't in a rush to attack the mortal Emperor world. After building their military platforms, the tornadoes began to rage again, causing the entire Grand Sea to quake. The cultivators here could feel them crazily sucking the worldly energy from the earth vein like gigantic water pumps. The 10 of them in different locations around the Grand Sea was enough to take over all the earth veins from this region. They channeled this energy into the platforms, causing them to light up with a sacred light that illuminates the entire world. At this moment, numerous faint shadows emerged. It looked as if the sect was ready to mobilize to any corner of the 9 worlds. Meanwhile, Hai Lin's alliance was also growing stronger with more sects joining, including those from the 100 Cities, Barren Earth, Grand Middle Territory, and Desolate Wasteland. Some were imperial lineages. Since Soaring Immortal had created their platforms even before having an emperor, people became even more frightened of their aggressive intention. The imperial lineages right now were afraid that Soaring Immortal would go on a rampage of destruction without scruples or needing any justification. Because of this, the alliance grew in number. The initial waves of imperial lineages were able to convince more of their peers. Without a doubt, there was no turning back from this war. It was either chasing Soaring Immortal away or being ruled by them. The determination on the alliance side only grew stronger as time passed. Soaring Immortal didn't maneuver at all against the increasingly powerful alliance. It didn't send any messenger to negotiate peace or state their intention. It looked like they were ready to go all out against the mortal Emperor world. Not only did this show their determination, it also advertised their confidence in their power. Of course, this fueled the sect's Immortal Emperor, even more, to fight against Soaring Immortal. If Soaring Immortal had sent out some messengers to certain imperial lineages and agreed to cut them some pieces of the pie, the alliance wouldn't have reached this level. The inaction from Soaring Immortal meant that it didn't care for the alliance. It would take down this force in whole later on. The result would be very few sects daring to oppose them. Mortal Emperor would be theirs for the taking. Boom! After seeing that it was time, Xueqi gave the order for the Azure Dragon Legion to mobilize straight for the military platforms. Azure Dragon began its march with a murderous bloodthirst engulfing the entire mortal Emperor world. Though it was few in number, each veteran had a tremble-inducing aura. It was obvious that this was a machine of war, a gigantic meat grinder, capable of turning a battlefield into hell. Worldkeeper led the way with his bronze stallion and spear. Each stomp from the stallion shattered the sky. He looked completely invincible and unstoppable. The world quaked beneath his presence. Even the extremely powerful ancestors from Soaring Immortal became serious as Worldkeeper slowly approached. They were uncertain of victory before this man. Like he had said previously, Azura might be the only one who can match him. Others wouldn't be able to stop a single blow. Though many ancestors were still unconvinced of this claim, they waited with caution. Rumble! Meanwhile, Hai Lin's alliance also joined the fray. A flood of cavalry made its noise across the Grand Sea. This particular army was too gigantic compared to the Azure Dragon Legion. There were so many battalions and banners. This magnificent scene also shocked the world since few have ever witnessed this kind of number before. The myriad races and sects were all included. Demons, humans, golems, blood race, charming spirits. The sea monsters were especially going all out. Any surviving sea monsters all joined the alliance and swore to fight to the death. They claimed to be 10 million strong. Although this number was exaggerated, it did include all the different factions in Mortal Emperor world. 90% of all great powers in the Grand Sea joined in as well. Thus, if it wasn't 10 millions, it would at least be 7 millions. Hai Lin was nominated as the commander. There were also certain influential god kings acting as his aides to lead this great army. He had agreed that when Azure Dragon marched, they would be willing to take the vanguard and open a path of blood. In fact, the alliance didn't have any other choice. If they wanted a home in the future, they must pay with their blood. Many cultivators who couldn't join the alliance felt their blood boiling and became excited. When united, Mortal Emperor can fight against all invaders. Alone we might be insignificant, but together, all foes shall fear us. Let them know that Mortal Emperor isn't so easily bullied. A hot-blooded cultivator declared. It didn't matter how this war would end. This time around, everyone in Mortal Emperor was involved. It rekindled a spark of hope for all inhabitants. At the very least, in the time of a great disaster, the myriad races would drop their personal grievances and feuds to band together against the foreign invaders. The massive army and the Azure Dragon Legion were posturing outside of the platforms, ready to attack at any moment. As long as they took these platforms down, the portal to the soaring immortal sect would appear before them. Whoosh! Immortal lights rushed from the platforms and became thick, crystal walls. They have been augmented by immortal emperors before, so they were extremely hard to break. Moreover, the army from Soaring Immortal had already taken formation. They were ready to meet the two incoming forces. Brother Li. Hai Lin personally went to greet Li Qie as the two armies were preparing outside. At this time, Hai Lin was adorned with a divine armor with an ancient, majestic aura. It was obvious that this was the ultimate artifact of the sea monsters. This particular tribe had great hopes for Hai Lin. Thus, regardless of the battle's result, they wanted him to survive. That's why they gave him this divine armor. Of course, he also had Ding Yuan Ho, the Golden Dragon, and several powerful god kings from imperial lineages to his left and right. These particular god kings were reminded by the sea monster ancestors, so they were especially respectful towards Li Qie. Li Qie simply looked at Hai Lin and nodded while sitting on his throne. Hai Lin didn't beat around the bush. He prostrated and said, "Brother Li, the great army is before you, awaiting your command. Just say the word and we will jump into the boiling water." Li Qie glanced at the army blotting out the sky and nodded. "This will be a harsh battle. Life and death will be up to fate. The Mortal Emperor world will be your responsibility. All of you shall be recorded in the historical annals just like the wise sages in the past." Finished with his preamble, he added, "The enemy is before you, begin." Hai Lin didn't say anything else. He returned to his army with the god kings and shouted, "It's time for war, begin." With his command, the army instantly entered a state of battle, ready to fight Soaring Immortal to the death. Meanwhile, World Keeper and his legion were as emotionless as ever. This type of battles to them was an ordinary occurrence. In fact, he didn't give a damn about the alliance since he had no use of them as cannon fodders. If he wanted to start, he would immediately rush for the platforms. However, His Excellency wanted to sharpen this alliance of the Mortal Emperor world. Thus, World Keeper let the alliance have the chance to initiate the battle. Clang! Soaring Immortal have also begun readying their troops on the platform with a battle gong. Chapter 1663. Li Qie told World Keeper while glancing at the two armies on the verge of battle, "Let them fight for a while until enough blood has flown. When they can't handle it anymore, you can start." Affirmative. The true god nodded. The Mortal Emperor world is showing tremendous resolution this time. Looks like they will be able to last for a while if Soaring Immortal doesn't use its ace cards right away. Matriarch Yu, who was once the first general of the Black Dragon Legion, commented while looking at the alliance. Li Qie nodded in agreement. Indeed, they're doing a fine job. Calling themselves 10 million strong was pushing it a little, but everyone was going all out, agreeing to send so many disciples to participate in this war. They put aside their grievances and banded together during this moment of crisis caused by a foreign invader. The matriarch said with a tinge of regrets, "Unfortunately, they do have a lot of firepowers but not enough time for sharpening. These battalions are strong but won't be able to cooperate during a real fight, unable to form real formations and use their combined vitality to unleash an ultimate blow. Otherwise, they would actually be able to stop Soaring Immortal's ace cards." Soaring Immortal had fought against the Black Dragon King Legion before and had swept through the 9 worlds. Their legions were battle-hardened. This is already impressive enough. Li Qie chuckled. Even if they train a bit more, they would only be able to stop the real moves from Soaring Immortal for a bit, not a full frontal assault. The crux of the issue is that the majority of the sects are still hiding their resources. Say, if these imperial lineages all take out their imperial true treasures to form a formation empowered by Immortal Emperor longevity blood, they would actually be able to take Soaring Immortal on. The matriarch became quiet. This was indeed too difficult. How many imperial lineages were actually willing to use their full arsenals and treasuries for this battle today? In fact, it was already commendable enough for them to send so many experts. While the group was talking about the alliance, a series of clattering noises came about. 3 huge crossbows placed on 3 stages far away from each other were situated in front of the alliance. With metallic clanking, the 3 crossbows had actually assembled themselves. How gigantic were these crossbows? The stages they were on were the size of a mountain. Their string alone was made from the tendons of flood dragons and spanned for more than 1,000 meters. The arrow created on top of the crossbow was even longer at 10,000 meters. Such a divine arrow could annihilate a city instantly. This was definitely an amazing artifact for a siege. Just a casual blow could end a great power. The crowd stared in fear while looking at the black light emanating from the 3 arrows. These 3 arrows had unique marking. The matriarch looked at Xueqi with surprise in her eyes after seeing the marking. Ordinary people wouldn't recognize it, but she knew that it was the unique marking of the Heaven's Secret Valley. This particular sect rarely cared about worldly matters. Who would have thought that the Alliance would be able to borrow 3 divine crossbows from this sect? It showed the great effort and solidarity of the mortal emperor world. Of course, it wasn't that easy to borrow these crossbows. Some imperial lineages must have stepped up because ordinary people weren't qualified to do so. Meanwhile, the soldiers on the platforms of the soaring immortal world only sneered while looking at the 3 crossbows. In their eyes, this alliance was no different from a disorganized mob, no match for their army. Thus, the 3 crossbows brought here were viewed with disdain. Their crystal walls from the platforms simply couldn't be penetrated by this type of arrows or this newly formed alliance. After their enemy became fatigued from the failing siege, that's when they would instantly annihilate them. The only real threat in their eyes was the Azure Dragon Legion, not the Alliance. Killing this ragtag alliance wouldn't take too much effort. Fire! After the crossbows were done setting up, Hai Lin gave the order. A whoosh came before a loud bang. The truth was that the sounds came slower than its speed. The crystal walls were struck before the sounds emanated. Ordinary experts couldn't see it clearly, but God King saw everything. The 3 arrows struck the wall and failed to penetrate, only leaving small holes next to each other. Because of this, the soldiers on the platform sneered at this child's play. However, their smile froze in the next second. The arrows fell down from the holes and crumbled, revealing 3 intensely red arrows made of blood inside. They were extremely small, only the size of a thumb. They instantly suppressed the imperial auras that were ravaging the world and everything else. Boom! The wall shattered and the blood arrows continued towards the soaring immortal legion. Shield! The officers reacted with amazing speed and instantly gave the order. At the same time, the platforms exuded a boundless imperial light to protect its legion. Boom! The 3 arrows pierced through the imperial barrier and the shields from the soldiers. Everything crumbled before their might. Ah! Blood spattered like a storm. The 3 arrows left behind 3 immense trails of blood. Soaring Immortal suffered a devastating first blow with a casualty of nearly 100,000. Immortal Emperor Longevity blood turned into arrows. Okay, they really put it all on the table. Even Xueqi commented after seeing this. These arrows were indeed made of this grade of material and served as the Alliance's biggest ace card. 8 imperial lineages indeed expended their resources and offered the unbelievably precious 9 drops of imperial blood. Finally, the Heaven's Secret Valley refined these drops of blood into the blood arrows hidden inside the regular arrows, since the crossbows by themselves wouldn't be able to break through. This was part of Hai Lin's plan after careful deliberation. They needed to catch Soaring Immortal by surprise by instantly breaking through the barrier. Soaring Immortal underestimated its enemy this time and focused on the wrong foe at this particular juncture. They didn't expect for the Imperial sects in the Alliance to actually use some Immortal Emperor Longevity blood. Kill! The soldiers on the Alliance side felt a great morale boost after breaking down the crystal wall. Their battle cries echoed across the entire Grand Sea. Rumble! The great army rushed for the platforms with an unstoppable momentum as if they were primal beasts. The cultivators in Mortal Emperor have had enough and must destroy Soaring Immortal this time. Otherwise, this sect would always be a threat in their mind. To battle! The Soaring Immortal Legion was ferocious as well. They quickly rushed to meet the enemy with the same ferocity. Even some of the wounded members were still as mighty as tigers. Having their defensive perimeter broken through was humiliating, so their bloodthirst surged even more. They would never let anyone challenge their prestige. Massacring this alliance would let them re-establish this authority. Boom. Bang. In a short time, the two sides went all out on the platforms. The God Kings rampaged and everyone used their best killing techniques in order to take the enemy down. This battle was a fight to the death for the alliance. They would never let soaring immortal point their swords at mortal emperor. A shocking skirmish ensued to the astonishment of all spectators. Chapter 1664. Ah! Miserable screams became even more common as the battle grew increasingly intense. Skulls and blood went flying. A rain of blood poured down, accompanied by severed limbs. Pulverized flesh was everywhere. As more of cultivators faltered, there were little piles of corpses everywhere. Their blood accumulated into little ponds with floating corpses and limbs. The entire battlefield has turned into hell. The platforms were huge meat grinders that ate flesh and lives. No one could run after coming in. Their only thought was to kill or be killed. The weak-hearted would have fainted after seeing this grotesque scene. Even the braver ones would inevitably vomit. Alas, Xueqi and the Azure Dragon Legion simply watched outside of the platforms without any emotional fluctuation. Such a sight was common to them. One could even say that this was only a minor skirmish to this crowd. Only an appetizer. They have experienced much worse in the immortal slaying war. The alliance from Mortal Emperor actually had the upper hand in this battle. They themselves didn't expect this at all, and it became a great morale boost. They fought with an unprecedented ferocity. This was the result of soaring immortal underestimating its enemy. Otherwise, their formations wouldn't have become disorganized after the penetration of the blood arrows. It wouldn't have been as easy for the alliance. The most ferocious was Hai Lin's cavalry. It was entirely made up of experts from imperial lineages on top of being led by Ding Yuanhou and several powerful god kings. This was the elite force of the alliance. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that all hopes were pinned on this particular group. And the cavalry didn't let them down. After entering the battlefield, they stopped soaring immortal's powerful retaliation like a merciless dagger aiming for the heart. Hai Lin and the top experts were exemplary as they killed several captains on the other side and won precious opportunities for advancement. Reinforcements. A horn sounded as the alliance seized the upper hand while the soaring immortal legion was pushed back. Rumble. The gate to soaring immortal was opened in a split second as more legions joined the battlefield. The soldiers there emitted an ancient bloodthirst as if they had been stained with countless blood and the souls of their victims still lingered around. Imperial legions. Everyone knew what kind of foes they were about to face. This reinforcement was many times stronger than the First Legion. In the beginning, the First Legion was made up of the young generation from the sect. Now, these were Imperial legions that have helped immortal Emperor Ren Xian sweep through the world. They were experienced and adept at killing, allowing them to be completely unstoppable. Kill! Nevertheless, the alliance didn't show any fear and still lunged forward to meet their foes. Under ordinary circumstances, people would retreat against the Imperial legions. But now, the alliance had no other choice. Their eyes were red in a frenzy from the atmosphere, and Imperial legions weren't enough to stop them. Only by risking it all would they have a chance for survival. Plus, to their back was their home, the mortal Emperor world. Ah! More wailings came about. It seemed to be storms of blood in the sky now. All the advantages won by the alliance disappeared after the Imperial legions joined in. At the same time, a figure appeared on the battlefield. It was an old man in gray. He appeared like a ghost with imperceptible speed and made screams happen. In this split second, the Golden Dragon, Ding Yuanhou, and the top god kings were instantly killed. The old man was truly too fast with his fierce attacks. Gu Zun. Li Qia's eyes narrowed before ordering Worldkeeper. I leave this place to you. With that, he joined the battlefield as well. After seeing this, Gu Zun's figure flashed and disappeared. Li Qia smiled and crossed through space in order to give chase. The moment the two appeared again, they were already far from the battlefield. Their place of appearance was inside an auspicious ground of heaven suppression. It was a flat field surrounded by mountains with a tiny palace in the center. It was half buried on the ground and quite old in appearance. Plenty of weeds grew in the vicinity as if no one has been taking care of it. This inconspicuous and abandoned palace was a forbidden ground for the disciples of heaven suppression. No one knew why except that this was a clause in their ancestral teachings. Gu Zun stood before the palace without escaping. He turned and stared at Li Qie. Li Qie also stood there, as calm as ever with a faint smile, and evaluated Gu Zun for a bit. "Your Excellency, long time no see." Gu Zun wasn't afraid nor angry after seeing Li Qie. He was actually very respectful and cupped his fist. "You are even younger than in my imagination." "Is that so?" Li Qie couldn't help but smile while shaking his head. "Gu Zun, I'm actually amazed by your courage. You know who you are facing. Even emperors are afraid of me, yet it doesn't deter you. It's quite rare." "It is my honor to be praised by your Excellency." Gu Zun responded in a natural manner. "You used to teach me back then and said that the most important thing for a cultivator is a fearless Tao heart. I have always kept this in mind. And right, you also used to say that, tread forward despite knowing that a tiger dwells on the mountain and try to overcome the impossible. That's the way of true man. I indeed taught you that." Li Qie nodded. "Looks like you have kept them in mind. I don't know if I should be proud or not to have a student like you. My little accomplishments aren't enough to get into your eyes." Gu Zun said slowly. "You have trained so many supreme people such as brilliant emperors. I pale in comparison." Li Qie sighed emotionally and said, "Incredible, I have seen many people in my life. Sometimes, I feel that you are truly special. The truth is that others knew what to do with their lives, but your choice surprised me." "You said that I had a natural disposition for betrayal," Gu Zun said with a smile. "Since you have put it that way, why not try doing it so that you won't be wrong? Moreover, if I don't do it, I would be letting down my natural disposition, right?" "Ha ha ha." Li Qie laughed and said, "Though you might not be the most courageous or the most brilliant, you are the most interesting one." "You are too kind," Gu Zun replied. Li Qie looked at him and continued, "Gu Zun, what do you think is your chance for survival or victory? Remember, I'm not turning back this time, so there's no holding back." Gu Zun responded, "I know. I don't have brother-in-law to beg for my sake. Plus, even if he was present, you wouldn't spare me either. You have your rules and a bottom line. Once crossed, there is no mercy." "Correct." Li Qie nodded. "The Black Dragon King's beseech no longer applies in this generation after what you have done, which is why I'm finally here now." Chapter 1665. Gu Zun said with a smile, "I know that you have given me a chance. Brother-in-law's sacrifice had redeemed for my sin. Because of this, after you have regained your body, you still didn't do anything against heaven suppression. Unfortunately, you still don't understand and haven't changed your mind at all. Still the same Gu Zun as before." Li Qie smiled and shook his head. "Why should I?" Gu Zun smiled back. "If I am a bad person, no matter how much I change my mind and become enlightened, I'm still a bad person. It doesn't change what I have done in the past. Yes, just the fact that you told immortal Emperor Ta Kong of the coordinates to Immortal Demon Grotto alone is worthy of 1,000 deaths." Li Qie nodded seriously. After Li Qie escaped from the grotto, he worked together with an immortal emperor to banish the entrance to this place into a deep spatial zone. Others wouldn't be able to find the coordinates of this entrance, but Gu Zun was aware of this secret. He told immortal Emperor Ta Kong so that the emperor could find it. That's why there is no need to change my mind. Gu Zun smiled. "I'm a dead man anyway, why bother trying to become a good person? Plus, I might have a chance of winning as a bad person, don't you think?" Li Qie became a bit sentimental after seeing the calm Gu Zun. He smiled and said, "With your talents, you can learn things that even the old emperors can't. Alas, you couldn't learn certain positive traits outside of this calmness. It does resemble me quite a bit. Immortal emperors aren't anything to you anyway. Plus, due to your belief of my natural disposition for betrayal, you wouldn't have trained me to become one anyway regardless of how I have acted. Thus, I have thought clearly about this matter. No need to worry about becoming an immortal emperor. There are many other things in life worth pursuing. So you want to imitate and become me?" Li Qie was clear on this as well. "In this world, it isn't my sister who understands me the best. Not my brother-in-law either. It is you, your Excellency." Gu Zun said, "If I can't become an emperor, then it's not bad to become the Dark Hand either. I don't lack talents and strategies. My Dao heart can be polished even further. Though my Dao heart is no match for yours, I still think it can't be weaker than the Emperor's. With enough time, mine will be as strong as yours. But you lack two things: resources and immortality. Li Qie chuckled. Yes, Your Excellency. However, you have left behind a treasury that was once watched over by my brother-in-law and immortal Emperor Qian Li. It was then strengthened by immortal Emperor Yin Tian later. I heard them saying that this treasury contains your personal artifacts for attacking the 10th world. Thus, there is no need to debate their values. If I can obtain them, that's enough for me to stand strong in the 9 worlds. Gu Zun remained calm. That's why you have always wanted it. Li Qie didn't become angry. Though you couldn't open it, this led to your second idea. If you had immortality, it would mean endless possibilities and time for strategies. One day you would be able to get this treasury. Yes, that's why I gave the coordinates to immortal Emperor Ta Kong so that he could invade the place. Unfortunately, this plan wasn't that successful. If I could become an immortal being like you were, I could replace you one day. Gu Zun agreed. How interesting. Li Qie couldn't help but smile. I have met so many people in the millions of years. Supreme geniuses and treacherous students, but no matter who they are, they all wanted to obtain some treasures or training from me. Of course, becoming an emperor was many people's dream. However, very few wanted to become an existence like me. Immortality isn't all that wonderful like in people's imagination. That's indeed the case. Gu Zun said solemnly. This is something I admire about you. As generations went by with pain, you didn't become a saint or a devil. Your heart remained the same. This is the greatest thing about you and what I aspire with great confidence to have one day. An immovable Dao heart. Then I can rule the 9 worlds just like you. Much more interesting than becoming an emperor. It's not a bad thought. Unfortunately, you are not me. Li Qie shook his head. That's why I have worked hard to become someone like you. After all, my cultivation is still weak after just 3 generations, not being able to reign the 9 worlds just yet. It looks like I have let you down. Gu Zun replied truthfully. Forget it. No need to talk about this. Li Qie shook his head. My main goal this time in the Grand Sea is taking your life. Since you have chosen on walking the dark path, I shall let you use all your means and ace cards now, so that you won't be dying a regretful death. Thank you. Let us finish this matter then. Gu Zun respectfully cupped his fist. Clank. The entire field was locked the moment Gu Zun finished speaking. An iron curtain surrounded the whole place with the 2 and the palace inside. Li Qie wasn't afraid at all. He carefully observed the curtain and commented, flawless craftsmanship, cast from the iron of the earth vein. It grew together with the vein and after a long period of gestation, it had taken roots with the vein for symbiosis. This is all thanks to your guidance. Gu Zun didn't become complacent. You have taught me the art of smelting before, so I gave it a try. I'm glad you're not disappointed. You still want me to open the treasury. Li Qie glanced at the palace and understood Gu Zun's intention. I truly want to widen my horizon. Your treasury has been here for a long time. After careful rumination, this treasury was now connected with the earth vein. Without your key, it is impossible to open it. So, I used the arts you have taught me back then and used the earth iron as the base in order to connect this curtain with the earth vein as well. After years of harmonization, my experiment was a success. Indeed. Li Qie agreed. A very clever design. If I want to leave by breaking down this curtain, I have to open the treasury first. Or, just opening the treasury would automatically remove the curtain as well. This is indeed the finest craftsmanship in the 9 worlds. This technique, this planning, this refinement technique. How many people can actually achieve this type of symbiosis with the earth vein? If outsiders were to listen to this conversation, they would think the 2 were discussing a profound art. Who would think that these 2 were about to kill each other? Gu Zun respectfully cupped his fist at the praise again. Li Qie smiled and looked at Gu Zun. You want to see the key, right? Yes. Gu Zun nodded. Your treasury is unique. The other treasures in the world are mere scraps in comparison. I have coveted your treasury for a long time. You won't be so stingy as to not let me see it? Gu Zun didn't try to hide his intent at all. There was no need to do so before Li Qie since nothing could elude his eyes. Are you not afraid of me killing you first? Li Qie teased. Gu Zun didn't become afraid. I know you're not so ordinary. In your eyes, I am a dead man. It is only a matter of time. I haven't used my ace card, so you won't be killing me just yet. I'm confident you will open the treasury first. How fun. Li Chia praised. Fine, since you want it so bad, what else can I say? It's not like I can't let you see it, but the key is not on me. From what I know about you, Your Excellency, as long as your soul and sea of memories are there, it will not be a problem. Your sea of memories isn't only empowered by brother-in-law's group but also by many other existences. Because of this, it can easily open this treasury. Gu Zun slowly commented. Li Chia gently shook his head. No, you don't understand. What I'm saying is, the key is not on me. You have the key. Your Excellency, your joke isn't funny at all. If I had the key, I wouldn't need to wait till now. Gu Zun shook his head. To which Li Chia responded in a serious manner. I'm not joking around. I don't have the key. The real key has always been on you. You yourself is the key. Impossible. Gu Zun couldn't remain calm at this moment. He took one step back with his eyes narrowing. In this split second, he came up with a frightening possibility. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.